Hello, everybody. Everybody, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the beginning of the end. The last Whetstone Wednesday stream on a Tuesday. We gave up the Wednesday component of that name once we started having these streams when it was convenient for us. And why did we start having to move stuff around because it was convenient for us? Well, it's because our lives started getting in the way of these streams. Rod's work has been crazy. Alex's work has been crazy. My work has been crazy. Over the last year or so, we have done so many different things and grown so many different things. Lindsey has been basically the CEO and publisher of one of the fastest growing info publishing, coaching, and newsletter businesses in the world. She has not had time to do these Whetstone streams. And that kind of gives you a hint as to why we have had to pull back on these particular streams. It turns out, hear me out here, that as you grow in your career and in your life, opportunity cost becomes a very, very real thing. And we were sort of assessing all the various things that we were doing and all the ways Copy That made money and all the things that Copy That paid for and all the different offers that we were running. And we were like, those hours that Sean and Alex and Rod spend doing the Whetstone streams, instead of doing that, why don't we instead do things that could make more stuff for you guys to learn from? Record more videos, script more stuff, create more courses, etc., etc. And that is the beginning of the conversation about bringing these streams to a close. So, hello. Yes, Kaylee really cooked on this particular thumbnail. I just gave an explanation. It is unfortunate. It is unfortunate that we have to bring these to a close, but we are going to continue critiquing copy, but only for members of our inner circle, our little small coaching and mentorship program. There's a link to the waitlist in the description below. And if you want to potentially get into that, it's an application funnel. You have to apply if you want to get into mentorship. And if you apply and we decide that, yes, you seem like you're ready for that level of attention and work and effort, then yeah, we'll let you in. We'll review your copy. We'll give you access to our network. We'll give you specialty information, all sorts of fun stuff. Hello. Well, Maria here, she's had access to, our incubator and our boot camp program. A number of people will still be able to get access to those if they are in the inner circle as they go on, move forward through life. Will there be more Q&A streams? Here's what's probably going to happen. After the 26th of January, the point at which we have or is it the 22nd? We have a relatively big launch kind of planned. We're updating and upgrading the mega course, the 22-hour mega course that we have on our channel for 2026. And what are we doing? We're adding a whole bunch of materials, masterclasses. That is actually going to be a paid resource now. We've taken the 22 hours of it and we've split it up into small segments. And then we're going to, kind of like what I did with the Gary Halbert video, intersperse it with additional context, information, and fun stuff like that. We're going to do that as a sort of foundational course so that everybody has those resources for free. If people want more of that, they can, of course, pay a very modest sum. And then from there, we're going to have, if that's the promise there is, we'll help you take your career from 0 to 1. Then the paid courses on top of that will help you go from 1 to 10 and beyond. And so what is that going to look like? Well, part of what we're going to do for our YouTube membership program is we're going to launch a $25 tier. And we're going to take a lot of the stuff that was in our Platinum collection, which we closed after Black Friday. We're going to move that onto YouTube. And we're going to start not only releasing older masterclasses onto YouTube. Basically, this is going to be where the new Platinum collection is going to live. But we're also going to create new masterclasses. There's a problem, though. A lot of people when they were watching the free versions of those, we're recording them and then doing what they do best, releasing all of our paid stuff onto Telegram. And so while we do pay for a service that hunts people down and breaks their kneecaps if they pirate from us, as they deserve, one of the things that's going to happen is for members of Copy That, they will be receiving, how should I say, live streams that are specifically for them that will be like what we used to do, where we would stream and anybody who watches that stream will basically get the first look at that masterclass before we edit it, take it down, rework it, make it better, etc., etc. And that is going to be sort of what we do. Now, will there be Q&A streams on the free side in the future? Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. We don't have any plans for that, but it's probably going to be what ends up happening. Did I just start? Yes, I started 6 minutes ago, and I've been sort of explaining to everybody why we're taking the Whetstone streams down, why we're bringing this to an end. Any special requirements for the inner circle? Yes, you have to be a relatively competent writer. You have to be able to show a sample to us, and you basically have to explain what are you hoping to get out of it. One of the problems that we ran into at various points is we would sell expensive things and then newbies would buy them. There were a number of people who bought boot camps in the incubator from us, and it was very clear that they were true newbies, can't even string together a coherent English sentence kinds of newbies. So we kicked them out and we refunded them. There's a certain thing where at that level, and I'm sure people in the chat, Dove is a fantastic example. Maria is a fantastic example. Paul is a fantastic example. They know what we were teaching in those deep inner circle bootcamp and incubator type programs. And I got to be honest, that stuff is just not newbie friendly. It really isn't. So, and we purposely try to make it not be newbie friendly, because why would you pay us for something that we've released for free? We're trying to help the newbies for free. So there you go. So that's the answer to your question there. By the way, hello to everybody, and everybody hello. So as soon as I saw the stream's title, I wish the thumbnail were based on The Last Dance, my favorite sports documentary with Sean and MJ's place. I'm going to make sure that Kaylee sees this clip so that the next time she does a special thumbnail for us, that will be the case. Oh, the previous critique streams not deleted from YouTube. Listen, I was on the fence about that, but so many people have requested that we keep them up live that I have decided to keep them up live. So just to explain what's going to happen so that nobody freaks out, everybody's happy. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to share this. This is the Copy That channel. And if you go to the live tab here, you can see every single review stream. We've been doing this for how many years? 2 years that we've been doing Whetstone streams. Man, oh man. One other thing that I've also started doing is YouTube released a course tab, and I just added our Copywriting for Beginners playlist to that course tab. And if you guys want, we also have, the Lost Lessons of Copy That. That's a $5 thing. We have a podcast. We have this Copywriting for Beginners, which is obviously a course. And then I have also been attempting to gather up every single common question that newbies ask and answer them. We have 45 of those videos in this playlist. So if you have a question, any question about copywriting or marketing, or how to be a good person, or how to wipe your own butt, we've probably answered that question. It's in that playlist. But the lives, by popular request, I am going to keep these up and available to everybody to learn from, as long as YouTube is an independent entity. All right. What happens with my Patreon subscription? I don't know if you received the most recent email and saw the most recent post, but I have given everybody who was currently a member of Patreon a free month. I have paused these subscriptions for Patreon for a month so that everybody can decide for themselves, do they want to keep it and keep access to those masterclasses and other free resources. Our books are up there. We have PDFs up there. We have a whole bunch of Alex's ecom adventure is up there. Like, if you want to keep access to that stuff, keep your Patreon subscription. If you don't want it because you're unhappy with losing access to critique streams, you are free to cancel. Absolutely free to cancel. And that's why I've given you a free month, so that you have a month to decide. It's the nature of the internet. I appreciate you. I appreciate you very, very much. I am going to do my best to get us out of here over the next 3 hours. Alex is going to join probably in about an hour and a half. Rod is going to join. He is actually just getting home from a trip right now. I don't know if Kaylee is going to join. She's locked into a project right now. Now, will there be an incubator for $90? The answer to that is yes. So, not to tip my hand too much, but I'm currently in the middle of a grand business reorg and planning session this particular week. I'm also cleaning my office. Like, look at this freaking mess. It's just a disaster area in here. I'm going to do my best to just sort of get everything in order. And then this coming month, January, what are we going to launch? We are going to launch that YouTube members course with the 2026 copywriting mega course. Then in February, we are planning to launch the $90 for 90 days incubator. Basically, everything that you need to know to get what we teach in the mega course, what we teach on the free side, and also that paid side, and go even deeper. So, for example, somebody in the Discord channel relatively recently asked about what's called the Kuleshov effect. If you don't know what the Kuleshov effect is, it's the subtle psychological impact of changing the order of details in a sentence, a paragraph, what have you. Very useful for copywriting. Very few people think about it, know about it, or employ it. But we're going to have a module on the Kuleshov effect. And so that's the sort of thing. There's also a few things that are missing from the mega course that I think we should add to that. We're going to add to that. Here's a big one: assignments. People will watch the first 4 modules of the mega course and then stop and be like, I feel like I should be practicing now. Literally moments before the section of the mega course that's all about how to practice effectively. So what we're going to do is we're going to pepper that particular 90-day course with actual live assignments, examples of copy that how should I say, show off and illustrate the concepts that we're trying to teach, things like that. It's just going to be what we have, but way more intense with way more examples. Lovely. Great. Are you going to add to the masterclasses on the YouTube membership next year? Oh my gosh. The plan is to start adding to them starting on January 26th. That is, we are going to drop, I'm not joking. Right now I have an 80 video playlist. 80. Of course, it's partially the masterclass chopped up, but it's also going to be other masterclasses that we add to it. But we are going to kick this year off with an 80 video release. 80. So, wow, 80 total Whetstone streams for us to revisit. Yeah, I'm super excited. So many books. What was my favorite read this year? Oh my god, my favorite read this year was probably Pratchett's Guards. I went through a very powerful Terry Pratchett kick over the last, I want to say, year and a half, and I've burned through 12 of his books, but Guards was hilarious. It was great satire. It was super good. In terms of investing books, I would have to say that the best one that I read was probably No Worries by Jared Dillian. And in terms of copywriting books, I don't read very many copywriting books anymore, but I recently started rereading parts of Alchemy with my wife, who's currently reading it. And I was just reminded how much I love that book. Alchemy is just hands down the best copywriting and marketing book ever. I'm trying to think of other things that I read. There's a lot of stuff. Like I read the book The Information by Glick, Gleick. Very fascinating stuff. How innovation works was really good. Yeah, yeah. Trying to think of what else. And I also read basically a lot of these I reread for a project that I did, a presentation that I did in Japan. But this is a stack of books that I read for my presentation. Oh, and this one, of course. If you guys are interested in AI and how it's going to kill us all, read Bostrom's Superintelligence. There's another great book on AI that I read. It's called If You Build It, Everyone Dies. So if any of you guys are like super like, oh yeah, AI, I'm gonna use it for my thing. I'm gonna give these assholes my money, so I can put together some AI slop copy. Yeah, you're feeding into a system that's literally going to chew us all up and spit us out like Saturn in a Goya painting. Oh, look, we got our first salient question about copywriting. Um, how much handwriting copy is enough to actually write my first practice piece? I'm going to be controversial and I'm going to say that you don't have to handwrite a single piece of copy to start practicing copy. I think that if English is your second language or third language, that handwriting copy can slow you down and force you to pay attention to the little orthographic minutia that is normally missing from a lot of stuff that you learn when it comes to written English. And that's really good. Some people learn a lot from it, some people don't. I'm a huge fan of the notion that like people should prove that they can hang, but only in certain circumstances. Like if you wanted to be a financial copywriter, I would say you have to handwrite End of America. Very famous promo. It's like 40, 50 pages long. It's a very long promo. And like all the people that are like tippy top at the top, they've all handwritten it. They've all learned from it. And it's now sort of like almost like a rite of passage to do that. But if you're just like a regular person, you just plan on doing like, creative strategy and video ads and emails and stuff like that, you don't need to handwrite copy. That's ridiculous. If you want to do like long form copy and you want to get like mentorship or get a job at an agency that focuses on long form sales letters, direct response sales letters, and VSLs, people do expect you to have handwritten stuff the way that Gary Halpert recommends it. So live stream show practical applications of basic copywriting principles would be super helpful for newbies. Yep. Well, we're going to stay up and we're going to keep doing them, but we're going to, a lot of what I've done on these streams, especially like, Alex, Rod, and me, and then Lindsey way back, is try to give people like, this is the basic advice. And then we've gone a little bit further, maybe a little too far in giving advanced tactics and tips. So if you want like the fodder, like little tips, tactics, insights that people would normally spend $1,500 for 3 months, yeah, review the live streams. They're all there for free. Going through the master course now or wait until the update? I personally think that the 22-hour masterclass, that particular course, is exceptionally valuable and will continue to be valuable, and that we're not like the update is going to be the same content, just expanded. And so what you get from the paid version of that is going to be the ability to like, okay, skip this. I'm going to take deeper notes on this. I'm going to follow that. I'm going to follow that. I'm going to follow that. So my advice is, in general, in life, if you want something, do it now. Don't be one of those people who's just like, oh, I'm going to start my new diet. I'm going to start my exercise plan after New Year's. No, you start literally the moment you have the thought. That's the sign that somebody's going to be successful. All righty. Thank you. I wrote most of that. Delightful. Really discouraged on practicing copy. Seeing all the social posts that says it's no longer relevant to learn copy in the AI era. Any heartening words? Yes. every one of those social posts was written as copy. Every single person who's putting something out like that is trying to discourage you from this thing so that you focus on and buy this thing, the new shiny, their AI prompting course or what have you. Um, I have been encouraged to make a course on employing AI in copywriting. I'm not entirely convinced that that's a good idea simply because of how frequently these systems not only change but also produce utter crap. Um, and then also, I think I'm going to eventually do a video probably in the next couple of months on like why AI copy is bad, actually, not only for business, but also your psyche. Hello, my love.
Hi. I have to say, I'm pro making a course on AI copywriting the right way.
She's been one of the people that's been in my ear like, you should do a thing about AI copywriting.
Because everybody's talking about it.
And just because everybody's talking about it doesn't mean that we should do it. We should be different.
All I'm saying is maybe it won't be for newbies because those are the people that would be more likely to misuse it. It's more like a, hey, look for these things. Don't use this. Use it for these applications. Some good prompts.
I'm not entirely convinced that that is the best idea because if we do an AI related course, well, here's the thing. All the seniors and advanced people, they've sort of locked into their own groove of using AI the way that they want to use it. I think the only real thing that I could possibly teach at that level is how to set up an agentic AI, which will have its advantages for like not only research but also like automating a few like tedious tasks. But in terms of like the only people that would ever buy that would be newbies who think that they need it. And they don't.
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I agree. Listen, okay, chat. Answer this for us. Votes for, votes for some type of AI masterclass or not? Yes or no? We'll take a tally.
Yeah, the research has come out that people who use AI like see a dip in their cognitive function. We see people who overuse AI, like businesses, like there's severe alignment problems. Compliance is an issue. They've proven that hallucinations are inevitable and cannot be avoided. Gosh, it's not good. There's so very little that's good about it. And what we're seeing is that, like with all copy and with all ads, that the tropes and like sentential fragments and phrasal templates that AI produces over time, we've seen people start to recognize it. There's like a stink to it that people start to recognize, and people don't like it. And just like any ad format fatigues over time, so will the patterns that are common in AI like tools. And by the way, they've just did the study and found that like Claude, Llama, the Gemini, ChatGPT, like they all semantically congregate around the same syntax and the same like answers to basic open-ended questions. So you don't really get a variety from these different tools. I don't know. I think AI is useful, but also like the thought of making a course about it makes me want to blow my fucking brains out. I would rather die than do this.
This is what I'll tell you. I don't think it would be good for its own like full standalone master course. But I think if it was like one video under one, where you just
I will gladly touch on things. Just like the mega course, 22-hour mega course does briefly touch on AI and why you shouldn't use it. Oh, goodness gracious. All right. Russell Brunson and Alex Ramosi stuff. Good. Yes, Russell Brunson. I'm a fan of .com secrets and expert secrets. It's very newbie friendly in terms of like some of the templates that have, which by the way, those have fatigued too. So don't like take it with a grain of salt. But the understanding of funnels, the understanding of false closes, the understanding of like the different components of a webinar and how to sell things that way. Very good. Traffic secrets suck. His book on copywriting sucks. Some of his software is okay. Like ClickFunnels is is completely tolerable. Now, Alex Hormozy is one of the very few business people, biz op coaching people who is the real deal. I have met him. I've gone to one of his things. I have looked at his stuff and been like, huh, here's what you need to understand about Hormozy. Nothing that he said is original. Nothing that he's putting out there is original. But unlike other people, he's the only person who's putting out all this stuff that's normally reserved for like paid seminars and like secrets. He's putting it out for free. Like most of that stuff is like super gated. So what he's selling is actually access, but more like he's selling qualification to see if you are the type of business that he would want to buy. That's the entire reason he set up his funnel the way that he has, and it's very, very smart. It's very smart. He's solved one of the key bottlenecks of private equity acquisition, which is cool. So Alex Hormozy, Layla Hormozy, real deal. You heard it from me. Yeah, I'm a fan of people who like are the real thing, but also, like I said, he's not an innovator. He's not doing anything special. He's not like most of his stuff is like cobbled together from like Dan Kennedy, like Mark Ford, and like Jay Abraham, and like a few other people. That's it. Do you want to grab a seat, like grab a
yeah,
chair
yeah.
and join in for this?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
I needed to take a different screen break.
Can an average person without talent achieve a high level of marketing competence, or is being born gifted a requirement? No. Some of the best and selling copywriters I know are dumb as rocks and stubborn as hell, and literally use that stubbornness to become successful. Oh God, careful of the wires. Everything is a mess. So yes, average intelligence, average talent. You absolutely could become great. What's more important is making the right decisions, studying the right things, and focusing on the right things, and then doing it with grit. That's the key. Yeah, just a tool. Am I slow if it takes days or even weeks to handwrite a 50-page sales letter? It took me days to handwrite one. Honestly, that's one of the big reasons why I don't do it. AI is a cumbersome tool that is great at producing incredibly bad writing that can be edited into mediocre to meet your 28,000 word weekly requirements for annoying affiliate marketing clients. Yes, absolutely. Another great thing too. Right now, creative strategy. If you like a few years ago, everybody was like, write email, pitch yourself to coaches, become an email copywriter, make that $10,000 a month. Pew, 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 pew. That was every single video. Not ours though, because we just refuse to take people's money. Yeah, right now the big thing is creative strategist. Everybody's like, oh, you need to become a creative strategist. You need to like create meta ads. You need to pew, 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 creative strategy. Yeah. And like, yeah, there's truth to that, but also like the thing with creative strategy is it's a volume game, and any volume game is going to require you to write at volume. And ads, you need to iterate so freaking much. It is just crazy how many different versions of this same ad you need to make. And that's one of the things that is going to be better for AI. Like, it's better to create some sort of mediocre thing that use AI to arrive at a mediocre different idea at, find out that that's a winner, and then try to improve that either with like a non-AI voice or like better copy or better ways of doing things. So AI is a really great tool for that.
You know what I will say about the creative strategy direction? It's like this year's version of saying, hey, the copy matters.
Oh God. Yeah.
Right to your audience.
Right to your audience.
It's just
yeah. Something that I want to kind of do before I move on to more copywriting questions is I want to sort of like touch on this a little bit more. I want to talk about AI in the context of this a little bit. So I want to see if I can bring out the whiteboard. All right. I wasn't going to whiteboard today, but we're going to whiteboard a little bit. Stop that. Now show this window. Let's bring out Microsoft Paint, baby.
Hey.
Let's bring it out. All right. So do we have, okay. We have, imagine here that you have buckets. Oh my God. The angles of this are terrible. All right. Let's try this again. All right. So you have a bucket over here, a bucket over here, and a bucket over here, and a bucket right here, and then a bucket right here. Now, say this is like this axis right here is um, skill points. How much you allocate to each individual bucket, and down here you have um, how genius you are at something. So over here, you like say that you're just a natural freaking genius at this. This is your great. This is your mid, and this is your dummy bucket, and this is your
Okay-ish.
bad bucket.
Bad bucket.
Okay. So let's say, for example, that you are, most of you are pretty new. So none of you are genius at something, but some of you might be pretty great at, like, for example, in particular, let's say this box over here is like landing pages. And let's say, you're kind of mid at email. And let's say you're kind of, bad at, I don't know, not goading for a day, you freak. No. Let's do creative strategy, and then let's over here in the dummy box. Let's do I don't know.
Sales pages.
Well, we have landing pages over here, but we can do like sales letters, or let's say like financial copy. Okay.
That's a good dummy box.
Copy. There we go. So one of the things that what we want to try to do is we want to try to get our skills from any one of these buckets. We want to go from like here, and we want to go from this to mid. Now, one of the things that I want to sort of impress upon you guys, and this is a big eye opener, is that most people, they spend all their time focusing their efforts, their skills on this stuff. And this is where 90% of people put their time, effort, energy, and focus. Now, that's not just like types of copy. This could be copy itself. This could be graphic design. This could be, I don't know, ditch digging. What if you're a freaking genius at ditch digging? One of the problems is that if you're a genius at ditch digging, you might not be like, oh, ditch digging. I'm just going to throw that out there. And I'm going to focus on these other things that I'm kind of bad at or kind of mid at. Here's why that's a mistake. It is so much easier to bring a skill you're great at and turn it into something that you're a genius at, world class at. And if you do that, you are going to be among very few people with genius level skills. There are very few people who do this. This is the area where you should be allocating your skill points. The problem that most people face, and the problem that most people like actually sort of make for themselves, is they go, oh, I'm kind of bad at writing, so I'm going to spend all this time and all this money focusing on improving my writing so that I can become an email copywriter or whatever. When in fact, what they're doing is ignoring the stuff, the skills, the abilities they have that they could be great at or a genius at. And so this is where you can make the most money to pay for that stuff, the stuff that you're bad at. And the people who make the most money, I'm going to throw out some words, your Alex Hormozis, your Iman Gadzis, your insert, your Bill Gateses. The key difference between them and you is that they doubled down on where they were great and then figured out how to sell what they were great at. And then they took the money from that and funneled it into people or systems or other things that could do the stuff that they were bad at for them. This is the dividing line that separates you from rich people. Rich people understand that, the things that I'm great and a genius at, it's like a bonsai tree. You have to keep cultivating it. They don't waste their time learning, I don't know, if they're an email copywriter learning about graphic design or some shit, you know? Or if they're a graphic designer, they waste their time learning coding or some shit. Again, focus on the things that you're great or a genius at. Stop spending so much of your fucking focus, your time, your mental energy, your health, worrying about this shit that you can just pay somebody else to do when you get good enough at these things over here. So,
what about if the dummy bad mid shit is something that you really love to do? Would you still?
My recommendation to that is what you got to learn how to allocate your focus on. Because if we have like, I can't even see my mouse over here. Over here, you have things you are good at. And then over here, dang. Let's do that. And let's do over here, you have things that you're passionate about. And then over here, oh God, you have things that you are that can make you money. And then over here, you have things that can make the world. You guys are all seeing. This is my real handwriting, by the way. This is not a result of like me using a wonky Wacom tablet on a huge, huge monitor. No, this is just my real handwriting.
Anybody coming into this is going to go, is that word or world?
Okay, and so what do we have here? This little circle, this little intersection thing, right here. This is what listen, I work with Japanese people, and I've tried to explain this concept to them, and they're like, that's not a fucking real thing. Shut the fuck up. But marketers in America have stolen this concept from Japan and rebranded it. It's called Ikigai. Is it a real Japanese thing? Yes. Does it mean what marketers and like business coaches in America says that this means? No. But Ikigai is the intersection. We're just going to pretend that this is the case. The intersection of the things that can make you money, the things that can improve the world, the things that you're passionate about, and the things that you're good at. You are always, for most of the things that you do in your life, going to have to choose between one of these buckets. It is going to be the rare person, after decades of searching, that you find the thing that sits at the intersection of what you're passionate about, what you're good at, what can make you money, and what can improve the world. And there's like one other variable in there that we're just going to ignore. What you are trying to find in life is not the thing that you like doing. Most of you probably like sitting around and playing video games all day. But if you are not one of the top streamers in the world, you are not going to make any money doing it. Also, it's going to do nothing to improve the world. And also, like, really? You're passionate about that? Jesus Christ, man. What the hell is wrong with you? And so what you are trying to achieve in your life is the intersection of these things. Where is even my fucking mouse? There it is. I need to like change you need to find Ikigai, the intersection of those things. And I know there's so much I need to do, man. It's a busy week. Anyway, you need to find the thing that moves you, moves others, not only to pay you, but also makes this world a little bit better. Each one of you has a moral and ethical obligation to leave this shit pile of a world better than the way it was when you entered it. And so, guess what? That's really hard for a marketer to do. Marketers and copywriters, we ain't curing cancer. You know, we're not out there feeding the homeless. There's literally very little that we can do that actually helps improve the world or does good, or, and most people are not passionate about selling dick pills to strangers on the internet. So what you got to do in your role, in your career as a copywriter is like, put in the years, build up the skills, build up the cred, build up the network so that you can actually start, writing copy for St. Jude's, for example, one of the best direct response businesses to work for in the world, by the way, so that you can raise money for children's hospitals. Oh my God, that sounds like some ikigai shit right there. And that's something that a copywriter can do. But for most of the work that you do, it is not going to be at the intersection of these things. And so what you got to do over the course of your career is find this balance. Just because you're good at it doesn't mean you should do it. And in fact, most of the time, it's going to be a waste of your time. All right.
I like the spiel.
The little spiel, the little motivational spiel that I'm on right now. All right, I'm trying to find it. No, oh, that's why I can't use my mouse right now. You're using my mouse.
Wait, where's the thing?
You're drawing on the stream tab.
Oh, I am?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know. I was going to add a smiley face.
Here, it needs to be like over here on the tab, and then I can't even see it. There's an eye, there's an eye, yes. And there's this, and there's a little heart for you all. Boop.
You know, I've written on something. If there's a smiley face there.
There you go. So that is, I hope, an answer to your questions. Most of you focus on the stuff that you're already good at so that you can become even better at it, and then really, really, really sell and monetize those skills. And then as you're doing so, find your ikigai, which again, is a thing that business coaches and marketers made up, but it's still useful. All right. Maria asks a question. Why are cliches and copy bad? Can cliches be good? When and where do they work? Okay. Very nuanced kind of question here. Most of the time, cliches are bad because you have to think about the population of English speakers. And what's a good cliche? A stitch in time saves 9. How about that? That's a lovely cliche, right? What does it mean? What does it mean? A stitch in time saves 9. It's a common English cliche. Now, you have to think. There is the pool of English speakers, all of them. What is it, like 2 billion of them in the world? And then there's going to be a much smaller pool who understands what that cliche actually means. As the linguist George Lakoff once said, that all language is metaphor. The thing with cliches is that they are usually extensions of metaphors. And that is not going to percolate to the entirety of all English speakers. So cliches are bad because some people, a lot of people, are not going to understand what the hell you're saying. That's one. 2, just like any sort of like format or any sort of ad is going to fatigue over time, cliches lose their meaningful resonance with people. What's another good cliche? Don't cry over spilled milk.
The early bird gets the worm.
The early bird gets the worm. I'm sure 100 years ago, somebody came up with that and people were like, what the fuck, bro? That is genius. Nobody thinks that anymore. Nobody thinks that anymore. And so every cliche, like any sort of phrasal template, any sort of piece of copy, everything diminishes in terms of its efficacy and power. And when you write copy, every single line has to have power. Very important stuff. Now, when can they work? They can work when you find a cliche that's common to your specific target audience. Like, for example, if you are selling to surgeons, a common cliche when you're talking about suturing is that you threw a stitch. To suture somebody is to throw a stitch. Hey, I threw a stitch into it. That means you sutured it. What does that do? All of a sudden, when you say, and the next time you throw a stitch, what does that signal to people? It says people who don't understand what this means, GTFO. The real ones, though, I'm proving to you that I'm one of the real ones. So that's an example of when and where a cliche can work. When it establishes that, like, I get you, I know your language. That's when cliche can be really work. There's, of course, many more nuances there. I hope that that at least helps a little bit, or gives you some very logical, grounded reasons why not to use them most of the time. Hey, so she just said hello. So that's how far behind we are in chat right now. literally like 20 minutes.
I saw that and said hi in stream. total ADHD. I was like, oh, someone said that.
Yeah, it's, all LLMs. Guess what? They're trained on the entirety of like the internet. And guess what? The best copy is like the best marketers and the best copywriters in the world are taking their copy. They're using no index, no follow, and they're making sure that their copy is taken off the internet when a promotion's over. So none of the good copy is getting into AI. All of the mediocre and bad copy that's evergreen is getting into AI. So like, why would you use a machine that's literally been trained on only the worst things? I'm not sure what that's referring to. It's been so bad. Yeah.
I get frustrated with AI sometimes.
Yeah, it's fine with it. It's fine with caveats. I listen, I was using AI today, but what was I using it for? I was literally using it to do my bookkeeping. Like, it's great for that.
It's annoying when it spits out sentences that sound like they're good, and then you read it and realize it makes absolutely no sense.
I appreciate that. Listen, the uniqueness of our voices. Yeah, AI courses are dying. Dan Throssell email says his friend's AI course is getting less and less popular in sales. Yeah, no, I mean, listen, November 2023, I was sitting in a room with the best copywriters in the world, and like 5 of them were about to release like either an AI writing course or like, Benson AI. Like I was sitting next to John Benson. Like everybody was going to release their like, this is their ChatGPT wrapper. This is their, push button copy. You haven't seen an ad for any of those in like 2 years. And I told everybody to their face that every single one of those products was going to fail. For many of the reasons that I gave to you today.
I remember getting in a debate with Paris and Mark about this because they were convinced that AI was going to take over. And I was like, I really don't agree with you. Yeah. And we sat there and debated for like an hour about this. Yeah.
We're going to see a little blow up of like generative AI obsession in 2026. Most of that is going to be due to the RAM apocalypse. Like right now, there's just not enough RAM for all the GPUs that are out there. So like there's going to be data centers that are just like idle, that cannot process the data because they don't have memory, especially as these AI systems rely more and more upon memory, like agentic AI, inference, stuff like that. There's just not enough memory in the world, literally memory chips. So there's a RAM shortage. So yeah, there's going to be a generative AI blow up. Now, what's the good thing? Machine learning algorithms, like for actually determining, like if you have enough copy go out there into the world and like you want to decide like, hey, what copy would be best for what kinds of audiences, affinity marketing, for example, I'm hoping that comes back in a big way because that is a huge, huge profit opportunity. But it requires you to combine marketing knowledge with writing knowledge. So, yeah, just more discourse about AI. You must master the skill itself, and then you only see how crappy AI copy is. Yeah, the problem with that, though, is that once you've mastered the skill, you're good enough to use AI on your own. That's the problem. Nobody who's good at copywriting needs an AI course.
The only thing that I could see really being useful is techniques, ways to prompt, things that you wouldn't think of, ways to talk to it that are unlike what is regurgitated or what you would think of ordinarily.
I'm going to give you all a masterclass on prompt engineering right now. I explained to ChatGPT what I was trying to do with a particular coding project. And then I asked ChatGPT at the end of what I was trying to do, how should I prompt you to execute that the best possible way that I can to reduce hallucinations, to get this, to get this, to get this. And then ChatGPT was like, oh, bet. And then gave me the prompt. And then I fed that prompt back into ChatGPT and I got exactly what I wanted. There you go. That's your prompt engineering masterclass. That's the only one that we're going to do from CT. Mm-hmm. Yeah. To write for dog training and supplement, it's just an insult to humanity. They use the same tone and sentence prediction in every lazy Facebook ad copy I see. I feel like newbies don't realize how noticeable AI is. Yeah, absolutely the case. Caroline was saying that in the last stream too. She works with a lot of newbies who just like who don't get it. They don't realize how much they have to edit AI.
Kaylee wants to see the world.
It's true. It's absolutely true. Let's just ruin our reputation. Let's just
burn it down.
All right. One of my clients is a baseball instructor and he wants to sell a $10,000 pro level hitting course. Any advice for marketing a high ticket offer like this? Yeah. So with high ticket stuff like that, there's only a handful of reasons why people buy that. Um, Faster, you have to be able to clearly prove that it's faster at getting the outcomes that you want. Better, obviously, better or bigger. Uh, how should I say? Done for you, done with you, closer to the guru. Okay. Normally for high ticket, especially at that price point, really you are paying for done for you, done with you, or closer to the guru. So my advice to you, this particular baseball instructor, like needs to prove not only outcomes, that's a given, but also like they need to have a relationship with the people that they're selling to. You can't just go up to a stranger in the street and be like, "Would you like to pay $10,000 for a baseball hitting course?" No, 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 no. You need to be able to like actually take that course, take whatever that's doing and pitch it to either professionals, go to minor leagues and like actually be like, "Hey, can we send our team to run a clinic for your particular your baseball team or what have you?" Like is this particular client like one of the best in the world? Did they train, I don't know, hopefully not the Mets. Like that would be a detractor. But like the Yankees or insert yeah, maybe this person was Shohei Otani's hitting coach. That's all worth paying $10,000 for. But who's going to pay $10,000 for that? It's going to be professionals, minor league players that want to get into the major league. It's going to be for college players. It's going to be for like promising high school students. And mostly what you're going to be selling is actually like to the parents of those people. And so for that reason, done with you is going to be a little bit easier to sell than like obviously you can't sell done for you. You're not going to hit the baseball for them. It's going to sell a little bit more easily the done with you than closer to the guru if that person doesn't already have established relationships with that list or those people.
I feel like that would fit really well with college students wanting to go pro.
Hit, pun intended.
Hey, in rich like, sports universities.
How to study and practice copy the right way, but not virtually. I'm not sure what. Please explain what you mean by "but not virtually." But email. Here's how to get good at email copy. Go to all of your like the people in your niche and adjacent niches. Like for example, if we're talking about baseball coaches and baseball info products, go find all the baseball info products out there, all the baseball coaching programs out there. Go find web pages with baseball clinics. Go find, baseball players and gurus. Everybody sign up for all of their email lists and then go one step removed. The people that do that for basketball. There's a amazing, famous, long form VSL sales letter for like improving your vertical jump for basketball. It's one of the best sales letters that's out there. It's been a control for like 10 years. Go find it. It's like the vertical leap or something like that. Go find that and study it and study their business and study their emails. When it comes to their emails, what you want to do is you want to find out what most of the emails are that drive the most traffic for these businesses. And we find that by finding out what the most common patterns are. Because if you find the most common patterns, chances are the businesses that are putting out those emails will want more of the same, probably because they work. So really, really study and drill in those types of copy. Most of the time, it's going to be probably engagement style emails, like value emails, like, "Hey, I was stepping up to the plate in the 2008 World Series and blah 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 blah." Stuff with stories and being able to capture somebody's voice is going to be very important for that. The other thing is going to be lifts, emails that drive traffic from the inbox to a sales page. Those are going to be the most common kinds, I suspect. And so really, really study those. Now, hard to get work that way if you're just coming out of the gate. This is your new thing. And so you might be able to get your foot in the door by like finding out if these businesses have an abandoned cart sequence or a promo abandoned sequence or a welcome sequence, or do they have a welcome email at all? Offer to write one for them. That's your foot in the door. Pardon me. If they like your work, they'll hire you for more. There you go. How do you sell best a titanium cutting board? I'll give you, okay. Here's how, listen, I know you. I talk to you in the Discord all the time. So how do you best sell it? The best way to sell it is to test 40 ads and with different angles and different approaches and find out which one performs the best, and then iterate on your top 3 and then keep going from there. The only way to learn is to test. Now, titanium cutting board, here's what I would do. One of the first ads that I would write, I would sit there and I would tell people that their wooden cutting boards are killing them. And then I would bust out, yes, this is a microscope, not a sex toy. I'd bust out a microscope. And then I would show people, look at what's happening here. And I would zoom in on a dirty wooden cutting board and show how wood, especially certain types of wood, if you know which ones to look for, trap bacteria and food particles. And you can literally say, listen, even if it's like technically clean and bacteria free, you can show food particles that get trapped in these splinters of the wood. Look at what you're eating every single time you cut your steak on a wooden cutting board. You're picking up splinters. You're picking up food particles from what you cooked 3 days ago, et cetera, et cetera. And then compare that to the titanium cutting board. What is titanium good for? It's really, really good for dissipating heat. So it's really, really good if you're cooking something that like requires something to remain cold, for example. But more importantly, steel is pretty sterile. It's easy to clean. There's no pockets, no grooves, no divots. Food particles are not going to stay in there when you wash it. So that would be the first ad that I would write.
Also has longevity. So the wooden cutting board is going to crack and break over time. And the plastic cutting board is going to show wear faster.
How many wooden cutting boards have we gone through before we finally settled on a plastic one? Just not because it's good, but because we just can't be asked to buy more wooden cutting boards.
The other benefit to the titanium cutting board is it looks cooler.
It looks cooler.
It looks dope.
Yep. People who are writing video ads, I think, very frequently overlook the cool factor of their products. Like, and literally saying that, like, Alex had a great spiel about this. I really hope he comes on relatively soon. But yeah, he was talking about how like there was this air blower. He had this like vortex air cannon that he was writing for, and it was to help dry a car. And like Alex went to this company. He was like, stop showing ads where you're drying the car. The first ad you need to show is like a dad with his kid blowing a whole pile of leaves onto the kid, having fun, even if it's not what it was for. So these are things, the kind of lateral thinking that you need to have.
The other thing when it comes to testing, if you choose the same topic and say like test one topic and create 5 different creatives around that topic, and then have 3 or 4 or 5, however much you can do, separate topics where you're testing different styles of creative, then you'll get a more expansive idea of what's working, as opposed to just testing different topics. Because sometimes a style of creative can hit more and grab attention faster than other styles.
Yep. All right, so we finally got into the part of the chat where we were referring to like the buckets. And if you guys are just tuning in, you're just like, buckets? What the hell buckets? I had a whole spiel about your skill buckets and how you all focus on the wrong buckets. Yeah, you either have to have good English skills, but also like, and I've been telling people this, I have a video coming out in the next couple of months where I literally sat down with a writer from Pakistan and a professional writer who's been writing copy in India for 30 years and making a ton of money doing it. Rahul, really good guy. And one of the things that you kind of got to learn at a certain point in your life is like, if you're just not ever going to be very good at writing in English, don't stop making things hard for yourself. Like, for example, there was a person in our Discord who's Russian and writes in Russian and speaks Russian and is trying to get English clients. And I said, why? I literally showed him links. Like, there are literally businesses in America where they do all of their advertising and all their work in the Russian language. But in America, they need copywriters too. So you have to find ways in and sort of, again, think laterally about where your skill sets actually lie. And if you are bad at English, why are you going to try to become a copywriter if you still need to bring your bad English skills up to mid-level? No point. Let me put it this way. I think that you can have a very successful career with having 0 points in your genius level skills. You just need to be great or good at most things. And when it comes to being able to sell yourself, that's only true if you want to be a freelancer. One of the things that we say frequently on this channel is that, like, freelancing is hard. It's very hard. It's so hard. And, like, people have it in their head that it's like freelancing is like the key to freedom. Freelancing is the key to riches. No, it's more work come tax time. And it's really, really hard. And it's really, really mentally and like spiritually draining.
I was going to say freelancing is the key to tears. Shower cries. Panic attacks. I'm kidding.
Yeah, and so listen, it takes a certain level. Yeah, it takes a certain level of grit, skill, and wherewithal to make it as a freelancer at a baseline level, and you need to be good at selling yourself to grow that business. So again, with copywriting, like, you're learning copywriting and you're trying to learn marketing, and it's going to be harder to boost those skills. Why not get some work at an agency for a little bit, or for a local business, or for an in-house client? Like, there's so much you can do. You can sell your own offer or sell affiliate offers. Like, there's so much you can do. Anyway, so yeah, freelancing, it's hard, but it's only hard if, like, you don't put in the time to learn and get good at those other skills first. So, I don't know the answer to this question. How am I supposed to understand this? I don't know if this is the bucket thing or if this is the ikigai thing, but. And yeah, this is also true. Hey, ikigai. This is true. This is true.
Find your ikigai.
How do you learn enough so that you can go find clients? Oh my God. Hold on. We have a whole second channel with information and stuff like that on this. All right. I'm going to go to home. I'm going to go to our second channel. I'm going to share my screen. Share screen. Copy that sells. There we go. Hey, look at this. So if you go into our videos, one thing that you will find is that what type of, I've just been answering everybody's questions in this. How long should you study before doing outreach? I answer your question in this video. So you have a question? We have a video about that. It's also in the playlist that I revealed earlier. Bukkake means something different. In fact, bukkake in Japan, you can go to a ramen store and get ramen bukkake. It just means splashed with stuff. Bukkake is a completely normal and not perverted word in Japan. Like I said, its meaning has been perverted by its translation into the West, just like ikigai. Yes, absolutely true. What is happening? That person's not going to last. All right. I have a question. What would you suggest to get better at real estate copy? I know it is a very competitive market. It is actually less competitive than you might think. One of the biggest problems that real estate agents have is getting qualified leads. That's the biggest problem that they have. We have a whole video. It's in the Patreon. It's in the Platinum Collection. It will eventually be in the YouTube members area. Where I talk to Lindsey and we go over something that she and I used to do, but that she has been doing since. Her husband is a real estate agent. What she has done as a marketer to get him leads. And in fact, it's actually really easy to do it with a bare minimum of, like, ad platform marketing knowledge and copy knowledge. You can really, really get great leads for real estate agents. And so that's what I would recommend doing. Go check out those resources that we have. But in terms of getting better at real estate copy, what Lindsey did was just learn good marketing and like driving traffic and lead gen, and then just apply it to real estate because nobody else was doing it that way. That's it. Cross-pollination, man. It's the secret. Yeah, I think we're referring to the Ikigai flower. Yep. Ah, yes. Now we're getting back into the cliches. What does it mean? What does it even mean? Did Ed Bernays do the world good? No, no, he did not. Literally, I think the world is worse for his existence, but there you go. Oh, and so she's conflicted about the AI course. I remembered her comment from like 20 minutes ago. Be confused this is referring to. No, this is the Ikigai thing. I recall. Just to watch the last Whetstone stream, worth it? For you, no. Yeah, it's going to be up. There's going to be a recording of it. If you want to like have your question answered, this is your chance to do it. That's why you would want to stay up. But
yeah. Join the convo.
There you go. You make a video on AI, so you can redirect every AI question you get on stream. Bro, hold on.
Exactly.
Hold on. Videos. Search. Chat GPT. All right. All these videos are about AI. We've been doing that for 3 years. It doesn't work. All y'all motherfuckers are just like, oh my God, I'm so scared of AI. Oh, and I'm just over here just like wiping my tears away with money. Like, stop it. Just stop it with it. She knows what's up. Let's see. There'll be live streams, but they'll either be going to members, like YouTube members, or they will be going to like inner circle members. We are just canceling the Whetstone streams for reasons I gave at the beginning of the stream. Your past life, you were poisoned by your sister. Avoid siblings for a little bit. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's Rahul Goel. He was the publisher for Equity Master for a long time. Yeah, no, he's made bank. Like again, and then I talked to somebody who's like 18, 19, like getting tons of clients. Rod has entered the studio. Oh. Hey, let's see. Doing taxes as a freelancer is legitimately the worst. Here, I'm going to add you to the stage, Rod. Hello. Are you trying to figure out your audio?
Does he even know he's in?
I don't know if he's in here.
All right, hold on. Sorry, I was fixing my headset.
Nice. So, if you want to make green screen work, there can't be any sort of like visuals on the sides. You have to adjust.
Oh yeah, sorry. It is just up because it's up. It's not up because I'm trying to.
You're just trying to block the dirty laundry and like the skeletons in your closet.
Exactly. Yeah, I've literally just walked into my house from the airport, and so I'm just here.
Well, dude, it is good to see you. Welcome to the last Whetstone stream. I've just been answering questions for the last hour and then like giving weird presentations about bukkake.
How did that even come up?
Well, this gentleman, Mr. Gibson, was talking about how, because I taught the concept of ikigai and how like marketers had sort of perverted that word, and then Steve mentioned bukkake in conjunction with that, and I said, well, that's been perverted by the West too, because Rod, as you know, bukkake means something very different in Japan.
Yes, yeah, it's not. It is splattery, but not in the way that we might think.
Yeah, it is just anything that's been splattered. That's it. That's what it means. That's what bukkake means.
Well, splash of
fun. I literally was walking by an ad on my way to the office like a month or two ago. It was for bukkake. You could go and for like 550 yen get some bukkake in there.
Oh, that's quite affordable.
Yeah, it's like
accessible.
Yeah, absolutely. It was like next to the Yoshinoya or something like that.
Yoshinoya, go straight from there into the bukkake. I have It's a great experience.
Exactly. So you could actually take your Yoshinoya and get it bukkake if you wanted.
Yeah. It's such a convenient country.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. And maybe that's one of the things that we have to learn about Japan, which is that like maybe hard times do create hard people. I don't know the quote.
Yeah, different definitions of hard.
Yeah, exactly. This person asks, do you think starting a full service marketing agency is worth the effort, or can you practically hold on. I literally have the stream up of all of our videos just so I can talk to people about the things that we've already talked about. All right, hold on. Over here. No, there we go. Look at this. Why I quit my successful copywriting agency at 40. This video right here is all the reasons why starting an agency is generally not a good idea. Like, there's a whole lot of reasons not to do it, and it has been sold as this like, hey, here's how to scale your income using other people's work, blah, 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 blah. And like, yeah, some people are able to do that.
It's hard.
It's hard. Anyway, let's see. How to write retargeting for local business ads or any techniques. Yes, the strategy for retargeting is go indirect on the first ad and then set up an automation so that the retargeting is way more direct and more offer driven. That's the strategy. Oh, you should Google it. Just go right now. Everybody should just Google this. But let's see. Rod, this one's for you. Oh, you're muted. There's no sound coming out.
That's a problem. So it wouldn't be furikake bukkake. You would bukkake the furikake. It's we're verbing it.
So strong men create hard men. That's the quote.
I think that holds true.
Let's see. I've seen your video about how to practice, but how good do you really think writing random stuff is? So I think writing random stuff is really good if your singular biggest problem is getting words on the page, overcoming anxiety, like getting past that initial inertia. Once you are consistently able to do that, then you need to start being focused. What's the best way to be focused? It's to write bullets. Oh, wait, hold on. I have this page up. Look at this. Bullets, the best type of copy for newbies to learn. Look at that. It's like we did a video about that. So write some bullets. There you go. Ooh. Rod, this is a question for us for sure.
Oh, man. I don't know about copywriting things, but one, and did we do a stream about this? I don't know. Maybe it was like a side tangent to the Las Vegas masterclass I did. But one really cool thing about going to other countries when you don't understand the language is that you just see stuff all over the place. And I feel like it makes it easier to notice like what the things are rather than the content. And so how this relates to copywriting is if you go to Japan, you're going to see billboards plastered all over the place in places where you might not typically see them in the US. And so rather than try to like break them down or like figure out what they're doing, just like take the time to notice stuff and notice where stuff is. And then think like, okay, well, if I'm seeing an ad on like the mat at the checkout counter of the Konbini, what is the sort of like analog for that in the US or whatever country you're in? I think once you start noticing like the different sorts of applications, it opens up your eyes a little bit to like how you could approach unintuitive marketing spaces in the US or wherever you are as well, without like the burden of like, oh my God, what is this saying? Or what's the thing they're using to like get people in, whatever. So yeah.
I would say in terms of nerdy copy things, do what Rod suggested. Though I actually just was talking to the copy chief at my business in Japan, the partners that I have there, and he was telling me that over the last year, me and Mark Ford have been really working on improving their promotions. And so even though they've only had one launch this year, which like for a direct response info publishing business is like, what? You only had one launch this year? What the fuck is wrong with you? they've still managed to increase revenue by like, it was like 40% or something like that. Like ridiculous growth. And he attributes it pretty much entirely to improvement on their promotional copy. They are now like the biggest and fastest growing division in like their larger conglomerate. And you know, what have they been doing? They've just been writing more like us. That's been their secret. And so in terms of like nerdy copy stuff, like I actually, you know, I do think that Japan is, I don't want to say unsophisticated when it comes to ads, but like, I mean, unsophisticated in like the Eugene Schwartz sense. Like they just haven't been exposed to as many like Western style appeals. And so it's interesting from like an almost like quaintness perspective, seeing old ads. But here's what Kaylee did the last time we were there that I thought was really cool. She was paying attention to ads, but from a design perspective.
Yeah.
Basically,
They're so busy.
I was going to say that one of the things that I had fun with was observing things that I could tell what it was, even though it was in a different language. And that told me the design was effective at communicating whatever it was. That, and also I just paid attention to typography and what I thought looked cool. And I took photos everywhere where I felt like I got inspiration. So.
Yeah.
Lots of negative space.
Yeah, that too. For anyone who goes to Japan specifically, if you take photos of stuff and tag me on Discord, I'm happy to translate for anybody at any time. Just because it's fun.
What does Futanari mean?
Maybe not those ads.
Not those ads. Just for the, what is it? The Comfort Girls. And yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is this really a show? No, it's not. I'm actually from the ad space and I've been learning copy to get better at it. I'm in bucket 2 right now, so kind of bad at copy. My strength lies in ads and technicals. I feel like learning copy would be good. Thoughts? Let me put it this way. If you can get good at ads and ad writing as a media buyer, yeah, you can make more money. Like you can definitely like be a one-stop shop for some businesses. But here's the thing that I know about media buying and ad writing and ad management. It's very barbell shaped, where it's like there's a whole, like if you're good at ads, okay, you have the basic enough level of skills that you're not going to blow up somebody's fucking account. Great. You know, we'll pay you a pittance and that's what you get. But if you can enter that genius bucket in terms of like media buying and ad management and marketing and funnel design, the technical side of things, and you really sort of like discover some things that people just don't know yet about the algorithms or the way that ads are served, or like who like what affinity segment might be a better pick for like some product or some niche. Those are the media buyers that make a ton of freaking money. You know, I've paid, I once was paying $20,000 a month for a media buyer who was like at that level. And I was happy to do it because that person had the goo. Like you want to have the goo. So why spend your time learning the copy when you could be learning if you have the goo or not? So that's just my opinion. But if you are passionate about learning copy and improving that, you know, more power to you. I don't think it's going to give you the outsized results that you're hoping for. But have I been wrong before? The answer to that is yes. Rod knows that full well. Kaylee knows that even better than Rod.
Oh, constantly wrong.
All the time. Rod, I was reviewing our discussion, Pitch Please version 2, because I'm planning the schedule for our content releases for 2026. And man, I love those conversations, but also like that format is literally appealing to all but 20 people. I love it. It was fun. I feel like, I don't know if we need to hone it in a little bit more, but like there's so much space to play with that. And I think just like having really common stuff and getting to argue like, oh, this versus that, I feel like it becomes less about the game show and more about like us just kind of giving our perspective on how we see stuff. And you know, anytime we just get to talk, it's nice. I want to do more of that in 2026. I owe my brother a visit, so I might swing by Portland and I'll bring my camera equipment.
Yeah, please do.
Is one Google Ads 8-hour course from the start of 2025, that is when it got updated, good enough for running quality Google Ads for most businesses? I would say let me put it this way. Like I was saying, Google Ads and Google Ad Management is very barbell shaped. You do not need to know a whole lot to reach that baseline level of ability to do media buying for the Google Ads platform. I logged back into Copy That's Google Ads account this morning to set up a new campaign. The interface was totally different. It took me all of 5 minutes to figure it out, set up a campaign, and now it's running. And then I'm going to optimize it over the next few weeks. I've never taken a Google Ads course. I read one book in like 2017, and that's it. So don't need to worry about that. Let's see. We're almost caught up with questions, and then we can move on to copy. Rejected from 2 copywriting internships, being the best applicant because I live too far from their office. It's life.
Sad.
Yeah.
Oh, I can answer this question. My hoodie says athletic department. Boom.
That was a layup, literally.
Easy. That was my contribution for the day. See ya.
Oh, this is a good one for you.
Rod, were you involved in that Love Letters to Runners 5-page New York spread Nike Today? Actually, I was. I wasn't the main person on it. I helped with some smaller research stuff around that. The guy who sits across me now was like the main strategist on that. But like, yes, I was involved. It was very, very cool. For people who are not familiar with this, after the New York Marathon, Nike took out like a huge 5-page ad in the New York Times, just like listing the names of all the participants in who ran the New York Marathon, just as like hey, you did a really hard thing, you're awesome. And so if you ran it, you basically got your name in the newspaper, and so it became this sort of like memorabilia collectible thing. Super cool work.
Here, let me. I think I have it. Oh, nope, that is not it. This is. I ran 26.2 miles, and all I got was my name in the paper.
Yeah, I love it. It's so good.
And like you see the names and copy. Oh, that's so good. Look at that. See, brand advertising does cool stuff every now and again.
Yeah, you just make people feel seen and they like you. It's great.
Yeah. See, and this is stuff also that like direct response can't really do. Though this actually, I actually think might be inspired by an old direct response ad. There was literally like an old sales letter. I want to say like from the 20s or 30s, where it had like the names of every single person who did a specific kind of thing, like listed, and it was like the competitors for this business, and it like listed them being like, hey, you can call any of those people, but when you're ready to get serious or like you solve this problem or whatever, you should call us.
That's cool.
Are you sawing something or chipping away at something?
I was for a second, and I realized it was obtrusive. So I had a white elephant at work, and I won a whole bunch of lottery scratch offs.
So you're just doing lotto scratch.
I've won $5 because I'm a degenerate gambler now, I guess.
I love it.
That's the. But back to the actual. Yeah. And it was. I didn't know that's what it was. Someone had a loaf of bread, and if you pick the loaf of, it's like one of those like you take one and you can kind of trade. And so I picked the loaf of bread, and it was literally like getting that bread because there was lottery tickets inside of it. So, yeah.
All right.
Because I do literally have an axe to grind with copy.
There you go.
Back to the piece you were talking about as like potential inspiration. I have no idea if they know about that, but that's a really, really cool concept because if you're naming your competitors, even if people don't know who you are, you can sort of like ride off the brand recognition that your other competitors have to get people engaged in reading your thing and then have that little cute turn on it. I love that.
Yeah, I'll see if I can dig that up and send it to you. But it's so interesting to me that like, because this happens in direct response too, but I've noticed that there are a lot of campaigns and ads that like come out of brand agencies and other things that like that are just like, hey, that reminds me of this like old ad from like 1942. And I'm like, wait a minute, the 21-year-old who wrote that at an ad agency probably has no historical knowledge of those ads.
No. Which is hilarious when you think about it.
Goes to show you. All right. So I think we're ready to move on to actually reviewing some copy. So the first thing that we're going to do is actually review a portfolio piece. If you guys know, for Black Friday 2025, we had a campaign. It was like literally get access to all of our courses before we close 2 of them. But then also, as a bonus, we will review one of your portfolios. We already did that a few, how should I say, streams ago for the first one. This is the second one. So let me just confirm and see if there's any context for this. Portfolio review. Treat it as if I just sent you this after outreaching to you for an opportunity in your brand, offer, business, and whatnot. Okay, so we have to look at this from the perspective of like, we are business owners and a copywriter just sent us this. Cold pitching.
Okay.
You need this double barrel money-making shotgun in your marketing. The equivalent is this young trilingual male down below. Wait.
I don't like the parenthetical.
So this double barrel shotgun is different from the young male. This thing is not this thing. All right, like, is this, you need this person, but then the equivalent is this person? Or is it saying that this, whatever this is called poor man's intrigue for a reason?
Yeah.
What does this mean? What the fuck is this saying?
I can intuit it, but it's not clear.
When it comes to cold outreach, it feels way too pitchy right away.
Yeah.
And I think most business owners it just sounds unbelievable.
Yeah. Depends on the business.
I mean, I think I definitely agree with Kaylee. Whenever you're writing something like this, you have to put yourself in the shoes of someone who's receiving it. And just imagine like you're sitting on a park bench somewhere and someone's like, hey, you look like you need a double barrel shotgun for your marketing. Is that going to be compelling? Is that going to sound realistic? Is that going to sound appropriate? Probably not in 99% of cases. And so if that's not, you need to think about, okay, if I'm just receiving a cold email or I'm getting whatever kind of cold outreach, what is the thing that's going to sound compelling but not sound like wildly off tone or unrealistic?
Yeah. What is this being inspired by? This is clearly inspired by like a lot of younger, I can see a little bit of like the younger crowd kind of copy in this. I see like a little bit of Ben Settle and Dan Throssell in this. And like that has its place in direct to consumer marketing or direct to professional services marketing. But like if you're pitching businesses, one of the first things that like you're immediately going to lose people on is that you've written this like broetry. You see what I mean?
Broetry.
Yeah, it's broetry. You know, I start talking, comma, yet you can't see him. Just write fucking sentences, you fucking noob. Like, come on. So, yeah, so that is in and of itself a problem. It's written like broetry, and that is going to immediately lose most of the people that you could possibly pitch. And you'll be like, but I wrote it like copy. No, you didn't. You wrote it like a moron. Stop it. God, I opened an email from Tom Stoic the other day, and it was written like this. And I was like, God damn, that man is a moron. Fuck. I probably shouldn't say that. Yeah, we have a little bit of 14-year-oldness in here, a little bit of edgelordness. Let's see. I could see if it said the shotgun money making marketing system for you.
But no one wants a system. No,
well, a lot of people want a system.
I think market, like if you wanted to go the double barrel money making shotgun, I think if you were more specific than marketing, it might actually help. I mean, I could be wrong, but I feel like if there's a specific area of marketing, then you can get away with the need more, or this, I should say. But because this is vague and also marketing is vague, it's saying a whole lot of.
Yeah, marketing is a really, really, really big thing that encompasses, depending on the business, like in person, online, like, and then 17 different types of online stuff. And so when you say I have a system for your marketing, anyone who actually does marketing to any degree of complexity is going to be like, ooh, man, that's a huge red flag. Like, tell me about like your PPC strategy. Tell me about your social media content management. Tell me about like any of those specific things. But when you're like, hey, I'm going to do marketing for you, and you do not immediately go into like what that means at a detailed level, I'm going to be like, ooh, do you even know what that means or what you're offering me?
Yeah. I'm reading on in this copy, and like, you turn around confused looking at this gentleman. I head nod right back at you, then I point at your screen because we see a shotgun in the distance. It's the same shotgun as that headline. What, this headline?
Yeah, I immediately.
So, I mean, I would have opened this and I would have immediately closed this. So the prompt was, treat it as if I just sent you this after outreaching to you for an opportunity in your brand, offer, business, and whatnot. And I would just close out of this immediately. Like, if you outreach to me, what I want to see are samples, like proof that you can write copy for my business. And I look at this and I clearly can see that you cannot write copy for my business, at least not at any level of competence. And so, there's some people asking in the chat, like, oh, what are your thoughts on Tom Stoke? I think he's a discount Ben Settle. There you go. I've been in this world long enough to know that I've seen people like Tom Stoic come and go. So, right now, what I'm seeing here on this page, I don't think is really working for me.
What is it going to? I'm just kind of curious what the flow is from here. So we have this like joke set up. Yeah, so like just scroll past a little bit more. I'm missing. Okay. It's like you're trying to be like long form charismatic in a medium where people notoriously do not spend much time or do not place a lot of granular attention on it. And so if we're in a conversation like face to face, this sort of thing might be interesting and might be compelling, but it just feels like if I got this, my immediate thing would be like, do you really expect that I'm going to read all of this? Because you're not getting to the point. I don't really know what what is specifically that you're offering. Like the jokes, like, why are you still here? Why aren't you looking at my portfolio and testimonial? Well, because you've written me this incredibly long email that I am now reading out of the kindness of my heart. But if you wanted me to see that stuff, why aren't you just putting that in front of me right now?
Yeah. I want to see the portfolio itself.
If you're going to have a really long opening like that, it has to be compelling enough to make who's ever reading it want to continue to read it. And jokes alone don't do that.
I have a question. This is iPhone stuff, right? Right here. And so when you open an iPhone, like a text message, and it's from somebody, their name appears at the top, right?
Yes.
So this person just screenshotted messages from himself. So this is Titus's portfolio, and this is a message from Titus, right? I'm reading this correctly, right?
Yes.
So all these testimonials are messages from himself about his own copy. I don't know. I don't use iPhones. I think Apple is an evil corporation. What's going on here?
It does kind of.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's just talking to himself.
Yeah.
Because
All
even
right.
like in the text of the client, it's like, call me tomorrow, TMMR at 6 a.m. And then the guy replies with tomorrow also at TMMR, which is an unusual way of saying tomorrow.
Also, the positive review is a little.
And stuff is just over the top. Like, because of you, I'm able to reach the financial goals I had for my business in my personal life too. I can provide even more for my family. We'll probably end up going on holiday in Italy too, Venice especially. That's a lot. Like a regular person wouldn't say that much to you.
Yeah, I don't think that's a real testimonial.
Mm-hmm.
All
Well,
right.
okay. But if this is a spec thing and you're like, okay, I am imagining the kind of testimonial I would get, like, and then you're kind of faking testimonials for like FPO for placement only. Okay, sure.
That was me and my client. He's a 9-figure clothing brand owner in the UK.
In the e-commerce world, it's a you know, for legal reasons, and also because I am joking again. Some of the jokes are not landing.
Yeah. And that's again like it's very Dan Throssell-y. And like Dan Throssell, I think if he saw that particular page, would rip it apart. All right, we got Titus's portfolio. So yeah, that's the key there. Dan Throssell is selling to fans of Dan Throssell. Like, and Dan Throssell himself is very inspired by like Laura Belgrade and Ben Settle, who like were true pioneers of that style. Like after Gary Halbert was the pioneer of that style. So like,
you have to be saying something when you're writing in that style. There has to be a cohesiveness. It can't just be jokes. And that's, I think, what was the problem with that. It's like the tone was there, but the sense wasn't.
Yeah, and I agree with what Philip is saying here. It's very easy to misfire when you're writing that style. It's like Dan Throssell put in the reps. Like he was, you know, Scott Pape's like top, you know, email copywriter and like I think landing page copywriter for what, 10 years or something like that, some number of years. Oh, hi Rod.
Oh no, what happened?
I don't know.
I did not mean to do that. Beautiful.
All right. So my first comment about the portfolio. I like how this is laid out so far. I think somebody's going to look at social media and be like, is this person young? Which is not what you want them to be thinking. And then let's look at the welcome vid. So quick tip for organizing portfolio this way. Do 0 hyphen welcome vid and then 1 hyphen websites. And then, you know, order these folders with a number so that you are controlling a person's experience of where you want them to look first.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. That means
15 minutes is a very long welcome video.
May peace be upon you in my religion, by the way, as you can tell from this long bid. But you may still be confused with what on earth is going on here. Let me explain. So I'm like the real version of that double barrel shotgun. And you don't know me, and I don't know you either. And you don't know what I can do for your business. Yeah.
So, Rod, do you have thoughts before I start talking?
Yeah. So I know that most people coming to this will be coming from some page, from something. And so the thought is that they're going to have context for what it is you're saying at the beginning of this. And so you're referencing that double barrel shotgun. But this, like, honestly, this should be able to stand alone. If anyone like opens this immediately, don't just go into an analogy that you've referenced somewhere else. You have to like re-explain the thing because you have no idea what someone's context for this can be. I'm still not clear on exactly what that double barrel shotgun is. Maybe there's some like UK colloquialism or something that clarifies that a bit. But lots of American potential clients you're going to have, I have no idea what that means. And so if you want to use that, you're going to have to like dive into it. I would also say, I don't think there's a point in opening on the religion, beard, appearance thing. Like given it sounds like you're from the UK, a lot of your audience is going to be English speaking. You do not look wild and crazy, and so you don't need to justify, explain. And that being the first thing you say sort of takes away from the reason that someone is opening the thing in the first place. I don't like, your religion is wonderful, but I'm not opening this because I care about your religion or I care about your beard. I'm opening this because I am curious enough about what you can do for me in a marketing sense that I want to learn more. And so opening on anything but that is immediately like demerit. I'm like, okay, that's like one strike towards me clicking off this page. I think we haven't even gone through it, but 15 minutes is going to be way too long.
Yeah.
If you want someone to, so like go like look at a whole bunch of other stuff. This should be like 3 minutes max, maybe 5 if you have some like super compelling shit you need to explain about some system, but like probably like 2 to 3 minutes. That's really like, hey, this is who I am. Or my name is Titus. I do marketing. I'm good at it. I got a whole bunch of cool stuff in here. Here's how to go through this stuff. Maybe you can, like, if you want to get fancy with editing, you can drop in some testimonials, some people's experiences, get people excited about working with you before they then go and see your stuff. But like, that's the only job this needs to do. This does not need to sell people on every single thing and say every single thing. Make it short, digestible, get them off the video into the piece of copy that are going to make them be like, oh, fuck, I wish I had this for my business. Nothing else.
Yeah. I want to look at some comments really quick. Yes, this guy should check out Leah's intro video, which was great, by the way. It needed some tightening in some spots, but it was very, very good. Yeah, and we helped Leah in a previous stream with like how to make the the copy, the actual video more you focused. Now, this Titus needs to do the exact same thing. It all needs to be you focused. Take a look at my beard. Listen to this greeting from my religion. Pay attention to my double barrel shotgun analogy. Like, it's all me focus. And if like we're 30 seconds in, and you have to think about the YouTube videos you watch. If you don't know if you're going to get any value whatsoever from the first 30 seconds of the YouTube video you watch, are any of you want to keep watching it?
Yeah. And one thing I'll say too, and this is super, super common, not even just among young people, but people who are new to speaking on camera. When you spend a lot of time just talking about nothing, it comes across like insecurity, anxiety, nervousness. And that is really unattractive if you're trying to get someone to hire you. And so when we say tighten it, it's not just so that like the density of information and quality is going up, though that is very important. It's also because it automatically makes you sound more competent, more confident, all of the things that we want in someone we hire. We want someone who knows how to like have a clear, concise message. We want someone who sounds like they know what they're doing. We want someone who doesn't stumble, who isn't wasting our time like saying all this erroneous stuff. And so like, you don't have to say everything, just say one thing, 1 to 2 things really, really well, and you can end the video. Like, take the pressure off yourself. Don't feel like you need to explain, justify, whatever. And that's a trap that even experienced people can fall into. And so like don't take that personally. This is like a all developmental thing, but just like really say the one thing, and that's all the pressure you need.
I would say your average business owner is incredibly busy. So they may not even make it through the first 30 seconds of that video. So it's like, yeah, if you're just saying you have no idea what I can do for your business. Yeah, I know. So make sure what you're saying in those first few seconds has the most value out of everything.
By the way, this is a lesson not just for Titus, but also for anybody who's doing cold outreach or putting together a portfolio. You have to, in your cold emails to a e-com like email agency team, you have to have samples that are relevant to the people you're reaching out to. Even if they're for a fake product, even if it's for like a spec piece, even if it's just for like you need to show that you can do the thing that they want to pay you to do. So super tailor your copy to the people you're pitching, please. Very important lesson.
Yep.
So let's look at this. All right. So we'll look at a couple of the emails, and then we'll look at a few Facebook ads, and then we'll just kind of get a sense of like, what can we do to help this person or improve their stuff. In terms of emails, I would probably make it more granular. Emails is a very broad category. The person who writes welcome sequences and like marketing sequences and hot list sequences is going to be a different copywriter than the person who writes lifts to promos or, for example, post-purchase follow-up sequences. Actually, normally that's done by the sequence people as well. All right, so yeah. So one of the things that is going to happen is people who want certain kinds of emails are going to be looking for certain kinds of emails. So a booking email sequence, put them under like welcome sequences or booking sequences, things like that. Just a small improvement piece of advice, and definitely make more samples in that work, in that line if you want. Let's see, this is a value daily email. It's a short one, so let's read it. Rod, subject line. Did you know most dog parents use the wrong equipment with their little ones?
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't open that.
Okay. So I would ask first, does this writer have pets? Because the way in which you write about things, I think, illuminates like what your understanding is of what that experience is like. I think the calling your pets little ones is kind of a meme joke, Facebook mom thing, kind of, but not how people generally like think about their pets. But also, like, if you have a dog, what kind of equipment do you use with your dog? Like, that phrasing is kind of strange. And so for context, I just got back from visiting my parents in Michigan. My mom has a 7-month-old puppy. She has lots of supplies for the puppy, like pee pads and all food and treats to train and blah, 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 blah. She would never refer to any of those things as equipment. And so I think if you want to write about stuff like this, you either need to have some experience with pets such that you can talk about that in a way that sounds human, or do some voice research. You know, go into communities where people talk about their pets. They talk about training their pets. They talk about whatever the context is in which you imagine people will be using your products, because they will just give you the language for free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's good advice. Also, bad news. Alex is still out and about with his family, and I don't know if he's going to be able to come on the stream. Womp womp. Yeah, the advice that I have for this is, like, I don't think this email is working. Like, just from a practical standpoint, most people are not going to read most of the subject line because it's too long. It's going to get cut off. You can, I'm trying to make room for you.
Oh, it's just...
Yeah, it's, again, you got to use the language. Little ones, like kids or dogs. I think this writer is trying to blur the lines between the two. Yeah, I think the email is about a sling, and that isn't said until about midway. Sorry for not zooming in. I apologize. Bad streaming etiquette. Yeah, so one thing that I'm noticing this writer doing right away is using a lot of referential language, this, they, things like that. And what I think that this writer is trying to do is use it to build intrigue and to create ambiguity. And I don't think this writer realizes that that's bad. That 99.9% of the time, that's actually very bad. And is just a sort of hallmark and a signal of bad writing. And that specifics are the things that build intrigue. Whereas these little function words don't. So one of the things that, oh, sorry, Rod.
Yeah, and I think I agree with the general point. I would also add that when you rely on referentials in that way, you have to be super careful about what they're semantically doing. Because the first sentence is backpacks, Bjorns, and strollers. Then you say, they are like your kids, but that is referring to the thing you just said. And so you're saying that the backpacks and strollers are like your kids, but they aren't shaped that way. And I would certainly hope so. But that is happening because you're using they instead of saying your dogs, your puppies, your whatever animals. And so for all the reasons Sean said, like, yes, avoid doing that because that sort of ambiguity is not actually that intriguing. But also it can lead to situations where it then becomes confusing.
Yeah. They are like your kids. Backpacks are like your kids. But I'm assuming that they means pets in this particular instance. But then these are referring to that. Yeah. Confusing.
Or like when you stack them. So it's like they are like your kids. So the backpacks are like your kids, but they aren't shaped that way. Is the second they referring to the kids or the backpacks? And then then we get into these and then preventing them.
Yeah. It's confusing. Cut. Leah has a good suggestion. Maybe start with a quote. My 16-year-old Shih Tzu can't keep up with others anymore, but now he joins every walk and is so happy.
That's a much better place.
Yeah, start there. Especially for e-com emails, like you can be so direct because guess what? People who love their dogs and love carrying them around will want something like this. You just have to give them a reason to buy it. So
yeah, I think a big thing too is just the matching here because it feels like you wrote this headline first or the subject line first, and then you wrote the email. But if you wrote the email first and then you wrote the subject line, you would never use this subject line with this email because what you're talking about is like being able to take your dog on walks and blah, 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 blah. And like, it's not about using the wrong equipment. It's about giving your dog the ability to accompany you on walks again and the joy of being able to do that. And it's, yeah.
All very good advice. Let's jump into the other email, the welcome sequence. So the reader is going to be business owners struggling and stressing over their finances who are middle-aged and British. All my business finance struggles and problems can be solved by this accounting firm. Offer accounting services for small to medium-sized enterprises in the UK. To emotionally be compelled, you want to read the upcoming ones for free value. Oh boy. Let's try to make our way through the first welcome one. So headline, so subject line. Like Rebecca, you finally made the right choice.
Okay. I could love that subject line. Because you were making the point before, specificity is intriguing. And so if you say, like Rebecca, you've made the right choice, and then you go into the email talking about some Rebecca that has made some choice that has been transformational, blah, 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 is interesting. You're building intrigue through that. That could be really cool. I have no idea if he does this, but.
Yeah, I'm skeptical already.
Yeah, but yeah.
And I'm confused. Like, this is the headline, but then this says this is the subject line. I'm confused. You know that
it's
feeling
probably,
when you...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I was going to say, it probably is just supposed to be the body copy.
Right.
I feel like the like Rebecca might work better for the second email in the gauntlet rather than the first one. Because if it's the welcome email, you might not catch that as being a welcome email.
Yeah.
It should be like a confirmation type thing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for signing up for X, Y, and Z. Well, I mean, that's pretty vanilla, but.
So, hey, Rod, you know that feeling when you think this is good enough when doing something, no punctuation, and instead push yourself further to try to perfect it? That's exactly what you did when you booked this health check. It feels astonishing, and you're in excellent company. Rebecca from DCI Refrigeration felt the same way. She was drowning in numerous databases, spreadsheets, and standalone software programs that created chaos instead of clarity. Here's what she told us after we transformed her business. This. But here's what, makes this different from every other free consultation you've been through. Wait, free consultation. Book this health check.
Did the health check? That's weird. I was like, wait, is this
free consultation? Rod, what's happening?
I think if you said you booked this accounting health check, this could feel coherent. But the phrase health check feels off because it does sound like a medical thing. And maybe in the UK, health check is a generic term for any sort of check-in about any sort of thing, such that this would feel coherent if Alex were here. But for an American audience, it does feel disjointed.
So this is a little bit of I had to learn this the hard way. I pride myself in my ability to write well. It is a thing that I'm a little bit arrogant about. But when I first started my career as a sales copywriter, I had to be humbled because I learned in high school? Was it high school, middle school? That when you were trying to write, you are supposed to refer to things using different words to express the same idea. So, for example, when you book this health check and other free consultation, I'm intuiting that this is the same thing. Rob, would you agree? Kaylee, would you agree?
Yeah.
If you know, right?
I hope so.
Right. Okay. So here's the problem with that. People, when they read things on the internet, their IQ drops by 50 points. They are not paying attention. They are not doing the mental work to be like, oh, that thing is also referring to the same thing, and then connecting the dots. If you were going to call a thing, you have to keep calling it the same thing the whole piece of copy. Every single piece of copy I have written since I started doing that has done better than when I was trying to be fancy and add variety to my lexicon. No. I had to be completely humbled. And I had to learn that if you are trying to switch up what you're referring to things as, you're going to confuse people. Because when people are on the internet, their IQ drops by 50 points.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know if this is working for me. So I would say that this has to kind of go back to basics, and like with the other email, we would need to see a revision of that. Like, I think a redo is in order. Yeah. I mean, listen, AI has that trope because of how cliche it was in human writing.
Yeah.
So remember that. Anyway.
Yeah. Actually, I think some of the stuff he's doing here is like correct and useful. Like we're going to use an example of the transformation we did for someone else, and here's how we did it, blah, 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 blah. Like some of the mechanics here are not unsalvageable. I just feel like the opening is structured and executed in a way that makes it tough to get there.
Yeah. One thing I want you to know, though, after doing hundreds of these health checks, I can usually spot the biggest inefficiency within the first 10 minutes. The question isn't whether we'll find something, it's whether you're ready to see exactly how much time and money has been slipping through the cracks. Like, again, I don't think I've complimented this person so far, but I do want to compliment this person. This person does have an intuitive sense of like writing for their audience and like writing emotionally and like being attentive of the things and the outcomes that people want. Problem is that it's buried and it's in all the wrong spots. So I want to jump to a different part of the portfolio. Rod, what do you want to look at next? I can look at one more piece, but generally speaking, right now I'm like Nero with that.
Why is it Facebook ads?
Let's do a Facebook ad.
Facebook ad. Okay.
Yeah. So, okay, this is another pet script.
warning. Hello, Titus. We have been going through your portfolio. We have some thoughts. Some of the stuff you do need to go back to the drawing board on, and some stuff that you're going to have to revise and retool. Not a problem. But one thing, Titus, I would recommend is if you can scroll up in the chat, because there have been a lot of great suggestions from folks about what to do, how to do it better. And then we had some thoughts on everything. So you can rewind and catch up with that. Oh,
Yeah.
We're doing a new VSL. All right. Warning. We'll see if we can get. We'll have different thoughts on that by the time we end this. All right. Warning. Your puppy will adore you forever and beg to come outside with you every single day. Most dog parents use the wrong things: backpacks, Bjorns, and strollers. I'm confused. So, okay. I'm guessing, okay, this is the angle. This is the thing. So, Titus.
All right.
Gotta go? All right.
I'll come back.
Sounds good, baby. All right. Rod, if you were handed this and you saw this, like, would you immediately understand what this was for, how it was written, and you would understand, like, immediately just dropped in, like, what we're going to say?
No.
Right. I want to, Titus, I want to show you something. So let's say, I'm going to do this. All right. Let's say that I need to sell a baby Bjorn, but for dogs. They're not dogs, they're dogs. All right. First thing. So phrase, add, batch 1, target, and then you put your target, and then you provide some contextual information up here. And then here's my suggestion, and here's what I recommend everybody do when they write Facebook ads. They do it in 2 columns. This is the copy, and these are the visuals. So, Rod, what's a great hook for a baby Bjorn for a small dog?
Okay, first, can you also say, literally write what the product is as well?
Yeah.
This,
the contextual information. So target.
Yeah, just be very clear
Product.
for everyone in the audience. Like when you say that, or when we say that, we also mean like literally tell us what the thing is you're trying to sell in here, because so many of these companies will sell multiple things. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll do reverse psychology.
Never leave your baby hanging by
Here's
leaving.
why you shouldn't buy this. Here's what we'll do. This is a common one. This one's winning right now. So if any of you like watch as many Instagram ads as I do, here's why you'll never want to buy another phrase dog baby Bjorn again. And then show woman throwing Bjorn in the trash with a red X over the screen. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what the product is, so I'm just sort of, yeah. So there's a lot that's missing here. So again, and this is the hook. And so one of the things that you can do is you can write several hooks up at the top here, and you can organize it. So insert row above, and then do format, and then how do you merge shit? This is not Microsoft Word. I hate it. Where's the oh, it's, you have to right click and then merge cells. Okay. Hooks. There we go. And boom. And then merge this. Merge. Body copy. And you can do 3, 5, 17 different hooks for your ad, doing both the copy and the visuals over here on this side. And then each one of these would be filmed and recorded separately and organized and edited separately, and then strung on to, like, this would connect to this would connect to this, and so on and so forth. And then your body, if we're going with the reverse psychology angle, Rod, here's why you'll never want to buy another phrased dog baby Bjorn again. Just hate how comfortable your dog is nuzzled against your body.
Yeah. I mean, there's also the very literal, your dog will never want to get down, and you'll hate that because you'll have to carry your dog forever.
1.
They'll never walk again.
2. Your dog will never want to walk on their own again because they love you so much.
Oh.
Oh, show a woman throwing Bjorn in the trash with a red X over the screen.
Yeah. So, hey, it's so cute and it's so ridiculous. So again, that's your inspiration for that right there. It's like a dog hole. It's a little puppy sling. So there's training on all this stuff. If you are a Black Friday bundle buyer, as you are, Titus, we literally teach you how to do this, and also how to come up with a bunch of ideas and angles as well. So the thing that you want to do is you really want to study not only the copy itself, but also the visuals that go along with it. With Facebook ads in particular, each line has to be so punchy. And you want to structure it in a way that a person can not only understand the copy, but also understand what they will see on the screen. Mm-hmm. That's important for the person who's going to be editing and turning your copy from copy into a video. So, for having your baby pup in. 2, 3. You won't get attention from angry shop owners anymore when they yell at you for walking your dog in the shop. Something like that. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out there. Again, what you want to do, it's hook, body, close. So hook, you're getting attention. Body, you're cultivating and you're channeling that attention. And ideally doing a variety of things, either building intrigue or showing benefits or, what is this doing? It's, in a reverse psychology way, showing you the benefit of the freaking baby Bjorn for your dog. It's so comfortable. It's not saying these baby Bjorns are super comfortable. No, it's going about it in a lateral, roundabout way. And that is good copy because it gets into a person's brain and sort of sits there like a benign tumor. So this, it's just not really working for me. Sorry, wrong ads. All right. So this can be fixed with the right items. This is a sling designed to meet your dog's innate needs. Make your puppy just like a little toddler with this. That's just not landing for me.
Yeah, little toddler. Huh. Have you had a toddler?
Have you had a toddler?
I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure that's laughing.
That's a real ass reaction right there. That was like, you should charge $1,000 for that comment. Talk about audience research.
Who knows? She knows.
He knows.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mostly just neglect my children. All right.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say, there's a larger point to be made there about that, where, I think when we write about things, we are aware of the way in which people tend to write about things. And so there's a pressure that you have, particularly as a newer copywriter, to write about things in the way that you know that people write about the thing. And so we're talking about pets. Okay, now we have to talk about them like babies because there's some segment of the internet that is so taken with their tiny little puppies that they talk about them like that. Two things you have to realize. One, not everyone is like that. I used to have a 90-pound pit mastiff mix. I did not talk about him like a toddler because he was not. He would try to eat toddlers. Two, when you limit yourself to writing in that way, I think you can actually artificially like cramp your ability to write well. And so we saw in a lot of your examples, like you could do the thing, but you're trying to force it into like the square peg into the circle hole of how you think you're supposed to write about it. And so there are plenty of angles and ways to write about that exact same thing that are not so cliche. If you just don't force yourself to write about them in a cliche way. And so Sean was just coming up like with hooks that are in that same vein, but you could write some like unhinged stuff about like backpacking your dog or like what you can do or like what that opens up for you. There's so many ways to look at that if you just kind of release yourself from the confines of how you think you're supposed to talk about it. So like, you know, I would say that like you can write. There were sections where we saw that, but you felt like, oh, I just have to throw in this thing about a toddler. Or I have to talk about your little ones. And like, it just comes across as awkward because it doesn't, like, I don't believe that that's how you would talk about it if you were just talking to a friend about it. So. No.
I think pet owners refer to their pets as babies, not comparing them to babies, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
there's a difference in language meaning.
Yeah, and Paula has a really, really good point about the Facebook ads, which is that, like, you know, especially for creative strategy, which is like the hot ticket item right now, which, like, you know, okay, anytime I see something become overly popular, I go like, okay, that's going to be saturated soon. And like, I would make more money going elsewhere where people aren't going. But, you know, people are the way that they are. Copy wouldn't work on people if they behaved sanely. But Paula makes a very good point, which is that, like, writing the way that I showed you just now how to write shows that you can be a team player, that you're not just like spewing words, you know, doing a bukkake with your words on the page. You want to make sure that you can play well with the team, because that's what a business owner is going to be looking for. They're going to be looking for competence, your ability to hang and to work with other people, to work with other departments, to instruct people, to bring your ideas into reality. And the problem that I'm having with a lot of your copy right now that I've seen, Titus, is that I think that there's a competence that needs to be cultivated a little bit more. That you are on the right track. You have a lot of some of the basic tropes there, but there wasn't one piece of copy where I looked at it and said, yes, I would hire this person. So that's something that you got to work on, you know, and rework some of these pieces and put your best foot forward. Like, again, no VSL for yourself is going to move the needle for me if I look at one of your pieces of copy and go, no. So I really appreciate the fact that what you just said in the chat was like, this is the first time that you've ever gotten real feedback. And that's what these streams were all about. And that's why we massively undercharge for them for the last 3 years.
I think that's a really excellent attitude to have about it too, because some people might be turned off like, oh, you said all these negative things about the work that I did. It's a very vulnerable place to be. And so the fact that you're getting all this feedback and you've put the effort in attempting like creating a spec portfolio is really good. And if you keep that attitude, the only way is up.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Well, also, Paula has a great template that they use for e-com emails. They also, I know from her and from other people that she works with, like, they use the sort of box and frame, sort of like wireframing emails in Google Docs as well. And so that's something that you can learn from, but that's less important than like really dialing in the copy and like really dialing in the persuasion, the voice, IVOC data, understanding your prospect that you're writing to. So
let me say too. Okay.
The only way to learn from this would to have been purely roasted. I'm not trying to be funny to others. Like I'm trying to be honest and teach. But Rod, what were you going to say? I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess on the roasting thing, it's like let's make it clear too. It's funny because I think we've all gone through this, or we've all seen this before. It's not funny because you uniquely suck or anything like that. No one's laughing at you. It's just so recognizable, and it's a thing that every copywriter has to go through. So, like, if there's even that one small percent of you that feels bad about it, please don't, because no one's laughing at you. Two other things. So we didn't talk about this because it's not really important for where your copy's at now. But when you're putting together your portfolio, do keep in mind that sort of professionalism thing. And so when you have sentences that aren't capitalized or you're missing periods and stuff like that, we're telling you to revise the whole thing, so we don't really care about that. But when you're sending stuff to people, those sorts of small, like that attention to detail does matter a lot. And so as you're revising, do put in that extra little bit of attention and focus to make sure all that stuff is on point, because people will judge you for it. And then just to piggyback off what Sean was saying on the being a good team player thing, I think the spirit of being a good team player is important, but also in a very literal sense, when you are that type of person who can do that, you are increasing the value that whatever owner is getting from other people. And so you're making other people more valuable, which then means that you're like, the value that you're bringing to the team inherently is like much, much higher. So it's not just about, oh, we're all friends and we're all nice to each other. It's you are literally making the business more profitable by making people faster, making their jobs more efficient. And so like, that's why that is literally so important.
I agree with everything that he said. One thing that I want to take what Rod said and brought it into a bigger lesson about copywriting grammar, because there's a lot of people, I don't want to name the gurus. I've already done that a little bit too much today, but there are a number of gurus. They are all under the age of 30. Some of them are under the age of 25, and they will say things like, writing doesn't matter, grammar doesn't matter, stuff like that. And I want to relate it back to what I was saying to Maria earlier about cliches. There's going to be a number of people out there oh no, I want this. No, I don't want that. I want. God damn it. No. There's going to be a number of people out there, clients in the world, and you have to think about the people. All the clients, this is a circle with all the clients in the world. And there's going to be, in that circle, all of them. And there's going to be the clients who care about grammar, and then within that circle is a smaller group of clients who don't care about grammar. It's true that in copywriting, the occasional typo, the occasional solecism, the occasional misspelling, you can get away with it. And in very rare circumstances, like, for example, if you're writing broetry to people who want to buy from people who write broetry, writing in that way is actually sort of like, hey, look at me. I do my outreach on Instagram DM, and also like, I will unironically make fun of people who are trapped in the Matrix. Like, there's those people. That is a smaller pool than the larger pool of clients that are out there. Now, do you, as a copywriter or a marketer, want to limit yourself to a smaller fraction of the number of clients you can potentially get? Obviously, the answer is no. Is good grammar going to appeal to the whole pool? Yes, because obviously it doesn't matter to some people. And there's an even smaller pocket of people for whom grammar is like the antithesis and everything should be grammatically incorrect. And those are people that you do not want to write for. So you maximize your chances of getting the most clients if you actually dial in your grammar, your spelling, your punctuation.
Mm-hmm.
And what I was trying to say just now, if you're trying to niche down to the don't care about grammar group, good grammar will appeal to them too, because they don't care if it's good or bad.
And like, when there are people who actively don't like grammar, they're lying to you. What they don't like is a very polished whatever sort of thing. But even if we're talking like we're out like on our 6-7 game all day long, like we're not, like there is still a logic to that syntax. And so it's still grammar, it's just a different set of grammar rules. And so like, don't like when someone's like, oh, don't have grammar, that's not true. It's just, you know, different set of rules they're playing with. So you still need to understand how to do that, but it's still grammatical.
Yeah. One thing that I will say too is no, Rod, I think you dropped the mic. I'm not gonna yes and that. That was perfect. This person, I saw the way you write, Sean. I understand it easily, even though I'm not native. Yeah, good copy is easy to understand. It has to be understood by a mass audience. You have to be able to write for. I will say this: like, there are going to be some people who balk when they see an email written and they use the word "whom" correctly, you know, to refer to the object of a sentence. There's easy ways to fix that. Like, for example, when I'm writing, do I use "whom" in my writing? No. Fuck no. I'll use it in my speech because it's fun to sound prim and proper, like a pedantic asshole. But anyway, can we give advice to non-native writers? Yeah, handwrite copy, consume a lot of media, read a lot of books, and really like break down those sentences. Anyway, so let's move on to another piece of copy. And before we move on, how was that? Do we feel like we gave Titus enough to work with?
It was good. I was also going to mention the previous live stream we did with Caroline. She dropped a lot of good knowledge for non-native speakers because she was a non-native speaker. And she came here and learned. So go check out that live stream because there's like at least, what was she talking for, like 30, 45 minutes? Just all about that.
This one, the second to last Whetstone stream, we had in our house the copywriter who gave me my first copywriting assignment ever. She's now a very good friend of our family. And she was staying with us for the holidays, and English is her third language. She writes copy in her third language. She started writing copy in German in Germany. And so if you want advice for writing copy, not only as English as a second language, but as a third language or whatever, she's literally somebody that you want to listen to. And she literally revealed all of her secrets in that stream. Super cool. Anyway, so the new VSL, the second chance maybe, what I was saying before about your portfolio was that there are more fundamentals. Your VSL is not going to sell you. You need to go improve your email copy, your Facebook ad copy, your other copy. First and foremost.
And we also gave a lot, like we watched the first part of the original VSL and had like a lot of critiques on there. And so I wouldn't be opposed to watching the first 30 seconds of this one, but like, all right. I think the stuff we were criticizing is so fundamental that it's not going to move the needle much in terms of our appraisal.
One of the things that I often say is if you are ever critiquing copy, the first thing that you should do is say, listen, I'm going to read as far as your reader will. The moment I see one problem, I'm going to stop reading because your reader is not going to be generous or charitable with you at all. I usually do that until I see like 2 or 3 things and then I stop because then I'll have stuff to talk about on these streams that we're not going to be doing anymore. So I will watch until I notice something that...
Gucci, Assalamualaikum. That means may peace be upon you. In our religion, by the way, as you can tell from this long bit. But
Rod,
no one cares about your religion, or no one is watching this because they care about the religion. I think you can lead with the greeting, but you don't need to explain and justify it. You can just move on. Also, we're getting really strategic about it. If your audience are people who are Muslim or who would appreciate that sort of cultural knowledge in terms of who they're working with as like a vendor or for who their audience might be, saying that at the beginning of your copy is a great way to signal that you carry that context and that ability with you. And so that could be really cool depending on who your audience is. But if that's your audience, you don't then need to explain the beard or that's your religion. it goes without saying that is why you are saying that. And so in that case, don't say that. Just move on to the point, which is your copywriting, marketing, whatever skills. If that is not your audience, then there is no point in saying it, because, you know, in the UK, in the US, probably in most of Western Europe, where I imagine most English-speaking audiences are going to be, people understand what Islam is, and it's common enough that, you know, people with long beards are you don't need an explanation for why you might be doing that. We have plenty of people with long beards in the US who are not Muslim, and no one asks them why their beard is so long. And so it's beside the point of why people are clicking your video. And so you don't need to say it. And everything you say that is not relevant to why I am clicking the video is like one more step out the door that I'm taking towards that little X button that means I'm not watching the rest of your video.
The thing is, people have prejudices.
So,
but it sucks to say that, but it's true. So
You have to speak louder.
Oh, I was saying people have prejudices, and it sucks to say that, but it's true. So giving anybody a reason to glom on and hate, which it feels nasty saying that, but yeah,
Unfortunate reality.
yeah.
Yeah, and I think like that's why, like, I think it goes both ways. And so like if your audience are other Muslims, then like yes, do that. But like if this is just your general intro and you think that your audience is mostly not going to be Muslim, and you think that your audience might have prejudice or whatever, or it's not going to, like, not even not a president, if you don't think it's going to be a bonus, you shouldn't lead with it. Don't say anything neutral, because neutral stuff is not positive, which means it wasn't worth saying.
We've been talking for minutes about the first 6 seconds.
One thing though, I will say that the confidence comes off a lot more in this video than it did in the other. The camera presence is far better than the original. So
yeah, the red shades are giving a very certain generation to me, and so, you know, if your target audience skews younger, sure. If you're trying to talk to like 40-year-olds, lose them, but they definitely do give you more presence. So just
it's giving Gen Z.
It's giving Gen Z.
I think you might be able to get away with the red shades even if you're talking to an older audience. It depends who.
That's not a needle mover.
Anyway.
More of a needle mover is being you focused within the first 5 seconds, and then again within the first 30 seconds.
I know you may be like, what on earth is going on here? Who is this guy? And I know
All right, we're loading.
you're also here because you want to increase your business's conversions, or convert the amount of leads that come into your business. That's where this double barrel money-making shotgun comes in. So I'm Titus, and I'm a psychology action-based marketer and copywriter. And I would basically consider myself the human version of that weapon, basically.
This is much better.
It's much better. I'm still not sold on the double barrel shotgun.
It's an all-arounder shotgun, which can cover various distances, like your emails, multiple campaigns, automations, managing your list, for example. That's just the email side, but also your whole website on Shopify, including the long technical side behind it. Then say your ads, for example, on Facebook, Meta, and also your social media accounts like Instagram, TikTok.
I think if I were to try to market myself as a generalist, which I have not done in longer than some of you have been alive, I agree with Adam in the chat. Oh, we froze. That's not good. There we go. I personally think the buzzwords make it confusing. Yes, action-based is better. If I were to try to market myself as a generalist, I would actually, in the message, the video message that I record, is actually say, like, if you are watching this, it means that I have purposefully gone out of my way to try to pitch your business on these services because I know something about your business. I know that you probably have a small team. I know that you have these assets, an email list of this, of this, of this. In fact, I don't even bother to try to reach out to businesses that don't need my services, because my services is specifically designed to help and benefit small business owners like you. Again, why am I doing that? It's more targeted, more you focused. I'm putting the focus on you. I'm also addressing the fact that, like, yeah, I did just cold pitch you. Like, I literally looked up information about you and I learned some things about you so that I could sell my services to you. I'm doing it because I think I can do a good job for you. There's that. And then third thing is that overcomes one of the nascent objections that people have to generalists, which is, well, if you're good at everything, doesn't that mean that you're just sort of bad at everything?
The other thing I would say about this presentation, you left in areas where you were skipping over your words or stumbling over your words a little bit. And so I would just make sure that you have it really dialed in, because any of that is going to leave your viewer not confident in your abilities to fine tune and polish things the way they would want their assets and creative or copy to be polished. So
No.
I do like that you have subtitles. I think that's great. It makes it easy for people to see what you're saying. But yes, that's.
Yeah. You have to also understand, like, and just on my third point there, when you are marketing yourself as a generalist, which I think everybody should do earlier in their career, you are going up against people who are marketing themselves as a scalpel. When I go in, I specifically, this is my backup plan for if like copy that fails and all my businesses fail and like every venture that I have just like blows up and dies. I'm going to pitch myself as a freelancer and as an agency owner, specifically who focuses on long form direct response webinar and event launches for new products. Like literally, that is what I am best at. That is, I put all of my fucking genius points, my skill allocation points into that bucket for years. And I would rank myself as one of probably the 10 best people in the world at that. But it's also so very niche. It's, okay. The market is 15 people wide, so that's not saying much. That's a joke. And so what I would be doing there is like, you know, your business that's launching info products and you're not doing it the way that is optimized, that works best based on best practices. I've spent this many years honing and perfecting these best practices for this particular kind of thing, this particular kind of launch. Listen, when you have an emergency, you go to the emergency room and you see a general physician. When you have a brain tumor, you go to a specialist. I'm your specialist. And so that is how I market myself. Now, that's going to be persuasive to the people that have these kinds of launches, that do these kinds of launches. For you, because you're a generalist, you have to approach it with a different way. You have to approach it by literally identifying the fact that why they would need a generalist and not a specialist. For a small business to hire me, it would be a waste of money. Their list is too small, their ad budget is too small, and they're just going to blow $50,000 on my fees to launch something that isn't going to deliver the return on investment that they want. You, Titus, are different. You have the potential to be a really good investment because for a fraction of the cost that it would take to hire all these different people, you can, for one fee, be that for a business. That is a major selling point. So lean into it. All right, we've spent an hour on Titus's portfolio. I think we can move on. Rod, is there anything else that you want to say?
Nope.
All right.
We're done.
That's the kind of service you get when you buy our Black Friday bundles. Or when you join the Inner Circle, link in the description below. By the way, Rod, do you want to head up some of those copy calls? We're going to start doing with the Inner Circle copy calls, like starting on January 6th.
Yeah, I can do that. And scheduling, we'll have to talk about what time those are at, but
I think we're gonna this time around. We're gonna do on Wednesdays, but we're gonna try to like move the time around based on like where people are or what people vote on,
Okay.
so that it's like more like the most convenient for all of us.
Okay, cool. Like I wouldn't mind waking up at like 6 a.m. my time to like do them, but it's harder when it's like in the middle of the day.
For sure. Hey, there you go.
day.
Leah, I think is in the inner circle, and so yeah, I definitely like. Another thing too, Rod, just so you know, with the inner circle, because one of the biggest limiters on us in previous iterations of our back end is scalability. Like we could only take 20 people, and even that was stretching it. So what we're going to do is for every 10 people that we get into the inner circle, book for at least 3 months, I'm going to hire a copy coach like Caroline or like Oren or other people to come in and like not only lead sessions, but also like, provide other materials, provide ongoing like question and answer support and other advice and things like that. So,
yeah, I think that's great. Obviously, we have such a wide breadth of experience and expertise, and we're the best ever. But it's so great when we can bring in other people who are similarly excellent and have different sets of expertise and stuff like that, just to like kind of add to the value that people are getting.
Yeah, I'm really focused on trying to make that happen, on making like the inner circle be the best of these programs as possible. Like I want people to get their money worth is what I'm trying to say.
I like when people get their money's worth. I like when people get more than their money's worth, which we've done well at, to our own detriment.
To our own detriment. And that is why we're ending the Whetstone streams. It's ongoing. So I actually think an email just went out to the list today. I'm not positive on that, but we are still gathering people for the wait list. And then I think we're going to do one or two more emails to the list before the 6th. So yeah, I'm looking forward to helping you out, Leah. It's going to be fun. In DMs, or in the inner circle chat, let me know a few more of the details. Okay, we need to move on and read other copy. This is an offer for a 5-minute Pilates class. The audience is postpartum moms at least 6 weeks after birth. Something I actually have experience writing for. Oh my God, I'm excited. And something you have experience buying for.
Just experiencing. Yeah.
Just experience. All right. Awareness level. Problem aware to solution aware. They may have heard about Pilates, but don't yet realize it will help them with their specific postpartum problems. Okay, love that. This is good context, by the way. Main desires. Regain pre-pregnancy energy levels, restore core strength and tightness, relieve back pain. I can already tell you right now, and I've proven this out. I have the experience. One of the main desires that you have to and must leverage, and this is a deeper desire, a deeper benefit that you have to leverage when you write this kind of copy, specifically for women, either in pregnancy or after pregnancy. When you are pregnant, I'm about to mansplain pregnancy in front of a woman who's had 3 children.
Yes, do tell.
When women are pregnant, one of the big anxieties that kick in around the 3rd trimester area is paranoia about losing control and function of your body, specifically in an aesthetic way. What do I mean by that?
I knew it. Yeah.
Women in their 3rd trimester feel like a fucking house. They feel awful most of the time. And postpartum, after giving birth, you're tore up. You are within like a huge recovery period that lasts weeks, if not months. You, in your 3rd trimester, literally feel like you're a character from one of the Alien movies, carrying something around. You feel like you've lost agency and control of your body and how it looks. And a lot of women feel bad about that. Not all of them, but a lot of them. There is a combination of emotions that are happening. That some are hormonal, some are practical and like real, which is that like you don't have agency over your body anymore. You're literally carrying a parasite. It's completely true. Yeah. Is a man talking about pregnancy right now? Yes, I'm absolutely mansplaining pregnancy to the other men. Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
I know, that's how I feel. I'm like, listen.
Yeah, for relaxation
do tell
consultant.
me how pregnancy feels.
No, absolutely. With 3 young adults. No, so and this around the 3rd trimester.
Yeah, exactly. You know.
Yeah. No, what I'm talking about is the fact that women
I like yanking your chain.
profoundly go through major changes to their body in that 3-month run up and the 3 months after.
Roasting you.
Guys, I have experience with this. I know that women exist.
Please keep it coming. This is very entertaining.
It's so good. It's so good. Oh, I'm crying. Anyway, so guys, if you're ever trying to sell fitness programs to women, one of the things that you ought to lean into is the fact that women are people and they have feelings and they are going through major changes to their body that you should be sensitive to. This is a major This is a major thing and traumatic thing that has happened, not only pre-pregnancy, all the anxieties that arise up during then, but also like following pregnancy. Then there's also the lack of sleep that happens. There's so much. I'm going to start a podcast, The Truth About Pregnancy, but it's only going to be men. Only men are allowed.
I volunteer.
Absolutely. Women have feelings and squishy bits, and you have to be sensitive to them.
Do I want pregnancy?
Yes. Oh, God. Again, crying. So, anyway. I don't even want to ask your opinion. I stuck that. Nailed it. Fucking Steph Curry over here. Fucking drop that shit.
Half court.
Oh God.
Oh my God. Anyway, also advice, men, if you're trying to sell to women, never talk to a woman. Only listen to me.
You've done a great job so far. I don't know why we need a woman's opinion here.
All right, Kaylee. Please, yes, and everything that I just said.
Okay, 3rd trimester, body dysmorphia, that happens way earlier than 3rd trimester. Most women feel awful throughout their whole entire pregnancy. Say, oh, it gets better in the 2nd trimester. That's the cliche that everybody thinks, but in my experience, that just is not the case. As far as these desires go, they're not, like, it's not necessarily wrong, but I don't think it's the main thing that people are really worried about. The back pain, maybe, but that also varies from person to person. Some women experience that, some women don't.
Yeah.
The core strength is definitely a big thing. If you have people that are already into fitness prior to pregnancy, this is going to be easier to sell to them. They're going to be more apt to already, I don't know. I feel like Sean knows more about this. It's true. what do I know? The fact that this is 5 minutes, maybe, I think most people postpartum don't want to work out. And so you really have to find interesting ways to make it easy for them. Because regaining pre-pregnancy energy levels is just not realistic, especially if you're a first-time mom and you're not sleeping.
Yep.
And so I don't think that's a desire, but it's not a good expectation to set, I think. So I would kind of stew on this more as far as
and that's kind of what I was getting at, which is that like a lot of the desires around that would lead somebody to buy a fitness program either late or early on after birth are going to be less, how should I say, the sorts of things that you would write like supplement copy for. It's going to be more like appealing to emotions. It's going to be more appealing to anxieties. It's going to be appealing more to people's sense of self and their like desires to get back to the person that they felt they once were,
or even community,
or
exercises you can do with your baby. I would say that if people are truly having issues with their core strength or their pelvic floor, they're probably going to be referred to a PT. I didn't look into any of the postpartum. I realized this after I got pregnant and had birth. Like I was met with issues with my body and then talked to my doctor about it and then was referred to a PT. And that's what I did.
Yeah.
Because medically, that's where I felt the safest. And so, yeah.
Yeah. And I think
Yes.
we're all talking around some of the grosser details of pregnancy and giving birth, but like it is pretty traumatic. It is very difficult for women to go through.
Every pregnancy is different.
Yeah.
Some women, even for one singular woman, each pregnancy can be different. It took me so much longer to heal from Saoirse than it did from Atlas and Miles. And each one of those pregnancies came with its own challenges afterwards. And 6 weeks is not a lot of time after birth.
Yeah.
And so some women are not feeling good enough by then to be doing anything.
Yeah.
And a baby really doesn't start sleeping until the 4th month, really. You're up every 2 hours. Every baby's different too. You just,
Yeah.
yeah.
A lot of this too is also we have to be cautious of like the curse of knowledge, because I do know people that are fitness obsessed that were doing a run day 3 after giving birth because they are the female version of David Goggins and they go hard, and even though they're just prolapsing their uterus out of their anyway, they're doing it. They ain't stopping. I know a woman who did this. Her name's Rebecca. She's crazy. And she is also one of the fittest people that I've ever met. But also, she gave birth and she was right back to it. This is the kind of person that a product like this would be good for. And guess what? None of these desires would appeal to somebody like Rebecca. Somebody who would be driven to actually get a fitness program after pregnancy, regardless. So,
and those people that are already really highly fitness aware don't really care about back pain because they're already about all of that. They know all the exercises already.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, you have to.
Yeah. We've spent so much time on this because, like, I know that you're a guy and I know that you are writing to women. And one of the issues that a lot of guys have writing to women is that they listen to women, they don't listen to me. I'm joking. Such a bad joke. I need to stop making that joke.
What are you?
Anyway, yeah, it's hard. It's difficult to write for the sensitive issues that the other gender faces. Like I think that a number of women have difficulty writing, like, for example, like pickup artistry copy. There's only a handful of women who have done it successfully. And the way that they do it is by not focusing on those superficial desires for, sex and fun, but by actually using those as a gateway to go deeper into something that men truly want at their core, which is companionship, validation, and support. But you can't lead your pickup artistry copy that way. So no, that's the point that I'm trying to make here, that you have to appeal to something a little bit different and a little bit more sensitive. So
I think
it's funny. I feel like the desires.
Sorry, Rod, what?
I think the desires that Roman listed are almost like in the middle of the spectrum that doesn't really serve either group.
Yeah.
Because for women on like that very high end of like fitness and performance, which does seem kind of like that's what he wants to speak to, given like the sophistication level he's talking about here. Like they kind of already know, and it seems less like oh, regain energy levels and core strength or whatever, and more like you're going to war with this body that you know that you don't want anymore because you know how you want to be, whatever. But for people on the end of the spectrum, it is much more about that sort of like inner feeling of self and emotional happiness and all that stuff.
I've mentioned this here before, but if you really want to look at ads that are targeted to parents of newborns or postpartum, Frida is a great brand to look at. They have amazing commercials where it targets the experience of the mother, the postpartum mother, amazingly well. And it is the best example of appealing to that audience that I have seen as far as ads.
So focus on community. Being a mom is lonely. It for real is. And again, like, what are all these appeals that we're talking about from like the real women who have had kids? It's all about, or, you know, women who know people who have had kids. It's all about deeper desires, deeper benefits, deeper yearnings than superficial pains. Anyway, the reason why we're spending so much time on this is because I can already tell, having read the intro stuff like this, that the research is wrong. And this is relevant because the top question is, I spent 2 to 3 hours on research about this. And I can already tell you that the copy is not going to be good. Certainly not for this product and not for this audience. And again, maybe that's me being prejudicial and assuming things. I'm going to read it regardless. We'll find out if I'm wrong. Probably not.
I don't think you are. It's also in the sea of products. This is everything. Like when I've seen these fitness programs show up on my feed, this is the same message that it's spitting. The same, and I don't feel hooked at all.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what's the word I'm looking for? Anecdotal evidence. Obviously, this is my response. But.
Yeah. You know, like, compare the amount of research that you did to arrive at these pain points, and then compare the amount of research that I did to arrive at those deeper pain points that I was talking about and was being ruthlessly made fun of for by the whole chat and my wife and Rod.
You cheated though. You just hung out with a pregnant woman.
Yeah, for months.
And you still got
that must have been so hard for you.
I'm kidding. I'm yanking.
Poor thing.
I don't mean it.
Right. Anyway, so so the point that I'm trying to make is that, like, you know, the amount of research that you need to do to really understand something that's sensitive. Listen, if you're selling, I don't know, a pill that cures your butt pimples, you don't need to spend months doing research on that. It's fine. If you're trying to get into stuff where, like, really, like, deeper benefits and deeper types of persuasion are going to move the needle, it takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go on.
I think one thing immediately, like, obviously there's going to be a question of how do you know when something is sensitive if you aren't close enough to it, you haven't experienced it in a way that you understand that it is sensitive. And I think that's a trap that a lot of people, in this case, a lot of men are going to fall into that trap because they're not going to be able to intuit, oh shit, this is so much deeper than the physical symptoms that someone is enduring. Like, they might have a pregnant coworker, like, wow, she's hobbling around, but doesn't understand what that's like emotionally for that person. I do think that one thing that can help is when you arrive at, like, some of those, I forget what he labeled them above, like some of those things, don't just think about, like, what is the desire or what is the thing the person is dealing with, but, like, go one step further and then consider, well, what is it like to be that person? And then write from that perspective instead. Because if you say, oh, I want to regain energy, sure. But, like, what is it like to be someone with low energy, to be someone who feels weak, to be someone who's constantly in pain, and then also has to be responsible for a living thing, and also has to be responsible as a partner, and blah, 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 blah. You're going to get a lot. It's still not going to be correct for this, but that picture of that person is going to be a lot closer than you just trying to solve their symptoms.
If you really want to gather some IVOC data on your target reader, you, or your one reader, I should say, you can go on forums. There's a lot of parenting forums. There's Baby List, I think, has a forum. There's a lot of popular ones that are free. And moms share things on there. Share things that you would not expect they share, but they share. Go read it.
Yeah.
Go read it.
And what we're sort of talking around is like, I don't think your approach, this significant amount of time thinking through ideas, objections, understanding the audience's awareness and sophistication, like, what we're talking, where we're directing you, 2 to 3 hours of research supplemented with ChatGPT is not going to help you arrive at any of the things that we've been talking about. You know what would? A few conversations with women who have had babies.
Mm-hmm.
And so the approach that I think a lot of newbie copywriters, the mistake that I think a lot of newbie copywriters make is that they think, oh, ChatGPT, it's great for research. I see that all the fucking time. No, it goddamn isn't. Shut up. You're wrong. Seriously, just go have a conversation with a pregnant woman. You're going to learn way more than you can learn from ChatGPT. So do that.
And let's go deeper there.
Oh,
why is it so hard for you to go have that conversation? Are you uncomfortable having that conversation? Is it too much effort for you to just go ask someone? Do you not know any women? Regardless of what the answer is to those questions, I feel like all of them should be an indication to you that like you should probably be doing the more effortful, harder, more uncomfortable thing if you want to truly gain insight into something that is effortful and hard and uncomfortable for your reader. Like you can't talk about things. You're never going to learn anything useful about, I don't know, terminal cancer diagnoses if you're not willing to get a little uncomfortable and put yourself in a vulnerable space about that. And so after you do your research or, during the process, like you need to be asking yourself like, okay, was this the easy version or the useful version? And what would it take for me to like have a more real conversation or get more real experience about this? Because I guarantee this person knows someone who's given birth because they were born.
That's funny.
That was a good one.
That was good.
Everything you said up to the joke, I really like, and I think that that's a very good lesson that I want us to sort of unpack and use in a future video because, like, there is always that pot of gold on the other side of a mountain of difficulty. And the problem that a lot of newbies face is that like they only see the walk towards the mountain. They don't see what's on the other side of it. So they think that, oh, all the gold is here, visible. No, it's on the other side of unknown terrain that they don't know how to traverse yet until they start. So I don't know.
Yeah. I think also a lot of the problem here comes from trying to write copy. Because if you scroll back up, like the process that
I've been trying to scroll down for like the last 20 minutes.
No, we're still all the questions. Sorry. He's trying to research to gain audience insights. He's spending time thinking through ideas, objections, understanding the audience's awareness and sophistication, spit drafting. Nowhere in there did he say he was trying to understand what it's like to be this person or how the problem really is or what the problem really is. Baked into that is an assumption about what this person's experience is like that does not seem to have been supplemented at all by reality or anyone else's lived experience. And so before you decide, hey, I need to, know what their like level of sophistication or awareness is, you need to understand what the fuck it's like to be the person with the problem. And so you have to try to understand the problem and research the problem first before you even think about marketing or writing or anything like that. Like there's just a fundamental gap there. You can't, because if you start assuming like the problem, everything downstream of that is going to be corrupted.
Like the Ganges.
Like the Ganges.
Like the Ganges. Or the Yangtze River. All right. We have to look at some of the actual copy. Now that we've I hate to use the word roast. I don't like using the word roast. Maybe we should use the word roast and copy that videos more. We'll get more views. Let's see.
Yeah, yep, that's exactly what I thought when I read it too.
Yeah. So option 1 of this headline: tired and drained after having a baby? Reclaim a postpartum life without exhaustion and pain. Discover how medically approved movements can help you feel like your pre-pregnancy self.
Let's say, okay, so again, if there's a medically approved whatever, I'm more than likely going to be getting it from my doctor, not something on the ad. And if there was really something amazing that reduced postpartum exhaustion and pain, every freaking mom would already be sharing it with each other. You would not need to say that. And so I think that by making that reclaim a postpartum life without exhaustion and pain, it's too bold that it feels fake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
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 Mm-hmm.
I feel very similar to this too, because again, it's, you know, a mom didn't wake up this morning being like, man, I wish I could regain my pre-pregnancy energy. She's sleep deprived. She doesn't remember life before this moment.
She's stressed if she's taking care of her baby right. She's worried if that amount of spit up was a normal amount to be on the floor. She's worried that her baby is running a fever of 100 and she's never had to face that before. Did I put clothes on the baby so they're warm enough? Like, did I feed them enough? Are they getting enough breast milk? Like,
I feel like we should show the Frida Mom ad.
it's so good. It's so good.
Do you,
Even just the language, though, like we should go to the other ad. But like, if once you understand that this is like we're speaking to the emotional self here, you would never talk about regaining your pre-pregnancy energy. You'd say feeling like your old self again. You know, it's a much more intuitive thing. You don't have to explain everything to the person about how they feel. They know how they feel. And so just reference that.
Okay. I'm going to show you one of the best ads ever made in the 21st century. Are you guys ready for this? Because this is all about what we've been talking about. Understanding things from another person's perspective, researching to the point where you can arrive at not just like the key, like IVOC data, the words that you need to like hit like a checklist, but really like using that as a gateway to understanding more deeply. I'm going to show you an ad that is doing everything that we're suggesting. It is a Golden Globes winner, and it sold a lot, and I mean a lot, of baby products.
Leah says, give them a warning.
And I am going to give people a warning. You will see some boobs. You will see nipples in this ad. It is an award-winning ad. Okay, are we ready for this? Rod, you've seen this before, right?
I think so.
Yeah. This is so good.
All right, girls. You've got this. Latch. And latch better.
And oh god, unlatch. And raw. And how does anyone ever drink enough water?
Is it too early to call a lactation consultant? And he's still...
Now imagine you took this workout ad and it starts with some mom trying to do a workout, but they're too tired to get through it. And it's the same kind of dialogue. Like,
all right, can we play it the whole way through?
Yep, go.
What happens?
crying.
And do I love my baby?
And am I a bad mom if I stop now?
Do I love my baby? Jesus fucking Christ.
It's true.
Good mom should know how to do this. And 3 a.m.
And 4:06 a.m.
And 4:43
a.m. And I'm so tired. And clog. And work out the clog with my what?
Eating and so much milk. And the pump is talking to me.
And my doctor said cabbage.
And not enough milk. And what even is enough milk?
And I just want to feed my baby. And flatten the nipple. And will these ever go back?
And I love his smell.
And wrinkled toes. And
It's I want to say something about
That's
that.
wonderful.
Evan.
Is this ad using sex to hold attention? No. Jesus Christ.
Are you a guy? What I want to say is at no point in that ad did they ever say Freedom Mom products will make your boobs less engorged and you'll get more milk out with this pump. It was just showing you the struggles that a mom goes through. And there's not a lot out there in the ad space that does that it creates the feeling of being heard and all those intense feelings that a mom experiences as, yes, that's normal. And through that, it builds this connection to the company where they go, oh my gosh, they hear me, they understand me.
Yeah.
And each individual scene in that ad showed the products that they offer at the end of it, how they would be used. And they did that with emotion by telling a story of the experience of motherhood. And you can do that.
And you know what we call that?
Yeah.
Brand marketing.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And so, and yeah, and they go from, they transition, like when they get to like the climax, or like what we would call the turn in a poem, the deepest, darkest thoughts come right before we're just like, and I love his smell. You know, there's this moment of like this crescendo of like, holy crap, this seems like an awful experience. And that's really amazing for moms to feel, because they feel, yeah. And so, yeah, Jesus Christ. And so like the thing that I'm trying to point out here, the reason why I bring up that ad is because it is the perfect example of what we've been talking about for far too long at this point, before we've even done anything more than like review the actual body copy, which is we are trying to talk about understanding and meeting people where they are. You know, there's that cliche, write for your audience. Guess what? I just showed you a bunch of examples of why this is not writing for your audience. And I showed you a really good example of an ad that did write for its audience. Learn from that. So anyway, that is to say, all the women in the chat are just like, preach. Absolutely. That ad was so good. And all the men in the chat was just like, is this ad using sex?
I mean, you can really play off.
That is like that's the 16-year-old guy take.
Yeah.
There are sexual boobs and non-sexual boobs, and it's important to understand the distinction.
Yeah. There's functionality there. What were you saying?
Just the feeling of a big major feeling that moms have is the comparison of, say, the Rebeccas that do work out and hit the gym and are intense and are compared to that. And maybe their husbands expect them to be that. That's a very real experience. And so that feeling bad because you're not doing it, but you should be, that exists.
Imagine this ad opens. You see her on Instagram. She just had her second child, and she just posted about her 10-mile run 2 weeks after giving birth. Boom, right in. We're talking about the Rebeccas of the world, but we're also talking about your experience of seeing the Rebeccas of the world. And now all of a sudden you have sort of like, you have a person's attention, you're speaking about their lived experience, and without calling somebody out on the shame that they feel about their body, you're insinuating and talking about the shame that they feel about their body. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of ways to crack this nut.
One thing I will say about this comment, just thinking about it a little bit more, while like they're not using sex, I think one interesting thing that they did do is that they did show boobs. And so there is like the impulse this person gets is right for the wrong reasons, where it is notable. There is a certain form of honesty that this ad is practicing by showing something that we don't normally show when we talk about pregnancy or lactation or any of those things. And so there's a certain sort of benefit and like transparency where we're willing to show you everything and talk about all of this stuff, the good and the bad, that I think does build credibility in a surprising way. That is like a notable thing to call out and like appreciate about that, because it wasn't just, oh, we're just going to show boobs once for the shock value. We're going to show lots of different like shapes and sizes and functionalities, and you are seeing the functionality. And these are things we don't normally talk about when we talk about the experience of being like a mom of a of a newborn. And so like that is a notable thing, and that does get attention, I think, though it is not sexual attention.
Compare that ad to if you are at least 6 weeks postpartum and constantly feeling exhausted, dealing with back pain and struggling with everyday tasks, then, comma, paragraph break, then in the next few short pages, you will discover safe medical professional approved movements that can help you feel like yourself again and reconnect with your pre-pregnancy body. This means renewed energy, physical comfort, and a sense of ease returning to daily life. These movements are suitable even if you had a C-section or experienced complications.
It reads like a pharmaceutical ad.
Well, I
Which is like
worked
the
in
most-
pharmaceutical marketing, sir, and I take umbrage against that.
I'm thinking like a TV spot. Like if you're at least 6 weeks pregnant and constantly feeling exhausted, dealing with back pain and struggling with everyday tasks, Lufthansa may be for you.
Lufthansa, the
I forget
German
what the
airline.
from.
Yeah. Would moms even have time to read all this?
No. I think if I saw within the next few short pages,
Exactly.
that's immediately where I'm like, short pages? Pages feels long to me.
Yeah. Yeah, they can say the average C-section mom can do this program, but you can't just be like, if you had a C-section, you can do this. No, you would need to be cleared by a doctor, and lifting and carrying your baby is not a selling point. This already is a compliance nightmare. All right.
Yeah.
We don't need to devote much more time to this because we can tell from the ideation and research point that this went in the wrong direction. And we knew that before we even read the copy. Again, I'm sorry for being arrogant before, but I knew this was going to go in the wrong direction before I even read it. That's why we spent so much time on that. Now, here's what we did. We showed you examples. We talked about why. We talked about the things that you do need to keep in mind and think about when you are writing this kind of copy, especially around such a sensitive, life-altering moment. Charles Duhigg, The Power of Habit. Read that book. There's a whole lot in there about how companies market to people when they are trying to get them specifically to either switch from brands that they're very sticky with, or how to market things to them that people generally don't want to buy in the first place. The moments that you need to target people for those kinds of products, usually it's major life-altering events. Pregnancy and birth are a big one. That's when people go into a buying frenzy. Moms in the chat, how much useless shit did you buy when you were pregnant for the first time?
Yeah, but post-baby is a lot different than pre-baby.
Right.
I think post-baby, you're buying things for the solutions for the baby. Oh, my baby has colic. Oh, I'll try this warming thing. Oh, I'll try this pillow. Oh, da, 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 da. Pre-baby, you're just buying whatever because you're hormonal and you want a nest and you want everything to be prepared and look good and you get excited, especially for the first one.
Yeah. I think in the chat there's great discourse on like for example, I think that in terms of spit draft, I don't know if I agree that this is good because I do think that this went in the wrong direction. And I think a much stronger place is to start with is an actual specific example, a story, a clear case study of somebody and what they experienced and what they needed and what they wanted and how they got their body back. So, and I'm not super familiar with sales pages, but I imagine there are certain products that don't need a sales page, right? I don't know how Pilates classes would need a sales page. If you were selling a Pilates like do from home kind of program, a sales page is generally a good idea. I can show you like if you like Google the right things, like Bloom Method is pretty good. This is an example of a sales page for a pregnancy course. And let's compare the copy. As pregnancy transforms you, train with confidence. Experience a fitness app designed to help you build strength, prevent injuries, and stay connected to your body, all on your terms. That's what I was talking about before when y'all were making fun of me about like the copy that works is copy that is all about you regaining agency over your body. And so here, yes, stories sell, especially for programs like this. You're going to lose yourself to motherhood. At least that's what your friend's neighbor's mom told you. And sometimes it feels a little true. Maybe you have these problems and have these concerns. Sound familiar? It's very you focus.
And the diastasis recti, I like that that's there because when you're pregnant, you actually do learn what that is. Leaking and the leaking too. Like it's the not so pretty parts that make it feel more relatable.
Yeah. Earlier, I was talking to Maria about like cliches and when cliches can be good, and I was giving an example of like what are called shibboleths, like some little coded piece of language that shows that hey, I'm part of the in group. Diastasis or diastasis recti. It's recti in Latin, but I don't know if modern people pronounce it differently. But yeah, this is a shibboleth. Who's going to know what this is? Pregnant women. So, and it's a good thing that's the first thing. So, anyway, so Paula, to your point, yeah, home study apps and programs, sales pages, really, really, really good, really useful. So, and you can see how long it is too. It has to be long. It has to be long to overcome objections, to like hit all the major selling points. It has to make a point of selling people on the thing that they may be a little concerned about or a little nervous about or a little afraid of. All things to keep in mind. Yes, but the sales page, oh yeah, seems easier to digest. Yes, and that is another takeaway from this particular conversation. That this is one of the reasons why I was talking about how, like, as an early draft, I don't know if it's going in the right direction. So, and Leah had diastasis recti or diastasis recti. Latin English is weird. That was a good example. All right. We've talked too much about this. Rod, how are you doing on time? Do you have stuff to do?
No, I have nothing to do. I can keep going.
I this whole week is dedicated to like getting shit ready for Copy That's 2026 and like cleaning my office and doing admin stuff. Like while everybody is like celebrating and vacationing and like taking time off with their family, I'm not doing that. I refuse to spend time with my wife and kids.
I'm so sorry we had to relive all of that for you.
All right. Anyway, I hope that was all good feedback and commentary on how to reapproach a project like this in the future. Now, let's move on to Shaw. Shaw, longtime reader, longtime viewer. He has been with us for years at this point, Rod. He has become a very competent and very successful like freelance copywriter, I think, like in his own right, as a result of the advice that we've given. So
Big
Shaw
has,
huh?
So I'm a big Shaw fan.
I'm a big Sean fan too. Oh my God, I think we're actually skipping one though. Oh no. No, this is okay. This is not from Shaw. Shaw is this one. This is from Mayor. Got it. All right.
Yeah.
Mayor, I think Israeli e-commerce copywriter who wants to create his own e-commerce offers. So Facebook ad script to cold audiences. This is driver suffering from sciatica, introducing them to a driving cushion. Okay. Rod, I am actually eager for you to look at this one too, because Alex and I have been really working with this dude on like improving his Facebook copy and dialing in video ad copy. So
okay.
So question, after practicing intensively since the Black Friday critique stream, I hope it's better now. So now what should I focus on to really make my copy better? Okay, so this person has a hook. I had to break the loop of driving every day with back pain. I'm a taxi driver with sciatica in my 40s. I had 20 more years until retirement. I couldn't go another day with the pain. I wake up every morning and then put out some other word for overwhelmed or tired or exhausted. Just from the thought that I would have to suffer 8 hours with unbearable back pain. So wait 20 years or until it goes away on its own and do nothing about it? No way. No way. Okay, so this is two separate thoughts warranting another.
He did mention that this is translated.
Yeah.
So maybe this is,
I'm not going to give this person gruff over typos and other things like that.
Yeah.
So what are we thinking of so far? Like, does this grip your attention? Imagine you're a truck driver and you just have electric fire shooting down your leg. Rod, has this gripped you by the short and curlies?
It doesn't grip me by the short and curlies. It is. I would read it. It's like good enough to get me to read the body copy, but it's not like, oh my God, I have to. I must know. I do think that sort of cycle of driving with back pain is something that would be interesting, exciting for somebody who is in that situation, because it's a very common thing with truck drivers. But I had to break the loop of it. I don't know if it's not the most novel thing. I feel like it's used pretty often.
I agree with Kaylee. I think Hook 2 is the best one of the three.
Yeah.
Now, why is that? Why do you guys think that is? I have my own opinions.
So,
because go ahead, Kaylee.
I was going to say, when you start with "I can't believe," that is immediate intrigue, so it gets you to go past that. You're like, you can't believe what? And I'm finally able to drive comfortably with sciatica. Just rolls so fast off the tongue, and so you're not stopping mid-sentence. You can make it through the whole sentence, and it's what that creates intrigue. What was the solution? Sciatica is really painful, and it says a lot. And so I know people that have discomfort driving because of their lower back pain, and so it insinuates that they've tried other things and they didn't work. And so it's kind of selling off alternatives already without saying it. It just indirectly says it. And so that's, to me, why it's the strongest one. Driving with sciatica used to be impossible until I discovered this. Feels more wordy. It's harder to get through. It doesn't feel as clean. So it just feels it comes off more boring to me until I discovered this. That feels, it's that cheap YouTube title.
That works sometimes in rare situations, but I agree it doesn't really land here for me. Rob, what were you going to say?
Yeah, to me, it's the word comfortably. That's the difference. Because driving with sciatica used to be impossible until I discovered this. It literally was possible. I think people with sciatica know you probably can drive. It would fucking suck. It is torturous, whatever, but you can do it. And so that third one is like, well, it is possible. And so it's slightly less believable. The second one, though, is like the notion, like, I can't believe as a thing is like, okay, I can't believe this thing. And then driving comfortably with sciatica is, in the reader's mind, an impossible notion. And so I can't believe that this impossible thing is true is like, it matches well semantically, which I like. Also, it lowers the bar of believability. It's like, it's not saying I can't believe I can drive with sciatica. I can't believe I can drive comfortably with sciatica. And so it's not saying some crazy, impossible, ridiculous thing. But also, it's such an important thing, given the experience of what it's like to have sciatica, that it still feels tantalizing. So
I think you hit the nail on the head there.
I love that word, tantalizing.
Tantalizing. It's mouth-watering.
Ooh, the mouth-watering sciatica pillow.
Oh, God. I'm getting the...
Oh, I would love one. May I have a Coke, please? Thank you. This person needs to sleep because they're working tomorrow. Thank you very much for joining the final live Whetstone stream. Oh, sad. So in terms of like switching into the body, thank you very much. I am a taxi driver. So I think one thing to answer this person's question, which I would focus on to really make my copy better, is if you actually sat down with a video ad and you transcribed it, like personally transcribed it, sentence by sentence, what you're going to realize is something a little shocking, perhaps. Almost every sentence that you write down is going to land between 5 and 15 words, usually in the pocket of 7 to 12. Why is that? Because as you're writing, especially video ads, one of the things that you have to contend with is that people lose interest quickly because it's the more nested your sentences are, the less punchy they are, the less directly impactful they are, the more chances you have to confuse people along the way. And so, again, I know this was translated, but I imagine if you're writing in Hebrew originally, the chosen language, one thing that I would recommend doing is focusing on very tight, direct, very specific sentences. And you might want to lose the vowels too. They're not doing anything for you if you're writing in Hebrew. Hebrew jokes. Come on.
I love it.
Hebrew was written without vowels, by the way. That was the joke.
Was that the joke?
That was the joke. So, like, for example, I come across a sentence like this. I tried everything. Cheap cushions that collapsed after a week. Chiropractor costing thousands of dollars with short-term relief. And then the loop returned again. At this point, I thought I would have had to change careers. So, again, there's a lengthiness to these sentences that I don't know if in the original Hebrew it was more condensed, but I doubt it. I know a little bit, just a tiny bit. L'chaim. Don't you dare call me a shlemazel. Anyway, you have to condense it. Copy, you have to put it under a terrible compression. And if you look at all the best ads, brand, direct response, the ones that perform the best tend to have this very compressed, almost staccato cadence to them. That doesn't mean that you can't have a musicality to your writing. No. What I'm saying is that, like, you have to learn how to be way more specific and way more provocative in a way more compressed space. That's all I'll say about that. In terms of other aspects, I spent too long talking about a very basic thing. Rod, would you like to do the same thing but for a different topic?
No, I think that's enough on that bit of it. I think there's like an order of operations thing though for me, where like definitely like think about the flow, but when you're telling the story, like jump into the action. And so like there's a sentence before this: I would wake up every morning, like talking about who you are, what the context is for like your career, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I feel like it's going to be, you hook people much more quickly if you just go into like, I wake up every morning screaming in pain, or with my back screaming in pain or agony. Get into the thing that people are going to relate to and like dislike or have some sort of emotional polarity about. And then later on, you can give context to, okay, I feel terrible. This is what my mornings are like. And then I have to, or then I dread going into this thing where I know it's going to be even worse, blah, 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 blah. The only problem is I'm just 40 years old and know that I'm going to have to do this for another 20 years. And then use your sort of your identity as like an exclamation point on why the other situation is so bad. And so you can make that, like the details about yourself, work harder if you contextualize them, if you use it as context for why your problem is so important to deal with.
Can I also say something about this? It starts to feel a little unbelievable that the cushion could really help the sciatica in the way that it's explained, because people with sciatica, like, it's chronic, it's bad, it's really, really uncomfortable. And so I think it just being memory foam is really not committing that solution. Because when you say, I can't believe that I finally can drive comfortably with sciatica, now that just feels like you were lied to. It's like, well, okay, how is this any different than any other pillow that's on the market?
Yeah. I agree 100% with that. We talked, I think, Mayor, I don't know if you're still in the chat right now, but one of the things that we did talk to you was about unique mechanisms, how you need to frame something as like, this is going to be different from what other people have experienced. New sells better than better when it comes to products. So you have to keep that in mind. So I want to talk for a moment about story structure. Everybody who went to middle school in America understands Gustav Freytag's triangle of, rising action and climax and denouement. A guy named Victor Shklovsky came in and sort of refined it a little bit better. And he defines story and says that story structure falls into a very simple, again, 3-part pattern. Similar to Freytag's triangle, but with a little bit more nuance. This is your hook. The y-axis is tension and excitement and intensity. All the things that you want a good story to have. Intensity. And this is time. Not narrative time. You can go back in time. This is reading time or experience time. Watch time. Hook. This section of diminished intensity is called explication. If you've ever read a story where it was a rat, okay, I can spell. Explication.
It's right here.
This rat has like cheese and food and stuff like that, and he's getting chased around a kitchen, and he's like jumps and it freeze frame, and it's like, I bet you're wondering how I got here. And then it goes back in time, and then we get a little bit of an explanation of like what happened to bring us to this moment of very high intense action in the hook. And then of course we have this, which is, we can call it rising action, we can call it I believe Victor Shklovsky called it displacement. And so basically it's like if you start here over here with knowledge about pillows and your sciatica, the displacement period takes you away from where you start. You are displaced from your original knowledge, your original beliefs about pillows and your sciatica. You're moved away from the point where you started at the beginning of the ad. That's important, not only for stories, but also for ad writing with stories in them. And then this is your peak, your climax. And usually what you want to have happen in a story-based ad is for this to be the turn, the pivot towards, in story frameworks, is a denouement, but here it's going to be your offer. Now, important thing to keep in mind in an ad, this climax, this is not to scale. Your climax can come halfway through an ad. It can come 40% of the way through an ad, and then the rest of it can just be social proof and offer. It can also come like 5 seconds before the end of an ad, where all of a sudden it's just like, and click here to see the details. What matters the most, you're using story or a story similar structure in an ad, is that you hook a reader with heightened intensity, that you take a step back to explicate and ground us in context of where we are. And then through a display of benefits, through open loops, through deeper benefits, through features, through, little pieces of the story peppered in, but then broken up with other things, through unique mechanism, through all the different parts of copy that you know of, we are taking a person incrementally away from their starting point. If you break this up into bup, 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 and then bup, 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 this is, oh crap. I did the thing again. Boop. And then, that was sexy. This is placement. This is where we are. This is the pain we have. This is how I feel about my body after giving birth. This is all the things. This is meeting the reader where they're at. Placement. Displacement. This is your unique mechanisms. This is your open loops. This is the things that take you away from that naive knowledge. How could you have been such a fool not to know that cortisol caused belly fat, and that if you want to remove your belly fat, you must first attack your cortisol? You stupid idiot. How dare you? This is where you go into stuff like that. And then here in the offer section, at the end of an ad, you have replacement. You have shifted somebody's beliefs. You have taken somebody on a journey. You have brought them back to a place once more similar to the beginning, but different, because now they know that the problems that I was building up to a climax. The problems that you have in the placement are now being replaced with the offer. The things that you had at the beginning, you now have moved away, not only in knowledge, but also desire in this section. And now you have the offer to replace all of the feelings that you had before. Now, you need to improve your YouTube thumbnails and headlines, and even email marketing to attract more people is just my opinion. Nah, this dude's fucking wrong. Fuck that dude. Boo. Oh, man. And yes, you have to edge before the climax. That's the point of the displacement. So, yeah, you have to. So here's the thing. If you read enough sales copy, you'll realize something important, that the mechanism, the unique mechanism, is typically introduced, or breadcrumbs are dropped well before the offer or the product is introduced. But you can test this. You can play around with the order of operations. Is good copy like good one-on-one sales? Yes. So these are things that you have to keep in mind when you return and start thinking about your copy a little bit differently. I want you to spend a little bit more time hooking people and then contextualizing. I want you to spend a little bit more time with this displacement. I think that what you're struggling with is the structure of your ads. Yeah.
I have a question.
Yo.
So let's say that this was more realistic and it didn't say it could solve all your problems, but it could make them better. So instead of saying you won't have any pain, it is just of what's out there the most comfortable. Instead of would that ever?
No. Well, see, here's the thing. Yes, you can do that. No, that typically doesn't work because people don't like buying vitamins. You know, people don't want an improvement. They want a solution. If somebody has sciatica, they wake up every day wanting it to go away.
Yeah.
Not, oh, my butt feels mildly better today.
Yeah, I guess I just wonder, because people in that position, like when you're in pain, the mind frame can be anything to make it better, anything that would be best to make it better, because you don't want to be in pain. So it'd be interesting to test it, but you got to put it to a test. But yeah. I would.
So yeah, there's just strip it down, break it down to the most strictest kernels. What is she saying, bro? I'm not the Kaylee whisperer. Ask her.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this came from. I could be completely wrong, and I'm not saying you should do this. If it were my own company, and I would test it for myself because I'm curious. But to get to what I was saying, basically coming from a place of honesty and realness, instead of saying this makes you feel 100% better, instead selling the point that it will make you more comfortable, but not necessarily take your pain away, but still come from the point of how someone actually feels in that experience. Like you're desperate for something to work, and this alongside your regimen could help. Or I'd have to sit and noodle with it, but coming from just raw honesty. Look, we know that we can't take your sciatica pain away. We know that it sucks. It's painful. You know, I'm the founder so-and-so. I have it myself. And that's why I made this pillow, to give the best X, Y, and Z solution to driving again, I'd have to noodle with it. I'm not making sense right now. Women are masters of seduction.
Yeah, there's a reason I didn't show that comment.
Yeah, it's true.
Which is why they're such great marketers.
Hey, there you go. I don't know if that angle would work. In my experience, I've not seen that be the case.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I could be wrong. This is my inexperience talking. So it's more like an idea spitballing with the lovely
Rod,
crowd here.
what did you?
I think it's one of those things where you're like hitting in the middle of two spaces that like in a way that's more honest, but like might not land as well. It's like the barbell kind of thing where like on one hand you can sell this is the cure all, this will absolutely fix your thing. And like, it probably won't, but like, we're going to tell you it absolutely will, which can then feel dishonest. If you go to the other end where it's like sciatica is a really complex ailment and so many things play into it. And you end up hedging so much that then when you say, therefore we made this thing to help, you've given so much context for why it might not be that big of a needle mover that then people don't feel incentivized to buy it. And so like you're trying to hit a sweet spot between the two that I think it's hard to hit well.
Yeah.
And depending on how, like what the sort of mechanism is behind the pillow, you're probably going to want to go one way or the other. Probably like if I had to sell this, not knowing anything about it, it'd be like, oh, something about the position or the way it like sets up your back is going to minimize pressure on the sciatic nerve. And so blah, 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 blah. You're less likely to feel pain. And if that's the thing, you have to like upsell how good of an implementation is. So you're going to skew further towards like this end of the spectrum. And every time you're like, oh, well, it might not help that much, you're shifting it back towards the people aren't going to be interested territory. So I think it's tough.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the pillow's not helping that much. This is where I would have to sit down and noodle, because obviously you wouldn't want to say, oh, it's not going to help you. Right, it's a fine line, because I think I'm not making sense right now. I realize that I'm trying to gather thoughts, but just coming from a more real and honest standpoint, instead of, like you were saying, the overpromise of this is going to fix everything, because that's just not going to feel real to people with sciatica.
Yeah, I think it's like the Frida thing that you just pulled up, where it's like by saying some things that other people wouldn't say, or that might sound like bad thoughts to have or bad thoughts to say, you build credibility with the audience who understands that like for using this as an example, your audience probably knows that having this pillow will not cure their sciatica forever. Mm-hmm. And if you acknowledge that, maybe you can like get them to believe, but it might help. And so then the balance is, so the balance is just like, how much of that can you say to build the trust without taking away from how much they think the thing will help them?
It feels like the Dan Throssell style, in that you have to write it well for it to work. If that makes sense, to go to that angle, because it'd be really easy to skew and turn people off to the pill. But again, this is spitballing.
Yeah, I feel like we're sort of talking in circles around a piece of advice that I definitely would not give to this person. Which is more specifically like, work on your line edits, work on like really spelling out and drilling down into like the benefits of this and spelling out the benefits. If you're going to tell a story, make sure it obeys story structure, drop breadcrumbs and foreshadowing, make sure that like, you know, I'm looking around for like some sort of unique mechanism, something that makes me feel like this is going to be different from other things. Again, different is better than better. Always remember that. And yeah, from there, show, if you can, show a lot of social proof, tons of social proof. Like, don't just say stuff. Literally have people being like, I drove a truck across country. I didn't have a flare up once. You know, find the language of these people and then use that. Do we feel like that was enough commentary?
Yeah. Thanks for sitting through my spiel idea.
All right. Anytime.
I have one meta comment to make on that. So just like when we talk about, is this even creative strategy? Copy strategy, branding it right now, our new term. I think one of the challenges that you're like touching on, Kaylee, there is like, our job is to produce copy that does stuff for people. It's creating action in the world. And we have to do that at volume if we want to make money across lots of different things. And so everything you write is not going to be a banger. And so I think when we think strategically about the way in which we approach writing copy, we want to try to maximize the amount of impact we think it's going to have, and then minimize like the potential risk for it to like completely bomb. And so like you want like the floor to be relatively high, and then the ceiling to be as high as possible. But like usually there's a trade-off there. The higher you're going to shoot, the higher risk of flopping. And so there's like a sweet spot of like, okay, we're going to target this middle zone of like relatively high floors so we can have like whatever degree of success, but like maybe it's going to be in that sort of safer territory where we know the results won't be as like stupendous. And so when you do that, probably you're trying to like when you do that necessarily, you're trying to minimize the amount of like execution you have to hit in order for the thing to do well. You're trying to like a gymnastics routine at the Olympics. They're aiming for really like high degree of difficulty in order for them to like score the most points. But when they fuck up, it goes really, really bad. We're trying to minimize degree of difficulty, particularly for newer writers, so that they can be consistent and get consistent enough results to eventually get to the point where they can do the higher degree of difficulty stuff. But we're never going to recommend, hey, use this strategy that's going to require that you hit it out of the fucking park, because even like the best people are going to have misses. Which was a really long way of saying, if we have to rely on someone doing the best work of their life every time they write something, it's probably not a good strategy.
Yeah.
That's my strategy. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we can all be you.
Oh, man. All right. Dear Sean, Kaylee, Rod, Alex, before we get to the critique, this being the last stream of this legendary series, I thought it was the perfect moment to share how access to these critiques helped me close a fairly lucrative landing page gig on Upwork and later deliver solid copy as well. I'm not sure anyone else has ever done this. Basically, I told the Silicon Valley SaaS growth guy I could get the copy I'd write for him critiqued by top copywriters, us, as a way to sweeten the pot towards the end of our negotiation. He liked the idea. By the way, this is now going to be a selling point for the inner circle.
Thank you, Sean.
One final thing I'd like to mention is I'm a member of a paid copywriting group run by some of the top copywriters in the world. Every other week, I get a chance to send them a piece of copy I write for a client or just practice for a live review or critique. So if you'd like, I can possibly show them the work I end up doing for you and get their expert opinion ideas on how to improve and refine it further. And then Grego says, copywriting group sounds great. Thanks for letting me know. Later, I shared 2 critique recordings with him, Rod validating my main idea in critique number 1 and guided me on how to simplify it. And in critique number 2, Sean helped me fix my sucky transition from headline to body copy. I literally used the copy he spoke on the spot during the stream, word for word. This was all by Sean. But why do I even need help growing my SaaS business? My team and I are doing just fine on our own. For now, maybe. But without a growth specialist on your side, you run the risk of landing in the notorious SaaS Valley of Death. What is the SaaS Valley of Death? You probably have experience hitting some significant revenue milestones. However, with each milestone, there's a massive drop-off in the number of SaaS startups that make it to the next stage of growth.
I love
I came up with that on the fucking fly. So apparently this was all my idea that I came up with like on the spot for a Whetstone stream.
I love the context build up to this.
I'm feeling so good.
It was probably after that 2-hour mark where just like no memory happens.
Oh,
so
I'm literally after 90 minutes, I don't remember anything that happens on these streams. That's when I show my nipples. The guy loved both reviews and the project went so much more smoothly as a result, ending with a 5-star rating and hundreds of dollars in my pocket. Dude, Shaw, that's amazing. We need to clip this as like a testimonial. But most importantly, to steal Alex's words, these legendary streams made me a more confident and competent copywriter than ever before. It is impossible for me to put a value on that. All I can say is thank you. Shaw, you've been with us literally for years. Thank you. God, I feel like this should be the final thing that we critique. for at the end,
Aw.
but no, we're like in the middle. We have like the 10 other things to look at. Oh man. What a bummer. Anyway, on to the critique part. So yeah, Shaw and everybody who's been watching these critique streams now that we're ending them, thank you very, very much. I feel, oh, he stays to the end for the nipples. Oh man, delightful. So the bullets game. I already did this once about a year ago when Rod was the host and he loved this idea. He couldn't get to it on stream, but left comments in my doc. Very cool idea. Love this.
Must have been good.
Yeah, we'll have to edit and use this. Like that's such a cool testimonial too. Like, again, we're going to keep doing critique streams. We're going to do it for Inner Circle people. I'm just glad that like the shit, Rod, you and I pop on stream and we're just like, let's just look at copy and just like talk about it and like share the things that we know about it. And it's, look at this, it's changing lives. That's really cool.
I will say, like, I love it too because it feels like an excuse to talk about like the stuff that actually makes copy good, which is very rare, not very rarely, which is often not anything having to do with writing copy. And so like earlier when we're talking about like pregnancy and being postpartum and like the challenges and whatever, it's just like a deep psychological dive into like the lived experience of like 50% of the, not what 50%, but like of a significant portion of the population that a lot of people just never think about. And then we get to like have these really, really in the weeds, like emotional conversations about just how people are and like the support they need and like how to make them feel better and how to like give them the power to do the things they want to do. And it's like, yes, we are doing that so that someone can go off and write copy and make some money. But like part of me would like to think that one, everyone who watches this gets that much more smarter or thoughtful about the other people who share this planet with us. But two, like when we're all smarter about these things, we can write about them in a way that actually helps serve people who otherwise like wouldn't have access to things that might genuinely help them in their lives. And so like I have appreciated every opportunity I've had to like just kind of go off on a rant. My favorite version is when we get like the sort of pickup artist adjacent, slightly dumb, immature teenage dude who like comes and posts some stuff, and then I get to go off on a rant about like why this is like the shallowest form of self-confidence and was like actually self-sabotaging you in the end. It's always been my favorite. But like across so many different subjects, we've got to like really go deep. And so I have loved what these streams have been for the last several years.
Yeah, it really, I am sad about the Whetstone streams ending, but we will continue to critique streams and give this level of feedback and share these level of insights with our Inner Circle. Rod, give a plug.
If you want to get really good at copy and you are not a brand new copywriter and you have some work and you would like to get better and like to go deeper and like have more one-on-one access with us, we now have an Inner Circle again that you can, is there a link in the description?
Brand new Inner Circle again.
Brand new again. You know, we're doing like more like intimate small group trainings just to really focus on what like individual people are going through in their copywriting journeys to enable them to like meet their goals and give them access to like us in a way that we haven't been able to do with the larger groups we've had in the past, and also like set them up with our network and sometimes even like opportunities to work on copy that we're writing. So just getting like real world job experience that we will then let them have data for that they can then pitch to potential clients and just like really help people like take that next step in their career. So super exciting thing that we're doing that we've been wanting to do for a while, but I think it's just now coming into fruition once again.
Yeah. And the only things that I would add to what Rod said is one, you have to apply to join. If you are like, if you were new and we don't want your money if you paying us won't help you. So you have to sign up to the waitlist in the description below and then apply if we send you an email asking you if you want to apply. And then we've already rejected like 5 or 6 people. So, and at right now it's like $1,500 for 3 months. And you have to sort of lock in those 90 days so that we can actually like work with you and learn about you and help you get better. But so that was like what, 5 times $1,500. Oh God, do I even want to think about this? That's like, okay. $7,500 that we basically said no to, simply because we want to provide the best possible service that we possibly can. So if you like these Whetstone streams, they will continue for inner circle people. So it'll be much more intimate, much smaller group. Use the description below. Anyway, let's get on to Shaw's copy.
Mm-hmm.
I already did this once about a year ago. Rob was the host. Tried to gamify my practice sessions to push myself to make things fun. Idea: Copy Chief Radio by Kevin Rogers. Cool Copy Podcast. They have a dedicated page for each episode featuring time-stamped bullets from different Copy Chief members. Kevin's students to get people to listen to the whole thing. I wanted to compete against those bullets. For example, the pod episode I picked had David, the GOAT, David Deutsch, as Kevin's guest. Rules: it'll be 3 bullets written by the Copy Chief member versus 3 written by me from the same points in the episode. I cannot read the other person's bullets before writing mine. Okay. Can only note time stamps for which they added bullets. Each bullet is randomly ordered, so judges are not biased in any way. This is a fun exercise. Maybe we can get Shaw on, and maybe it could be like you, Rod, and so it'd be Rod, Shaw, and me, talking about how to play games with bullets, the bullet game. That'd be fun. I like this. Since they won't know if the first bullet is mine or my adversary's, who wrote which can be revealed by unhighlighting the blacked out text at the bottom of each set. Okay. Last time it was a sweep. Let's see what happens this round. So congrats, 3 out of 3. So each bullet random, so judges aren't biased in any way. Who wrote which can be revealed by unhighlighting the blacked out text at the bottom of each set. Okay.
So, yes. Was that clear? Because I can explain if not.
Yeah, I think I understand, but maybe translate for the audience what's happening here.
Yeah. So basically what Shaw did, and this is so cool, and I had a ton of fun going through this last time, was on this podcast they would have bullets written by people. And so what Shaw did was he would write an equivalent bullet for a similar product or maybe the same product, and then would randomly put them in this doc. And the order is random. And so one will be the other person's bullet, the other would be his bullet. And then his challenge to me was, which bullet did I like better, basically. And so I would go through, I would sort of give commentary on each, what I thought was working, what wasn't working. And then once I kind of picked a winner between the two, I would then highlight that bottom text and it would tell me which one I picked. And so he is trying to get me to pick his bullet as the winner.
That is what I picked up as well. And I cannot wait. So let's look. At 51 seconds into the podcast, find out what David learned about himself while growing up near the carnival-like atmosphere of world-famous Coney Island. It just might be responsible for his success as a copywriter. I feel like this one's a little too mealy for me.
Yeah. World-famous Coney Island is a little dated, too.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's world-famous anymore.
The only people who think Coney Island is... Anyway, I'm not going to make fun of Long Islanders. They're sensitive.
Nice.
51. The simply yet powerful childhood habit that trained David to see 2 levels deeper than almost all other copywriters. Okay, version 2. It's version 2.
Yeah, version.
Yeah.
Best part. You too can start practicing it today to gain a huge edge over your peers. Done. Version 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess let me go back to version 1 too, just as a critique piece. I think find out what this guy learned about himself. I don't want to say I don't care what he learned about himself, but we all learn lots of things about ourselves. Some things more shameful than others, and it's not always clear that those things will be helpful for us. And so I think if that one were to be better, it would be because there was more honing in on okay, learning this about himself taught him this or allowed him to do that or something. It's very vague. Whereas in the second version, he got this habit that lets him do things, which is to see 2 levels deeper. And then it's not just in general, but it's then a comparison to his direct competition, which is other copywriters. So just much more clear and much more clearly advantageous.
It also builds intrigue because it doesn't say exactly what it is, but it's still specific. So see 2 levels deeper than almost all other copywriters. That feels big.
Yeah.
And it's simple.
But what does it mean? Who
What
cares
is
what
it?
it means? It's provocative. It gets the people going.
Yeah, that's my one critique where people are like, oh, it's 2 levels deeper. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? What are there levels? There are no levels. It's a spectrum. Is there even a spectrum? There's no spectrum.
I don't know if I agree with that. Listen, writing for financial products and services, like if it's one thing that I've learned works, it's provocative but meaningless puffery.
Fair. I'm sure it would work. I just personally, it doesn't actually mean anything, and so I prickle at it, but I am sure it works.
Yeah. No, I understand where you're coming from, and if I ever had my brain switched on, I too would be like, what does that even mean? Ah. Ugh.
Right.
That's literally how I said. Okay.
So who?
Kaylee, what do you think? You're the only one who hasn't weighed in yet.
Oh, I think it's 2. Yeah, absolutely 2.
Copy Chief member wrote version 1. I wrote version 2. Okay. Shaw's 1 for 3 right now. All right. This one I want to put to the chat. 2111. Okay. Version 1. Discover the invisible mathematical pattern embedded in hit songs, the best comedy routines, and $1 million promos. Feeling strong so far? David reveals how you can tap into its rhythm to make your copy more potent right away.
It's not really fitting for me.
Okay.
2111. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Good things usually come in 3s. David shows why this is especially true when revising and preparing your copy for showtime.
They gave it away. No, that's illegal.
Yeah.
That's 101.
Neither of them are really. I mean, as far as making me want to keep reading the sentence, the version 2 makes me want to keep reading, but then it's, I don't know. Neither of them are really getting me in the short and curlies.
Paula picks version 2. Dove hits version 1. And that's strange. I trust both of their opinion. They're both past boot campers and incubators, so it's like,
I'm a version 1 girly.
Ooh.
I like how divided this one is.
Yeah.
So my problem with version 2 is that it says good things usually. So it's like sex, drugs, rock and roll. So 3 things. Good things usually come in 3s.
Yeah.
David shows why this is especially true when revising, preparing copy. So it's just going to be a rule of 3 thing. And so I know what it is. And maybe he's going to give some insight into why 3 is a good number psychologically, but that's not a novel thing to talk about. That concept is like very common. Yeah.
Yes. And it's for that reason that my vote personally goes to version 1. And these are called fascinations for a reason. They're not called give away the secrets.
You know what it is about version 1 that's throwing me? I think it's using too many examples. Hit songs, best comedy routines, and $1 million promos.
Well, rule of threes. Rule of 3s. It gives away 3 things. Rule of 3s.
It's
It just feels like having that pattern working. Okay, a promo is really, really long. A hit song is really, really short. And a comedy routine might be in between.
The dissonance between those things makes it more fascinating. I'm not saying it's perfect, but in terms of like what it's doing and how it's doing it, I do think that this is superior to this one. Though I would ask whoever wrote, I'm going to guess that Shaw wrote this one. I'm going to go out on a venture and guess. Paolo likes number 1. This can be workshopped. This can be improved. This can be tightened up.
I like the invisible mathematical pattern.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
because it's this idea that like, oh, it's right in front of you.
Mhm.
You don't realize it, and that builds intrigue. But I think that it's a bit too wordy, and so there's like Sean was saying, it can be tightened up.
Yeah.
And tapping into the rhythm of an invisible mathematical pattern, it just feels not right. But I see what I see what it's trying to do. It's almost there.
I feel like we can. All right, I feel like we can cut the second sentence.
Mhm.
Discover the invisible mathematical pattern embedded in the greatest promos and also where you least expect. And then say parentheses, hit songs, comedy routines, and one other thing, share the same formula or something like that.
Or you could say, what do the best comedy routines, hit songs, and $1 million promos
Have in common.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The invisible mathematical.
Yeah.
That would, yeah. It's gotta sit and play with it a little bit, but there's something to that. And for that, I'm going to say version 1 because it doesn't give it away.
Yeah. They're called fascinations, not give away the secrets. Copy chief member wrote version 2. I wrote version 1. Okay, Shaw is officially 2 for 3. Okay, I'm gonna again. I suck all the air out of a room, and so there you go.
All right, we got there.
Rod, so I brought this up on the Discord, but Rod, I want to tell you about something that Kaylee did. So, we were like taking the kids out for like Chick-fil-A or some shit like that. We're on the highway. We're driving home, and she's going through Facebook and Instagram. She sees an ad for a scarf company. We have experience writing for scarf companies recently. And she clicks the ad and she sees that there are just some obvious copy and marketing problems with it. She researched and prospected the person who was writing the ads. Literally, like she's just on her phone on this like 15-minute drive home. She finds the page where the ads are. She goes through the information on the page. There's a contact us section for the page, and it's WhatsApp. She texts this person who put out the ads and just was like, hey, copywriter marketer, I noticed that these problems are happening with your copy and your marketing. Just wanted to let you know.
And what I told her was, maybe, well, I said, I'm really passionate about marketing in this space. And I noticed that this was happening. And in my experience, this causes ads to tank. But if it's performing really well, I would love to know.
Mm-hmm.
And
immediate reply, had a meeting booked with this prospective client the next morning. Like on Discord every single day, like I see people just like, I reached out to 150 people last week and not one person replied. And then Kaylee is just like barefoot, feet up in the passenger seat, literally 1 for 1, just like, oh, I have a client now.
The new hack is we're gonna shift people off Instagram into the contact us pages.
I agree with Paula. Kaylee's just totally
Wow.
worth learning from, because Kaylee's at that interesting intersection of like has had experience in sales and like has done graphic design and like now has proof that her copy outperforms controls as well. And she is also a good example of somebody who's like always struggled and like had anxiety about her writing and things like that. And so like, she's, I think, a good person to learn from, because she also like understands that just applying the concepts of like marketing and copy to outreach works. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with you, Rod, and for the sake of the audience, like
I love it. I mean,
yeah,
I would say that you've created a monster, but Kaylee has.
It's true.
I've seen it firsthand.
Yeah, for me personally, like, I haven't done real outreach in Christ 10 years, 10-ish, 11, 12 years, 12 years, 12 years, 12 years. And so like I speak about a lot of stuff based on theory, people I know, things that I've seen, things that worked for me 12 plus years ago. And it's so fun for me to know that like one, that stuff still works. And two, like somebody who just listens to the advice that you, Rod, give or that I, Sean, give. And she's just like, nailed it. Another client. So, and Rod, another client that we just had that she brought in for the agency, YouTube, former escort sex therapy YouTuber.
Really?
Yeah, it's
that's fascinating.
She is amazing.
It's not what how I thought you were going to end the sentence, but that's super cool.
Mm-hmm.
Have we done any onboarding with them yet?
We're working on that. So they basically, I don't know if I should give too much details, but I had a meeting with her to discuss potential things that we could do. But right now we are doing thumbnails for her, and there is a potential possibly for more. We'll see what happens.
And how did your thumbnails perform relative to her other stuff, by the way?
Oh, it crushed. It immediately did well. I went on vidIQ and I was looking at the stats because I want to know. And it did really well. And it was a thumbnail that I created that was unlike what she would normally make. And she even told me that. She's like, oh, this isn't typically what I would do, but I actually like the idea. And so she used it and it worked really well. So yay.
I love that. I love that for you. I love that for us. That's great. Will you link me the channel when you get a chance?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so when I see comments like this, it drives me up the wall. She does our thumbnails and they are literally world class.
Listen, if you can make me a thumbnail that performs better than mine, then I'll believe you.
There you go.
I'll test it.
Yeah.
If you want to, well, we can test it. There's 3 slots, all right?
So yeah, I am willing to do that. The problem is that a lot of the people that are just like, hey, bro, can I do thumbnails for you? And then you look at their portfolio and it's all stuff that like Cardinal Mason or Tyson 4D would do. And I'm just like, that is literally the exact opposite of what we were trying to do.
Oh, the older thumbnails are not good. Don't look at them. Actually, people love them too. I can't look.
You're charming.
I need to.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe we're referencing older thumbnails. Listen, I'm writing a memo, Rod, to the whole company right now, and one of the things that I looked at the data and I was like, here are the thumbnails that we should improve. I found the key metrics that we should look at. So easy. I can come up with a list of like the thumbnails that we should probably change or retest rather. Mm-hmm. Yes, the answer to that is yes.
that was the lesson.
Yeah. So
actually, I didn't ask Sean. He had no idea I was doing it till after I did it. So
I was super impressed. Another thing too, you've reached out in the last few months to like 6 people and got 5 responses, right?
Yeah, something like that. Like 75%.
3 out of 4 is 75%. 5 to 6 would be like 80 something.
83%
success rate.
Rod knows his fractions.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, let's compare some of this copy. Version 1, 26:43. At that point, discover the dinner table effect. It's the one thing that great copy should give to prospects, and it's not about the prospect itself. Not bad. I know David, so I know what this is. 26:43. Consider yourself warned. If your copy fails to spark these 2 feelings in your readers, it is destined to bomb. Use David's quickfire dinner table test to avoid this fate. Chat, what do you guys think? Version 1 or version 2?
It's the one copy should give to prospects, and it's not about the product itself. I'm a little confused by that. I think it's trying to do the thing where it alludes to some What's the word I'm looking for? Mystery?
Perspicacity. Verisimilitude.
That was it.
Flossy nosy nihilopilification.
Purposefully trying to say?
Sesquipedalian. Is that the word?
Sure, let's go with that.
Sesquipedalian.
I don't know what that means, but sure. What does that mean? Sesquipedalian.
Sesquipedalian is the word that means long word.
Seriously?
Yes.
I love it. Wait. Can you say it 3 times fast?
Sesquipedalian, sesquipedalian, sesquipedalian. Okay. But the longest non-technical English language word is flossy nosy nihilopilification, which is just a bunch of the word in Latin for like nothing or zero or nada strung together and then given the ication noun morphological ending. So it means the act or tendency of rendering things worthless. Flossy nosy nihilopilification.
I think I'm gonna go with
How is that not a technical term?
It's not a technical term.
It's like a linguistic term.
It's not a linguistic term.
flossy nosy
Nihilopilification.
nihilopilification.
So think of it this way, like nihila, like nihilism, nothingism, you know.
What's the pilla?
I don't know. We were talking about the pilla a few ads ago.
Nihilopilla.
Nihilopilla. All right. So we've got two. Version 2 has the urgency intrigue. Version 1 has none of version 2's emotion. 2. Rod, what do you think?
I'm in camp number 2. I don't love it, but it is more interesting than number 1.
Would you
I
say
feel like
that
there's
it's
a certain
more
cadence?
fascinating?
Okay. Yeah, we could say fascinating. I would say intriguing, but yeah, sure. It's more fascinating. It is more of a fascination than number 1. I think the consider yourself warned thing as just an opener is like, oh, okay, what's the thing? Do I know what it is? Even if I think it's stupid, I have now paid attention more. If your copy fails to spark these 2 feelings, what are the feelings? It's destined to bomb. So number 2, and then the sort of intrigue around what the fuck is the dinner table test? Is I don't know what that is, and so should I know what that is? Do I need to know what that is? So like on 3 fronts, it's like triggered that okay, I'm paying attention thing. I think avoiding this fate is a little dramatic. You don't have to be that dramatic.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a better way to use that.
I agree. But in terms of Rod, for every reason that you and Kaylee have listed, I do think it's doing way more rhetorically than version 1.
What I do like about version 1 is that it's not about the product itself. I think there's something to that, maybe, but it's just falling flat. I think it needs more. But version 2 is then more emotional. And so it immediately makes you want to keep going. Yeah, I think the one thing that great copy should give to prospects, and it's not about the product itself, like just eliminating the dinner table effect immediately makes it easier to get through, but it still feels kind of like, and one great thing, that's pretty vague. So more specificity, like what it will actually do for the copy instead of this is the one great thing.
Yeah.
There's also there's like cliche creep. I think when you read certain copy, it very much gives that feeling of like older style copy, and I think it's because the tropes or the phrases it relies on or have been so prevalent over so long that it's hard to take seriously when you read them. And so great copy needs this, and it's not that. It's just such a I've heard some version of that so many times that it's not
listen, I had a whole spiel about the problem with cliches like 3 hours ago.
Yeah. And I think the warning, this is getting to that point, but it's not nearly at the same level of it's not X, And this is itself is like a rephrasing of it. Like, consider yourself warned feels a little bit different than warning.
Yeah.
Mesothelioma patients.
Have you been the victim of an accident or yeah, something like that. For all the reasons that people have listed, I agree. I think version 2 is better. Absolutely. Just so you guys know, and this is, again, David was one of my first mentors, and he was actually the chief of the first sales letter I ever wrote. You guys think that I'm ruthless and like I have a high bar for reviewing copy. David is, anyway, he's the nicest man in the world. Just never show him your copy. He'll make you cry. He and Lori Haller, his partner, and the two of us have become really, really good close friends. Whenever they're in town or whenever we're north, we go hang out with them. It's a good time. But one thing that I will say about the dinner table test, I want people to learn this, because this will help you pass the dinner table test. The two feelings. What are the two feelings? This is especially true for like longer form copy, VSLs, sales letters. The best copy and the best performing copy makes a person feel smarter and gives a person something that they can share that makes them seem interesting. The best long form copy, financial, health, survivor, like fitness, whatever, they give you something that you can bring up if you're ever at a dinner party and like you want to talk about something interesting. Hey, I recently heard about thing. Did you know that cortisol is actually the biggest cause of belly fat in people? It's true. Things like that. So you want your copy, especially your long form copy, your long form direct response copy, your video sales letters, things like that, to give people something that they can bring up at a party whenever they want to talk about something interesting. So, a lot. I like studying old copy, but I also think that what you need to do is understand what that it's doing that is still at play today.
Yeah. I think that's the biggest thing is like, yes, you should still study it because you're only going to see good copy from back in the day. You're not going to be studying shitty copy that didn't work. And so the examples you find that are older are things that did work. And so it should be easier to identify the principles that they were using to arrive at that. You will have to adapt those principles for modern audiences, modern media, given you're working probably in social media, not print. It has to look different. But like, you know, that is a thing that will come with time and experience. So definitely mix it up, get some new stuff in there too. But there is lots of great old copy that is worth your time to read.
Rod, don't let me forget to send you that old piece of copy that I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Shaw wrote this one, version number 2 as well.
Boom.
3 for 3.
3 for 3 yet again. Triple threat.
Okay, and so scroll up. Who is this audience again?
Oh, no, he just played the game. So this is for the Copy Chief by Kevin Rogers podcast. Interesting thing about... Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, so we now know that Copy That is a better educational tool, more worth your time than being a member of Copy.
I'm fucking friends with Kevin, Rod.
And now you have to fight your friend because our proteges are better than his proteges.
Nobody clip that and send that to Kevin.
Tell him I said that. Kevin, teach him bullets better.
Oh God.
He's not sending his best.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I love you, Kevin Rogers.
Yeah. No. Kevin's a good dude. He's a really good dude. Former stand-up comedian, by the way.
Fight.
I'm here for it.
I love it. Listen.
A battle to the conversion.
No.
I don't care if you're Daniel Throssell. I don't care if you're Kevin Rogers. You know, we got that smoke here.
God, why are we picking fights with all of my friends, but not picking fights with any of the people that we don't like?
Because it's not fun to fight those people.
Do I have any students that I'm not proud of? Yes, I'm not proud of the ones that don't make something of their lives or apply the skills that I teach them.
I mean, and like technically we have like tens of thousands of students.
Yeah,
Surely there's some fuck ups in there.
70 plus
There's probably some
thousand
terrible
students.
people.
Oh yeah.
Like some real dirt bags, I'm sure. Not proud of them.
Copy that. Our students are dirtbags.
No. Copy that.
Well, we're at
Some
that
of our
part.
students are dirt bags.
This is how you know you're close to
yeah. How dare you ask that question? It's like there's like a pro athlete loses a game press conference.
It's me.
Yeah, LeBron James. Who really let you down today?
Oh my god, I'm crying.
He's dirtbags. Calling his dirtbags plural. Great.
Oh my god. I'm just so proud of like we did these streams and literally like, you know, the fact that we did these streams and provided these streams became something that helped him land a client. And then Rod, you gave him an idea that helped him like push forward with that client. And then I helped him revise this copy and literally just out on a whim spat something. I don't even remember this. I wonder what critique stream it was from. But like apparently this was all me just coming up with stuff off the dome that apparently like did really, really well. So I love it.
I feel like that is so. This is one of the reasons I feel like copywriters need more to work in teams more, because it is really hard to get from 0 to 1 or from 0 to 0.8. But once you get it that far, it is trivial for someone else who has no context or just has a slightly different perspective to come in and like level that thing up so much more. And like this happens even like in my day job too, where it's like I'll have an idea, it's like pretty good but not quite there, and my boss will come and be like, "Oh yeah, it's this," and I'm just like, "That is the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. You said that off the dome. What the fuck?" And it's not that. Well, you know, she is a lot better than me, but it's not just that the person has way more experience or knowledge. It's also that it is a lot easier to go from like that skeleton to the polished version than it is to get to the skeleton. And so like when you guys are writing stuff, like share it with people. Don't wait until it's perfect. It will be so much harder for you to make it perfect than for someone to come in and help you like graft onto it. You know, share early, often, all the time.
Yeah. You and I have that experience a lot too. Like she'll be like noodling around with something. She'll be like, "Oh, I'm struggling with this," and I'll be like, "It's this," and you'll be like, "Fuck."
Yeah, that's all my reaction. I'm like, "God damn it, someone patient."
It's so true. Or I'll know what I'm trying to say, but I just can't like make the words concise enough.
Mhm.
John.
Oh my god, yeah.
And then sometimes like he'll almost be done. I'll be like, "No, that's close though." And it's just like this back and forth until like he'll say it or I'll say it. And it feels like the freaking Monty Python, and you see the Grail in the clouds, and you're like, "This is it."
Yeah.
I was about to say something really dirty. I'm not going to.
Well, now you have to say it.
No, I'm not going
Now
to.
you have to say it. You can't.
It's alive.
You can't be a tease. Not on stream.
Well, I was going to say, you know, "This is it." It's when you hit the G spot.
Yeah. the way you did your hands is like. Have you seen that Jeb Bush meme?
Please clap.
Oh man, it was the dissonance between "this is the G spot," the voice, and the message.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Please, will you pull this image up on stream?
Okay.
Because this is the people need to know what I saw in my mind when you did this.
Alrighty.
This is Jeb Bush hitting the G spot over all 50 states. There you go.
When you hit the prostate.
It's almost like we've been streaming for more than 2 hours. Things go way out of left field. Oh my goodness, too funny. All right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces. Hard to imagine us giving better comments or feedback than we gave for like either the dude's portfolio or the pregnancy one. That was pretty good. Everything else is just downhill from here. So here's the context. This is an outreach message to a trading coach. Ooh, interesting. I want to make sure I'm getting all the context. His welcome email was very bad. It set no expectations for further emails and didn't really welcome the readers in. He also didn't send any other emails out besides the welcome email and had no sales page or VSL for his coaching offer. Sounds like this person could use a copywriter's help. So perfect pick. I didn't want to include all that in the email as I felt like it would be too much, but I would love to hear your thoughts. I'm glad we have cold outreach expert over here to SL. So subject line, about your post on how to stop blowing your accounts. In trader parlance, it's blowing up your accounts. Blowing your accounts is different. I just want to put that out there. You don't want to blow up your account. So. Rod is just totally straight face. Anyway. Hey, Jordan. I recently came across your post on how to stop blowing accounts.
Look, I have to do this every single day. I'm just constant. This is real life.
Blowing up accounts and couldn't agree more. Blowing up your accounts. Not overplaying your skill set and not trying to always hit home runs is so crucial. I can't stress this enough. I don't feel like you need that. Because I can't stress this enough. You can't stress enough the thing that he just said.
And also, what does overplaying your skill set mean? I don't think that everybody's going to understand what you're
He's probably trying to feed the language back to the person.
And I would be given that you're reacting to something, I would say, and this is a point the other guys made, I'd say I agree that, or I agree, comma, not overplaying.
Yeah, because this is personalization, and maybe one day I'll do a whole masterclass on personalization. Fun fact, Rod, I feel like because I see you so little, every time I see you on stream, I'm like, I have to tell you all these things about the stuff and the things and the things. I recently have this trend of calling people out on Twitter, famous people out on Twitter or YouTube, and getting them to respond.
What?
Like Killer Mike, for example, and like other people like that. And the way I do it is I just do good personalization. Like, for example, Kaylee and I were at a Rage Against the Machine concert and Run the Jewels opened. And so I added Killer Mike because Killer Mike, as he was exiting the stage, tripped and fell on the stage. And I could see it like from where we were sitting. And like it was in the dark, but I could clearly see that Killer Mike ate shit as he was getting off stage. And so I added Killer Mike and I was like, hey, dude, I just want to check in and make sure that you were okay after that fall as you were exiting the stage. And he responded back on Twitter and was like, thanks for looking out for a G. And then shush face emoji.
Thanks for looking out for a G, Sean. Can always trust you to do that.
And so I've been doing that a lot recently. I'm like, I feel like that there's a good personalization lesson in there somehow. And I think that there's a lesson that this person could take away. Because it's not as simple as like, hey, you did this thing, and I agree that the thing you said is true.
Yeah. There's this just happened to me.
Yeah.
Because maybe like a better version is like, it's like scrap the first sentence is like, I lost it when I saw your recent post about not overplaying your skill set because this shit just happened to me. Go immediately into your example, tell a personal story that connects to what the person said, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I just wanted to network.
Yeah. Really quick. We're going to miss you. If you ever feel inclined or ever want to join the inner circle, but also like, Paula, I need to DM you because I want to talk about a thing with the stuff and, you know, maybe kicking some work your way. So we will talk later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think just in the roundabout way with personalization, like it has to be personal. And I think that one of the secrets to good personalization is to either really tap into something that they're proud of, the person is proud of, or tap into something that the person's a little insecure about, but like framing it in a way that they're a little like absolved, or like framing it in a jokey kind of way, or in like a meaningful and like caring kind of way.
I think it needs to be more specific.
Yeah.
Because if it's really specific, then they know you actually read the post, and that's automatically going to make them want to read more. Yeah.
So I think that the personalization needs help. Moving on. I also happen to come across your email marketing and funnel setup, and I notice a few things that might be holding back your revenue.
It's okay. It's not terrible.
Yeah.
But it's not great. But it's not terrible.
C's
It
get
works.
degrees.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's all you need.
Sometimes it's all you need.
Like, oh, okay, well, holding back my revenue. All right, what do you
What you pitching, pitcher?
Yeah.
All right. For example, I got a welcome email for your MIG course bundle, which is great, but I haven't received any other emails from you whatsoever. As you may already know, this can make a massive difference. Well, if he's not sending emails, he may not know that.
That was my, as you may already know, I would just remove that sentence. And I wouldn't say from you whatsoever. That just sounds so like you're picking on them. You know,
Absolutely.
I haven't had any. I would change the wording of that to be a little bit more friendly and approachable. Hey, I didn't know, or maybe you don't realize this, or hey, I noticed this thing that has gotten a lot. Hey, I noticed this thing in your funnel sequence that could be preventing you from getting a lot of revenue. Maybe you didn't realize. I'd have to sit and really make it concise. I'm at that point where I'm 3 hours in and tired, but
5 hours. We're nearly 5 hours in.
But yeah.
So, Rob, you were going to say something?
I don't know if I was, but now that I have the microphone, I do think. I know what I was going to say. When you are talking to people like this, you really have to think about like what is their mindset going to be when they receive it. And so like if this person genuinely does not know that they should be sending emails post welcome email, you having this tone can come across as like kind of bullying, like, hey, I'm a marketer and you're so dumb, why aren't you doing this thing? That's not a good look. On the other hand, if they do know and they're not doing it, either one, they have a good reason for not doing it, and so they're gonna be like, well, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Or it's like, oh, I know I should be doing it, but I don't have the time, I don't have the resources, I don't have whatever. And so now you're just being critical person on the internet. And I don't like when people are critical of me, especially when they're strangers. Go away. And so it's important to be pretty gentle, especially in these initial communications with people, because even if you're coming from a place of trying to help, if it's perceived at all as like critical or bullying, that can turn someone off before you've had the chance to make your case for yourself.
I'm not sure what your current strategy is, but I noticed that you weren't doing this thing that could really increase your revenue. If you know, it's less, and obviously when you say thing, that would have to be more specific, but.
I found that in my experience.
Yeah.
Exactly. I've been doing this for X amount of years, and this is a thing that is often overlooked. And I noticed in your specific ad, in your specific email, and actually say something that was in that email, so they know this isn't some boilerplate boilerplate bullshit that you just send out to everybody. I only got one email that said this, and nothing came after it. And then they know, wow, you actually read the email instead of.
Yeah.
And that becomes. It shows that you care.
Yeah.
It shows that you're not just reaching out and saying, your stuff could be better.
Yeah. Another thing that I want to add here, Riley, and Riley's a former incubator, so Riley knows their stuff. So, like I said, C's do get degrees, and a lot of this is doing the basics right. Mm-hmm. What it's missing is the conversion triggers that really move the needle. I want to add this. Does negging work for cold outreach? Generally, no. But every once in a while, yes. It's not a tactic that I would ever recommend. Sorry, what?
Every once in a while, you hit that really insecure person who really wants to validate strangers' opinions on the internet.
Listen, if you're going to do it, look at their social media first to see the things they are.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Another thing, too, is like, this is leaning heavily, a reliable conversion system. I recently implemented the system with an online fitness coach. And so, okay, what I'm about to say, I was trying to compliment Sandwich this before we diverted into the negging line. Here's the middle part of the compliment sandwich. This is very heavily relying on the person that you're reaching out to being kind of ignorant of the sorts of results that coaches can get when they're successful. It's hard for me from my perspective. I just got the numbers back from our the business in Japan, our December performance, and it was something along the order of like $850,000 this month. And so if this person is coming from a place of knowledge and being like, hey, good marketing can produce this amount and you can produce only this amount. Careful, because now the proof that would ordinarily make you seem more credible now seems like a detractor. So those are things you got to weigh. What are this person's results? How much is this person's product? Things like this. Boost their email click rate by 10x. Solid. That's only meaningful, though, if this person does know that email marketing can make a massive difference, which apparently they don't because they're not sending emails.
And honestly, when you see 10x, it just feels like typical. It doesn't feel really believable. I don't even think you need to mention that or promise that.
Yeah. Here's something I learned very early on in my copywriting career. 9xing something is more believable and persuasive than 10xing something. Mm-hmm. Crazy to think about, right? And so this is leaning really heavily on like the system is down. And what I'm trying to say here is that I think this, if you're trying to market to a really small operator, Don disagrees. Yeah, well, I think if you're going to name something that 10x is better than 9x personally, but if you're trying to persuade somebody, I think 9x is better. Well, I know 9x is better. Proof is in the pudding. Now, what I was going to say is that, like, if you're reaching out to a small operator, a small coach, you want to go personal. And there's one thing that isn't personal.
System.
It's a system. Yeah. The actual underlying subtext of what you are saying here in your pitch is, hey, I don't care about your business. I'm going to set it and forget it, and you will make money. But you're also trying to rely on these personal appeals.
Yeah.
So what you're offering and what you're trying to do are at odds with each other. Subtle, but powerful.
I have one thing too.
Good.
It ends on, would you be open to me walking you through how the system works? you are not ending on an open-ended question. You're telling them yes or no. And
Yeah.
the second that they say yes or no, if the answer is no, they have no reason to reach out to you. So ask them an open-ended question instead. And you're giving them more of a reason to reply to you. You're creating dialogue as opposed to just closing them off.
Right. And that ties back into the personal component I was saying before. Rob, what were you going to say?
Yeah, a very similar point. And I think Kaylee brought it up when she was talking about the outreach she was doing, where you don't know if this person needs a system. It could be the case that they have a system and they just didn't have time to write any other emails for this. And so if we're anything else that you engage with, you would have seen that. And so it could be that there's just a missing piece of this particular part of their funnel. And so when you go into these interactions from the jump saying, here, let me apply this entire thing to your business, you might be suggesting something that they have no use for. And so if you come into that with more curiosity in like the, hey, I noticed this and this seems off because in my experience, this is what you would do and this is what leads to results. Is that working for you? Or, is that something you're looking to change or fix? Or, what's up with that? Is something that will start that dialogue and lead you to maybe a couple of different places where you can help them, regardless of whether they need a whole system or they just need some copywritten.
You can even,
And I think there's a lot less friction in that too, just answering a question about like what their thoughts are than there is with saying yes to onboarding someone and hiring somebody and paying money and this and that or whatever. So
you can even come at it indirectly and not make it obvious that you're trying to get their business. Like, oh, I noticed this, and in my experience, doing this would increase your revenue. But if you've already tried it, I'd love to know what's your current strategy. Bam.
Mhm.
Like I'm working with these, I'm just, you can come at it from I have experience, I've been doing this for a while, but I want to know more about what you're doing. And people will share with you. You'd be surprised. Some people won't, but yeah. And you'll have to sit with it and finagle the words. This is, if it were me writing this, I would be, when I was at my phone writing that cold pitch, like I was deleting sentences and rewording them and, okay. And thinking about it before I hit that send button. So, take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, but just refine, sound more personal. This feels like it's written more towards somebody that is a marketer rather than somebody that is a business owner.
Yeah.
And business owners, most of them don't understand the nuances and the mechanisms and the lingo and jargon that comes with marketing. And so you can dumb it down even more and it will work better for you. Now, again, you can study your prospect and you might have somebody that's a business owner that has experience in this. And so it really depends on who you're pitching to. There's nuance to everything, but anyways, that's all I gotta say.
No. Really quick note, the subtext of the word system implied predictability. Yes, that is correct. And that is really, really useful when you're reaching out to people that are seeking safety and predictability in contrast to the alternative, which is unpredictability and uncertainty. This person's literally a trader. He literally a risk taker. This person's not seeking predictability. No, one of the things you got to understand about cold outreach is like you are trying to establish a relationship, a personal relationship with somebody out of the blue. And so, yes, systems feel safe and predictable. But one of the, and I've brought this up with it on a few podcasts and like streams and exchanges that I've had with Kyle Milligan, the inventor of New, Easy, Safe, and Big, the author of Take Their Money, is that that is really good as like a beginner's entry into understanding how subtext and copy works. But one of the things that I have known from my background and then also working with Mark Ford was Mark Ford's initial observations about copy was that like all the copy was promising, like for a financial product, big gains, fast gains, predictable gains. But what did people really want? Mark sat and thought about it, and he realized people want community. People want collaborators. People want people to see and understand them and their pain. People, especially of certain dispositions and generations, want to not be lonely. Now, when you look at new, easy, safe, and big, there's no room in there for the human yearning for community. And so, right? And so,
Yeah.
one of the things that you have to consider and take with a grain of salt is that, yes, just because you use a word that communicated an emotion, that doesn't mean it was the right emotion. You have to really think about what people are actually seeking when you pitch them. You have to understand people a lot better, just so that you can make sure that your negging will work. I'm kidding. All right. We'll quickly glance at the other cold email, but
wait, can I see the context?
okay. This was an outreach message to an executive coach who was running Google ads to a sales page that was terrible. This version got slightly better results than the previous one, I think. It got around 4 to 6 responses from 100 emails. That's partially the problem here, that like this is, you know, your mass sending when sniping might be a little bit better, whereas the other one got around 3. So this one got 3 responses out of 100 as opposed to this one, which got 4. So this is clearly a winner if we're going by the way direct response works. I love this, the scientific advertising. I haven't fully followed up with everyone in the other outreach tests, so that could potentially skew the results. Okay. Subject line. About your podcast episode with Aaron. Hey, Max. Recently came across your podcast episode with Aaron and loved it, especially your insights into modern success. Connection is so crucial. I think too many people give it up on the pursuit for more. Anyway, I also checked your sales funnel.
No.
It's a very hard transition. It doesn't feel genuine.
Yeah.
I recently came across your podcast episode with Aaron and loved it. That's very vague. Again, pull from an actual specific detail of the podcast, maybe a pull quote. When you said this, it really resonated with me. I've had that experience, or whatever it may be. Because when it's written like this, you have to think like they're getting prospected or pitched by more than just you. And so if anything feels boilerplate, it's immediately going to the trash bin because it sounds like everything else. Nobody really reaches out and actually sounds like a human. And so sound like a human, sound like when you're talking to somebody and meeting somebody for the first time, you gotta, write the, think of it like a Tinder profile. Make it spicy and enticing. Think about what you're putting there and don't send out boilerplate. Like Sean was saying, really sniping is better than mass emailing. If you spend more time with one person, you're going to have a better shot than
playing the field.
Exactly. And I'll tell you, like the people that I prospected, when I sent them out, I went on their Facebook profiles. I kind of got a feel for who they were. I tried to find their social medias and got an idea of who I was reaching out to so that it made it easier to land the sale. And in certain cases, I gave them straight up examples like, hey, this thing came to my house and I saw it and I just did this for you out of whim because I love doing this. And you can tell me if you like it or not. But I noticed these principles weren't happening in what came in the mail. And in my experience, this has boosted sales or increased phone calls or and if you're interested in speaking with me, I'd love to talk with you more. Yada, yada.
Or ending with an open-ended question.
Yeah.
Rod, I feel like you were going to say something.
Nope.
Nope. All right.
Nope. Just brutal transition.
Yeah, brutal transition. And again, like Riley here is, I think, he has the mechanics, the basics of persuasion down. He is doing it correctly. The ingredients of this jambalaya are there. You see all of the various ingredients of the jambalaya. What's missing is the spice that gives it that unique and distinct flavor. Jambalaya, if you guys don't know, it's a whole bunch of crap in a pot and it all starts tasting the same as everything else that's cooked in the pot with it, like a bad stew. And what you want from a good jambalaya is like texture and distinct flavors happening, and a variety of flavor profiles, and of course a lot of heat. What's missing is the heat and the uniqueness here. And I think that that's partially a product of the fact that this person is sending out 100 emails and then doing a little bit of personalization. The other thing too is that, abrupt and quick transition to the actual pitch. And the other problem too is that some of the personalization feels disingenuous. So
where to start? Like, hey, I came across your page because the ad showed up in my feed and I clicked it. I put the email in because I was really intrigued by the things that you were making. And I realized it took me to this, and this could cause a drop in conversions, but I really love what you're talking about. And so, and then you can mention the podcast after that. And then it feels more real instead of, hey, I saw this thing, I loved it. By the way, you can just be honest about your journey and how you came to them. And it feels more natural that way and more conversational. And then when you're saying, hey, I really liked this content, it feels more believable because you actually clicked it. And so that's just something to keep in mind. Yeah. And again, be really specific, because if you're not, it's, I also checked out your sales funnel and noticed a few easy wins. What is, it's not bad. There's definitely a solid framework, and you're definitely grasping the concepts.
Oh, Riley, again, all the ingredients are there in the jambalaya. Mm-hmm. And that's why I think that Droid User reached out and said, get yourself somewhere you can work more and pitch less. I would be inclined to agree, because it's clear that you can write. It's clear that you can string together a coherent, persuasive message. What's difficult right now is that cold outreach, you are reaching out to such a difficult to hurdle over barrier. And it's a completely, not only is it like you have to be so good at copy, but also like it's very effortful. It's a very difficult kind of copy to master, cold outreach is.
Yeah.
And so I want to agree with Droid User that spend a few years like proving yourself, generating results, getting more cred under your belt, because that ultimately is going to make it easier for you to reach out to people cold. So shall we move on? We have only a few left.
Nice.
And then, Rod, you'll never have to stream with me ever again. We will literally stream together in like a couple of weeks.
It was like, I don't know about that. It's a fake promise.
All right. So this is the Nuri supplement. It's a Facebook ad. Nuri Pheromone Gummies is an ingestible supplement, not a topical perfume, that claims to boost your body's natural pheromone production from the inside out. It's so interesting. A former mentee of mine, a guy by the name of Brian, he had, I think, his own like dating course where he talked about how like the secret of attraction was not how attractive you are or like what you said or what you did, but actually like the mechanism he used was pheromones. That you have to have the right pheromones. Rod, what is your opinion of pheromones?
Oh, wait. I don't have a strong opinion on pheromones. Sorry, I'm like trying to grocery shop at the same time as we're doing this, so they will get here in time for me to cook dinner. I don't have strong opinions on pheromones because I'm uneducated, but the dumb version in my head really just thinks that it's not really about pheromones or having good pheromones. It's about being the kind of person who gets close enough to other people so that they smell you. Like it's probably, if you're far away, it doesn't really matter how great your pheromones are. Shouldn't you just be the kind of person who's close to people who might like how you smell regardless? Dumb. Is that like 200 IQ?
Yeah, no.
Just be close to people who might like you.
Literally, that's the dating secret, right?
Yeah. Be close to people you're attracted to.
I do. Oh, just smell good, she says as she leans into me. I smell like shit all the time, so I don't know what the hell is wrong with her. But yeah, that's so interesting to me. I do, I've dated my share of women. I have known the touch and feel of another person's body before. I over the years have developed a really almost like overly simplistic opinion about dating. I think that almost everything comes down to a series of yes no answers and like check boxes.
Yeah.
Like I think that there's a certain ineffable, like there's something about this person that's magical. But you don't get there unless you're checking a series of boxes. Does this person smell in a way that I can tolerate? Yes. Does this person give me the ick? No. And if you can just get that, like all the yeses, then you get to experience that sort of like ineffable, wow, there's something really special that I can't really name about this person. But you have to be able to hit all those check boxes along the way.
It sounds right to me.
Anyway,
They don't say no. There's actually no.
I feel like I'm like, oh, this is my profound theory of dating. This 41-year-old man is dropping, and both of you are just like, well, yeah, feels kind of obvious. Shut the fuck up, Sean. Fine, I will.
Don't be things they don't like.
Thank you. Yes. Anyway, so women who want to attract men, normally the old women.
Wait. Okay, so do you
What?
think
Oh,
pheromone-
okay.
Before we continue, do you think the pheromone angle works?
Well, I know it works because it's a unique angle, and novel and different always sells better than better.
So it doesn't matter if it's true.
The old woman, most commercials are geared towards men being successful dating well.
Yeah, I think Paul is pointing out something, I think, valuable and worth taking note of here.
Kaylee, please comment on Sean's theory of attraction
And dating.
Is Sean smooth, Kaylee?
Is Sean smooth? Yeah. Sean is smooth. Like it's not the like stereotypical what you see in the I guess media. It's like charming and real and funny and unique, and it's lovely.
You're so unique, Sean.
Different is better than better.
It's not about being the most attractive. It's about being the most different.
I may not be the most attractive. I may not have the biggest D. I may not have the best personality. I may not smell the best. That's it. That was my pitch. I am Nesby, an oversimplified framework with which to analyze subtext. I love Kyle. I want to have him on the show more. I think he's shutting down his agency and just going back to just only doing freelance and info. So
funny how that works.
Yeah, agency life. Never start an agency. Don't do it. All right. So women who want to attract men, normally the old women. They take these gummies. Your body produces more pheromones. It increases the smell of your cookies.
What?
Okay.
That
This
must be
increases the smell of your cookie and your body. Men notice you more.
Because I want my coochie to smell like cookies.
Well, I don't think that's what he's saying. I think
he's saying your cookie is your coochie.
Yeah.
I'm just being stupid because I'm in hours.
It's 5 hours. It's just all downhill from here.
I want
men. No, I want my yeah. Anyway. All right. Feel drawn to you. Your man wants to eat you alive. Question. I just want to check if my tone and voice is human enough.
Uh-oh.
Now here, before we read the copy, I already know that this is the kind of product that sells. I've seen products like this. I brought up a specific thing because I know that this works. I know for a fact that there's a market for this. Is it massive? No, but it thrives with niche and direct response copy, which is the kind of stuff that you'll find on Instagram and other niche products on Meta and Facebook. Now,
It's like
Scriptlow
Thrush.
includes, huh?
It's like Thrush.
Right.
It's niche, but it thrives.
Gross. The first, or like my cookie. The first avatar appears in the hook talking about a video she saw. The second avatar is the video itself and starts from the body. So, okay. I understand what this person is trying to say. Hook. If you're wanting to use any of these gummies for your coochie smell, wait a second. You need to hear what this researcher discovered.
It's a little on the nose.
Yeah. And also, I don't think that 40-year-olds would be tied into any like viral gummy. And it's giving, if you're wanting to use any of these gummies, like they already know about them, and I don't think that they do.
I think that could work.
It can work.
Because I think I get the ones for guys. It's like, oh, men are using these pills, these gummies, these whatever to boost whatever, and I've never heard of any of them. And they talk about them, but like it's visually you understand what the things are supposed to be, and so it works even though you have no idea what the fuck they are.
Yeah.
So, as long as they just show them eating them, it's like okay.
Well, then I think then you'd have to change it if you're wanting, because or maybe I'm wrong. I can be wrong, but
This is one of those like Facebook ads. Like I've broken down the copy before live, where it's like a lot of the copy is provocative, but kind of like grammatically, it almost like doesn't make sense. And the fact that these are again being absorbed by people that literally are just habitually scrolling past something for one. And so the problem that I have is not this. The problem that I have is like it takes so many meaningless words to get to the first meaningful word. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 words to get to the first word that's not purely functional. Hey, Saoirse, do you want to come say hi to people? You have a cavity.
Yeah, I have a cavity.
Oh no!
Probably broken.
Let me see. Let me see. Well, where is the cavity?
It's right all around us.
You have the cavity all around your teeth?
You want to come say hi to you?
All around the world.
Oh, hey, buddy.
Hi.
Oh hey, buddy. Hi, Atlas.
Ready? 1, 2.
Oh.
Say hi.
Saoirse, say thank you, Michael, for becoming a new member.
Atlas, can you say thank you, Michael?
Thank you, Michael.
Oh! This guy.
Yes, that like the world is a vampire. The world is a cavity. Absolutely. So, Saoirse, do you know what the solution for cavities are?
When they're broken.
When they're broken.
I have germs.
So, Alice, can you please stop doing that? I literally can hear like electrical snaps coming from my speakers.
Is this light on? Or
That light was on. There we go. So, Saoirse, if you have a cavity, we have to take you to the dentist.
Oh.
They have to open your mouth and they have to go zzz and drill out the cavity.
Oh.
Yeah. But it's okay. They'll give you ketamine to knock you out so you don't scream the whole time.
I like ketamine.
Oh, and you get stickers. It's true.
And my ring.
Oh, and your rings?
Yeah.
All right.
Can you give me?
Do you think Elon Musk spends a lot of time at the dentist?
And the dentist can give me a lot.
And the dentist can give you a lollipop. That's the perfect thing to eat after you've had cavities.
Yeah, we ate a lot of candy. And when you have candy, that's why. When you have broken teeth.
When you have broken teeth, that's why you have a cavity.
Seriously, can you try and read what that says?
No. All right, kids, I'm kicking you out.
Come here. I'm gonna hang out with you.
All right, sounds good, baby. Thank you for joining on the stream.
It was so much fun. Bye, Rod.
Bye.
And everybody. I had a great time. All right, come here, Atlas. Come with mommy. Come with mommy.
Guaranteed perturbation. Good marketing right there. I love it. Amazing. Oh, all right. Goodbye, everybody. All right. Now people won't make fun of me for mansplaining anymore.
No, we're still here. We'll still do that.
I know you will. I trust you to do that. All right. So, Rod, did you know that before you use these gummies for your coochie smell, stop. You need to hear what this researcher discovered first. So this is in long form direct response, we call this a Prometheus story. So this researcher discovered, researcher found might shock you. This is setting up what's called a Prometheus story in copy. What is the Prometheus story? Rod, do you remember the Prometheus story?
He discovers fire and then gives it to mankind, and then
he was a Titan
fucked
and
out
he
of
was
his
up
godhood.
And he's just like, look at those poor cold men that we created. We should feel bad. And so he takes the fire from the gods and he gives it to man. And Zeus punishes him for eternity by having him tied to a rock and then having his liver ripped out and eaten by crows forever.
I think it was an eagle, right? Is it Aeolus? Oh God, who's the eagle?
It's something. I thought it was crows. It could be an eagle. Anyway, so that's the Prometheus
Atos.
story.
It was a monstrous bird.
Got it. Should have known. Anyway, so
sorry, I just played through Hades 2, in which Prometheus is featured, and so this is
how my friends Nolan and Khalil have been swearing up and down by Hades 2. How did you like it?
Okay, have you played the first one?
No, but they swore up and down by that too.
Okay. They are both two of the best games I've ever played. And it's like the same game formula. They're both roguelikes. Gameplay is a little bit different. And so they managed to evolve it from the first one to the second one. And they're like differently good. I would say play the first one first, but like absolutely play it. It is very fun game, great replay value, but the storytelling is fantastic. The characterization is fantastic. The music is fantastic. The artwork is fantastic. It is the example of a game that like does like quote unquote woke stuff without being like over the top and stupid about it really well. And so there's like lots of characters where like their sexuality is ambiguous or they're like gods, and so they be fucking everyone. And it's just, but it's not it's not the plot. It's just a thing that randomly happens, and you're like, oh, sure, that makes sense. And so it's really great, smart, interesting, iterative writing that like respects your intelligence as a reader, but doesn't shy away from topics that like feel relevant and like actually like authentic to the world in which it's set. Cannot like I like 12 out of 10. The second one is also fantastic as well.
Okay. Hades 1 is the first game I ever played enough to get all the achievements. I'm working on 2 now. I back up everything Rod is saying. You know, it's funny because like last night I had started a deathless, not speed run, but deathless run of The Last of Us 2. I want to say a year ago. And then I randomly picked it up last night and finished it and remembered, you know, it's like the 4th time I beat The Last of Us 2, which I think is probably one of the best games I've ever played. I also started playing around September Silk Song, Hollow Knight 2.
Mm-hmm.
I love that, but I just haven't had time to, you know, spend the 70 hours to beat that or really get very far whatsoever. And so for me, I'm like, is it worth playing Silksong or playing Expedition 33, which Kaylee says is one of the best games she ever played? Or is it worth me like picking up Hades or Hades 2?
It's worth picking up. It's like it was so good. Like someone gifted it to me randomly that when Hades 2 got announced, I bought it immediately on like day one early access. And I feel like on day one early access, like that game was like more complete than even like the first one was, like when it like fully launched. Like the studio is like really, really fucking good at what they do. And it's like, I don't know, it's a great experience. It's also one of those games though where it's very easy to like set it and forget it for long periods of time. Every run is like 30 minutes. And so I guess it's short at the beginning when you're dying all the time, but like you're playing for like 30 to 35 minutes max at a time. And so it's very easy to like just do a little bit, go play something else, come back to it, and feel like you've made progress without like devoting your life to it. Yeah. It's great for busy people. There's not a game I would recommend more, I think, than either of the Hades games.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I will consider it. Silksong, huge freaking. There are 5 endings. Every single nook and corner.
I'm sorry. I lied. There is one other game. And I was thinking about this earlier. I meant to mention it to you and Kaylee when you guys were here. Class of 09. The re-up. So, do you guys ever do like visual novels?
Thank you very much, Dove. You're on Discord, so we will talk to you on there. Thank you very much for joining.
Take care,
Visual
Dove.
novels. Tell me more.
They're like, it's very much Japanese medium where it's like clicking through a story every now and then you'll get choices you make to turn. It's like a choose your own adventure in video game form.
Okay.
And so this is there's lots of tropes in here. It's a very Japanese thing. So a lot of the tropes are like dumb or whatever. And these people, some Americans made like a high school simulator. And so it's called Class of 09. Definitely restart that and play it with sound. Because it's like it's a parody of that. And you're a high school senior in the year 2009 making lots of terrible choices with lots of like crazy outcomes. And it's a lot of fun. There's lots of drugs. There's people's parents dying. There's people ending up like on the street corner. It's great.
Is it reminiscent of Doki Doki Literature Club?
Yes, but it's like it's unhinged, and there's just like it feels like an excuse for people of that era to like have just lots of references to that era. And so they're talking about like there's like at the very beginning of the game, you can like skip school, and if you skip school, you go to the mall, and you're at like an REI, and you're like, okay, we're gonna shoplift, and so you can choose to shoplift like a T-shirt or a DVD, and the choices are not shoplift a T-shirt or a DVD. It's like shoplift some like cliche band that no one would want T-shirt, or it's like steal a DVD in the year 2009. It's like it's very self-aware, and very funny.
I hate this copy. All wrapped in a late 2000s aesthetic that's not just a phase, it's a movement.
It's okay. It's not that.
All right. I will be completely honest, Rod. This is exactly the kind of game that I suspect that I would hate.
Oh, great. Okay.
And also Hades. I resisted Hades because that also seemed like the kind of game that I would not enjoy.
Oh.
But because you've talked up the story so much, because people keep talking up the story so much, I'm kind of down to check it out. Though mechanically and gameplay wise, it is not the game that I personally enjoy playing.
It is $7.50 on Steam right now, so very cheap. I will say I had never played one of these games before that, and it is one, you pick it up really quickly, but two, like the gameplay evolves. There's lots of different like styles of combat, so it's like not just hack and slash. You just range stuff. There's magic options, and so there will almost certainly be a style of gameplay that is something that feels better for you. And you're not really pigeonholed into playing a certain kind of way to whatever. It's very much like a choose your power kind of game. And so I think it's less formidable than it might.
Have you played Cyberpunk 2077?
No, I've not.
And the answer to this question is yes. Yes, this is going to be what the inner circle is like. All right, we do have to talk about good smelling coochies. I don't think these hooks are hooky enough. I think that we were talking about the Prometheus story before we got into a conversation about Hades 2. And what we need to think about in terms of copy is like, okay, if we're teeing up the Prometheus story, what do we need to find? We need to have the set of problems that a person has. Then we need to find, some person needs to break away and find the one god, the researcher, or whoever discovers or knows about fire. And that person needs to bring fire from the gods back to humanity. So there's an arc to this. If you read a lot of health copy, it's a person who's struggled with weight their entire time, and then they try something completely outlandish. They go to a special clinic or to a special club, and they find the guru or the business or whatever. And then all of a sudden, like they have, I showed placements, displacement, replacement earlier. They go back to some situation where they were really fat before, but now they're really thin. And, the transformation occurred after you revealed the mechanism. And the Prometheus has brought the fire back from the gods. So this ad, the moment you start teeing up a Prometheus story, there is a certain not only expectation, but there's also certain beats to the story that you have to hit in order to do it well. So that's what I'm going to be looking for when I look at this. Now, the problem with these hooks is that there's way too much functional language and not enough like that really hooks me. Like it's all just variations on the same thing. And I personally think that if you went a little bit wilder and more different, it'd be better. So there is a masterclass for writing killer hooks. I think that we have a hooks masterclass. We should in the Platinum Collection. We definitely should. I think so. Anyway,
probably yeah.
So, Rod.
Yes.
Look. I have been digging into these viral gummies for months, and what I found really blew my mind. These gummies are totally different from all those pH gummies, the wipes, or the coochie sprays you see online. Those things don't fix shit because they never got to the root of what's actually causing the odor.
Is this a different product? Okay, so maybe back up a second. I don't know enough about the pheromone gummies, coochie smell industrial complex to be smart here. So is the thing that like you want to increase the pheromones you have so you're more attractive? Because the other thing sounds like you're trying to not have a smelly vagina.
Well, you're supposed to take the gummies. Your body produces more pheromones, and that increases the smell of your coochie and your body. Men will notice you more and feel drawn to you. Now,
okay.
Apparently, this is the way this is framed. It's going to people who are very solution aware. That is, they've tried other things and now they're ready to try something else in order to make their coochie smell a particular way.
Okay.
But obviously, a person watching this ad to this point will know that they don't fix shit, and so I don't know if it's worth saying that those don't fix shit. And also, like, who's the speaker who says this, especially to old women?
Okay, but is the writer someone who thinks that old women are 30 or 35?
God, maybe.
There we go. They're over the hill.
Right.
Is that what they say? Over the hill.
All right. You see, Rod, your body naturally produces pheromones, these invisible scent chemicals that come out through the skin and down there. When those levels are high, your coochie has that naturally sweet scent. But when they drop, that's when you get the fishy odor, the weird discharge, the itching, all of it.
Is this true?
When your body stops producing pheromones, you get a fishy odor and a weird discharge.
That I don't know that. I
And those pH gummies only deal with acidity levels, which does nothing to boost your pheromone production. No wonder that tuna smell keeps coming back no matter how many times you spray down there.
The tuna smell. Is it always tuna? Is it ever like mackerel?
Holy mackerel.
Canned salmon? Is it tuna specifically? Is that the smell?
Escalar.
Escalar.
Okay. I set up the top of this, and I think we diverted into talking about Hades too, because we kind of knew that this was not going to go well. And this has not gone well. Why is this bad copy?
Here we go. We're not crazy. Oops.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Paula.
Yeah. I'm like, that's not.
Here's the thing. I know for a fact that these kinds of products work and sell. I've seen it personally. Now, why is this copy going wrong? Let me give you an example of a hook. Rod, it took me 30 years to learn this about the stock market, but I can teach it to you in 5 minutes. Are you hooked?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's adapt it. It took me 30 years to learn the best workout routine, but I can teach it to you in about 1 minute.
Okay.
You're hooked. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about the phrasal templates of hooks. You can apply and sort of remix them and rematch them, and they're out there in the world. Earlier in the stream, which is literally earlier today, we've been talking for a long time. I gave an example. There's a reason why you don't want to buy this baby Bjorn for your dog. And then you list the reasons why that it's amazing and good. That's another hook that's like out there in the ether and working really well right now. So
oh, me too. Sean, I will say I'm disappointed you didn't take those examples to the logical conclusion, because what you should have said, it took me 30 years to learn about coochie scents, but I can teach it to you in one swallow.
with one gummy, you're never going to want. Here's why you'll never want to buy this coochie smell gummy again. If you hate men talking about how great your vagina smells,
you won't want to buy this gummy.
This stream is so. We've shown actual breasts. We've talked about vagina scent. Oh my god, this stream is so going to get demonetized. It's fine. It's the last one. It's fine. It's fine. Join the inner circle. You'll get more of the coochie scent copy. All right. This is not working. It's not working because the hooks are not hooking. The hooks are, very much leaning into this. You're teeing up a Prometheus story that you're then not really leaning into. It's really leaning hard into that problem, agitate, solution copy, but really all you're doing is just talking, like you're trying to sell against alternatives, which is fine. That doesn't really lean into this Prometheus story we were talking about. Nobody writes like this. If you submit copy to a chief and the third line of your body is, "Those things don't fix shit," you are going to get fired.
Tim Robinson sketch.
It's literally Detroiters kind of copy. I don't think this is AI copy, Paula. I don't think AI is going to come out with they don't fix shit. They don't. And so this is copy that's sincere and straight. And the problems with it is that it displays a lack of maturity, sophistication, knowledge, sensitivity. Yeah.
I think I'm just confused too, because the way that they, oh God. Why would you say this?
These are, again, all of these are words that were, this is why writing was a mistake. All right. Yeah. Meg from Family Guy. You are from Gen X. All right. This is not working for me because, like, there is a sensitivity that we have to have. Now, what really works when it comes to copy like this? Stories, a woman narrating and actually talking about, God, do I need to bring this up? I need to bring this up. Rod, do you remember the fat burning reset switch copy?
Oh, yes, I do.
All right. So this copy.
Oh, Megan the Stallion.
Oh, Megan these. But Meg from Family Guy works too. Okay. This is all trying to do something unsuccessfully that another piece of copy that I'm going to show you does very well, which is to make people feel bad about their bodies, which your mileage may vary, not always something that you want to do, but I'm going to show you an opening to a piece of copy that accomplishes what this is setting out. Again, it's leaning into insecurities and offering literally a pill, an edible solution. Here's the copy. I always feel a little gross when I read this, but it does what it does very well. Hi, my name is Shelley Pruitt. In the next 5 minutes or so, I'm going to share an embarrassing, devastatingly true story about my 15th high school reunion. All of this, by the way, is copy that can be ripped for a Facebook ad. This is pretty hooky. Good for an introduction, maybe not for a hook, but what happened that day is burned into my memory. If I live to be 100, I'll never forget it, because that was the day I finally faced the fact that my coochie smelled like fucking cod. No, because that was the day I finally faced the fact that I was 48 pounds overweight and that everyone but me could see it. Because that was the day I finally faced the fact that my coochie smelled like tuna and that everyone but me could smell it. You see how copy, you can reverse engineer copy and it works for this horrible effect that you're trying to achieve. Sure, I can admit now that my smelly coochie was quite obvious.
No, odorous.
The wafts of Portuguese salted cod emanating from my crotch. My rolls of disgusting belly fat looking like a can of viscous burst open. What would we do there? The flowers wilting as every time I wore a skirt or something like that. Fire alarms going, carbon monoxide alarms going off every time I entered a room and spread my legs.
The tears brought to children's eyes every time.
The tears in preschools as I walked by. But I had been in denial about it, and I wanted to keep it that way. But that night, I forced my nose wide open, and I had to inhale the truth. Guys, what I'm trying to point out, one, is that when you're trying to have certain effects or achieve certain things in copy, that one thing that you can do is play a little game of Mad Libs. And very often, like, once people sort of figure out a path that really works for achieving a certain effect in copy, you very often can just walk that same straight path and apply it to something else. Cross-pollination, it works. Now, the copy that we're reviewing, is trying to make people feel bad about their smelly vaginas. God, this. Anyway, and it's also trying to sell against alternatives. But what I'm trying to show you here is that here in this copy, it's rhetorically and emotionally trying to do a similar thing, but it's doing it way better because of the way it's building things up, the way it's using details, the way that it is bringing out and evoking emotions. This is good copy. It feels scuzzy as hell, but it is persuasive. And so if you are trying to write this copy about a pheromone gummy for women's vaginas, you have to be a little bit more sensitive in your approach. Rod, do you feel like we need to add anything more to that?
I will say I'm still a little okay. I love a good Lord of the Rings reference. I think you kind of have to pick a little bit too, because I feel like the stinky vagina thing is separate from like the pheromones that attract people thing.
Oh,
and so like, yeah, yes, no,
yeah, go on. Yeah.
Okay, because that's the thing I was unclear on, because the thing you wrote is like, don't you hate how your vagina makes people cry? But the thing you wrote at the top in terms of like what the brief was is like, increasing your pheromones or the pheromones you emit will make people more attracted to you. But that is distinctly different from like a theory of unattraction that results from when you smell like bad.
Yeah. I do legitimately think that this person simply confused pheromones with hormones.
Oh, that would make more sense.
I legitimately think that that's what it comes down to.
Yeah. And like, sure, horrible. But then it's like, why? Okay, I guess this is the product you have to sell, and so this is what you feel like you have to do to justify that. But okay. Yeah, because no more fishy odor, no more itch, no more weird discharge. That has nothing to do with attracting people. This is about your own personal shame.
Yeah. So if you're trying to attract men, especially if you're an older woman, like I don't like, again, there's a lot that's going wrong here.
I'm sorry, your coochie will taste sweet and sour just like a candy shop.
I feel like this person must be trolling. Let's make them read this and get demonetized.
No one else has. I don't believe this writer has tasted any kind of coochie.
I'm so glad that we said that on live on a stream.
Because if it's too sweet, it's like, do they have diabetes?
Oh my god.
You know?
Oh yeah. The diabetes.
Are these women okay?
Urine, the super dark but super sweet smelling urine. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And if it's sour, you know, it should not be like a warhead.
Listen, man, if you haven't, I can't make that joke.
Now we're gonna start talking about curing things in there. You know,
if you haven't made a diabetic woman squirt, you haven't lived. This is the last Whetstone stream. Goodbye. All the reasons that we gave before are not the real reasons. We, in fact, had to end this because we were canceled. Is there anything more to add, Rod, my love?
One moment.
This is one of the Whetstone streams of all time. All right. We're moving on. We're going on to Alec. Another. Oh.
There you go. Thank you.
No, put it back up. Put it back up. All right.
Sorry, I was doing a timer. Okay.
All right. And then, of course, I've got to put that into the Gen chat.
Wonderful. This is what people miss when they don't show up to stream. And they're not there 6 hours in.
Oh God. No, the thing disappeared. You removed it again before I got the screenshot.
Oh. There you go.
All right. I can't. The squirt remark. What happened before that? Nothing good.
Nothing good.
Too much. And this is what happens when you're 5.5 hours into a stream. All right, we've got to wrap this up. We have 2 left, and then we're done. That will be the end of the Whetstone critique streams in their current form. Oh man! All right, Alec, this is made a product for practice. This is a cloud software service to help identify LMSs or learning management systems, administration, documentation, tracking, reporting, automation, delivery of educational courses, training programs. So like Moodle, it's like Moodle. Accessibility issues to help impaired or disabled people. Okay. Product name is Easy LMS. So learning management software like Moodle, or I used to know a bunch more. But basically, these are systems that schools spend far too much money on and then force people to use even though they don't want to use it. But basically, like, these things are designed to help, teachers distribute assignments, track assignments, grade things, and make everything sort of like instantly accessible and visible to people in general. So that's what an LMS is. So your main clients, your main customers are going to be institutions. Your main clients, your customers are going to be schools, private institutions, private universities, stuff like that. Now, here's the thing. These are very sticky. They're very sticky. So once a university signs up for like Moodle or an LMS, very often they stick with it because to transition onto the system is a pain in the ass and costs millions of dollars and like tons of training and tons of time. So to change from a Moodle to a different LMS system is crazy. It barely ever happens. Usually what happens is like the Cal State Northridge system like will get onto Moodle, and then like some either board member or some like state senator will get a bribe and then be like, oh no, the CS system now has to use this system. And then the CSU system will be like, but that's fine. And then that's how LMS marketing works. Bribes. And often mistakes. So question. Target audience should know what LMS is. That's fine. So like how HubSpot page doesn't mention its full name. But should I still use the full name at the beginning? Oh, possibly. I've picked the help student angle, but perhaps the avoid fine angle by meeting standards might be more impactful for decision makers who are trying to spend the money on this product. What do you think? We'll look at some examples and counterexamples. I've seen a few product pages CTA go from try for free to learn more under some of the feature sections. Is that not following the one CTA rule? It depends on where it is on the page. You can switch up the CTA very frequently on the page if what you're trying to do, or like if the context is different. Having more resources, latest news, our blog section at the bottom. Would you remove these? If you're making a landing page, yes, remove them. If you're making a home page, keep them. All right. If the software has like 50 major features, yeah, and it's an LMS, or and many minor features under each, how would you list them all without overwhelming the reader? You focus on the ones that schools or the people that you would buy are most focused on and that they care about the most, and focus on those proof points the most. And then what you do is a lot of SaaS software does this. A lot of like cloud-based stuff does this. They will have a landing page that's focused on sales, but then they'll also have a separate features page. And then in the landing page, they will have like a few of the biggest, most frequently mentioned features, and they will have a link to the features focused sales page. Now, why do you want to do it that way? Because you could drive traffic to the sales page, and then you could do retargeting ads that drive traffic to the features page.
Mm-hmm.
They're more aware, so you can be more. Anyway. So there, a little mini masterclass on LMS and software as a service marketing to large institutions. Niches that all of you will be writing for one day. That's the new creative strategy. That's the new email. It's SaaS services, sales pages and feature pages for SaaS services to institutional clients and enterprises. Oh, I'm sorry you're dying from the flu, but thank you very much.
Aww.
Please come join the inner circle or come join the Discord and just come hang out. We'll eventually do free streams in the future, but it won't be for critiquing copy. It certainly won't be 6 hours long. Rod, thank you for hanging so much.
Yeah, this is wonderful.
I do enjoy these, talking about diabetic women. Anyway. Let's help students reach their full potential by improving access to courses for all learners, regardless of their situation, while meeting these standards. Contact sales, try it for free. I think get a free demo or get a free walkthrough is a stronger CTA than try it for free. When you're reaching out to big clients like this, like a university system, try it for free is not a selling point. Get a free demo is. See how it can work for your institution is a good CTA. So be sensitive there.
And just to break down why that is, like, imagine you have something like this. Learning management software is so encompassing of so many different features. You say try it for free. They're not going to bring in a classroom of people to try it out with. They're not going to have the scope. It's going to be really difficult and unwieldy. They won't actually take advantage of or get to experience most of the features. And so one, it's not going to be practical for them to even try it out on their own. And so you're going to want to walk them through a demo so they can actually see what everything would look like. But two, given that these contracts are like hundreds of thousands of dollars on the low end, if not in the millions, you want them to have the touch point of like a concierge salesperson to guide them through that process and make sure that they're experiencing everything to its fullest extent so that they have the highest likelihood of actually saying yes to it. So don't say try for free, like say, like schedule a free demo.
Yep, it's true. All right. Trusted by 1,000 plus institutions.
Sure.
Good. And then you just show, show the Harvard logo, the Yale logo, etc. How it works. Accessibility made simple with easy LMS. So, and this is what I was talking about before. Is accessibility the main proof point? The main thing that institutions care the most about? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's something like easily keeping track of stuff. Really, it's like, how do we get the most students passed with these classes? So what are the features here that are like helping students and professors stay on top of stuff or organize stuff or see insights or see whatever?
Yeah. It's not really. I'm looking online at like Moodle. Here we go. Dismiss. All right, let's compare. I wanted to show a comparison of copy that, like, because Moodle is one of the biggest ones. Online learning delivered your way. Join hundreds of thousands of educators and trainers on Moodle, the world's most customizable and most trusted learning management system. We already know what the main selling points are going to be on this page. It's very customizable and it's trusted. we're going to get a lot of features around how you can adapt it to all of your different institutional needs. That is not only a benefit, but it's also implicitly overcoming an objection that large institutions and bureaucracies are going to have. That's a big deal. Also, trusted, which is to say, like, you need to have a lot of social proof to sell something like this. Why Moodle? Moodle puts the power of e-learning in your hands. At Moodle, our mission is to empower educators to improve our world with our open source e-learning software. Now, the question before was, I noticed that HubSpot, for example, didn't use, customer. Oh, what is this? Rice, it's a little stir fry. Thank you so much.
I didn't.
And soy sauce. Oh my God. Kaylee, thank you so much.
If she really loved you, she'd give you the full sodium soy sauce, though.
It's true. It's true. She's trying to keep me around for a while longer.
I don't know why she would do that.
Are you rejoining me?
I am.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, the kids. Did you lock your office door?
No, but thank you. I'll keep it here.
All good. So LMS, I think we have enough evidence to suggest like what actually works and what people are doing. And, you know, open source e-learning software, I think is going to be, you know, or learning management software. Just spell it out. Don't use LMS. I think it is probably the play. And I think the reason for that is because, like, if you're HubSpot, your main audience is going to be marketers who know what a CRM is. Whereas if you are selling learning management software, you're mostly going to educators and bureaucrats and, you know, admin people who don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. So that's what the soy sauce is for. You could have also grabbed the hot sauce too, like sriracha or something like that.
It's true.
Anyway, and Rod, did I call it or did I call it? Okay, the first major benefit this is going to focus on is customizability. What's the first major benefit that they focus on?
Customizability.
There you go. It's funny how when you see through the matrix of copy, it all sort of clicks in and makes sense. So, got to customize your learning, scale your platform, safeguard. You know, again, this ties into trust. And then, scale your platform to any size. It's just customizability with a different shirt on. Use anywhere on any device, customizable. Tap into specialist LMS support, trustworthy. These 5 benefits are just these 2 benefits. So that's an important thing to learn and to take away from this. So and here it's where we use LMS. So learning checkup, how to evaluate your LMS and plan ahead. Get your learning checkup, choose your online learning platform. Yeah. So when we look at this copy, we see how it's working, why it's working, and how, like, the kinds of things that make it feel customizable and trustworthy. The 2 main selling points of it. So when we go back to this, do we see a lot of that? Do we see a lot of selling to, like, hey, we'll help your students succeed? No. Schools don't care about that. They care about solving bureaucratic and administrative headaches, and that's pretty much it. That's going to be the thing. And then, like, lower on the page, you want to bring in, like, hey, and also it helps the students.
They might like it too.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. And listen, as somebody who recently discovered the value of accessibility tools, nobody cares about accessibility.
Daughter is calling.
Oh, daughter is calling.
She needs my help.
Oh, God.
Mom to the rescue.
You guys are still going. I've done a bunch of work. Been to the gym, had a shower, ate breakfast. Ow. Oh. We have 1 left after this. But Rod, my brain is literally melting out of my ears. Please say something.
I mean, so I feel like this isn't even, like, what you have isn't bad. It's just the content is wrong.
Yeah.
And that's not a copy issue. That we could say that could be a research issue. If this is just like a spec piece, then like, whatever. It's not really on you. This is a very niche industry, and so you shouldn't just automatically know that. But obviously, if you were going to try to like pitch someone on this, you would need to know that. So like I don't know really what to. I keep doing this, but do it right next time. Put the right things in it.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's a value edit problem where like it's the idea and the approach that's the issue. Functionally, this is good. Line editing, Alec has improved tremendously. Easy LMS provides fully customizable accessibility tools that students can select and adjust instantly. It's never going to end. That would be fun. They can change fonts, color, spacing, etc. Okay.
Yeah, we're actually going to go until Alex has his 21st birthday.
Oh my god. When is he going to have his 20th? Alex's young jokes. A callback to early copy that. Yeah. So I think, again, Alec, of the stuff that you submitted that's based on like made up products, this is by far the most competent. Problem is not the copy or the ideas or the approach. The problem is the ideas, the value, the way that you're targeting, and understanding what these people are looking for and how to appeal to them. So that just requires more research and inside knowledge.
Yeah. And so like if I were you, I would feel successful about this piece. Because unless you're going to hold yourself to the standard of like nailing the content of everything absolutely perfect when you don't have that sort of expert knowledge, then like, I would not expect somebody who has never written for this niche to just know what is and what isn't valued by bureaucratic institutions. It's a really, really tough thing. Especially because like they're so different from just like individual entrepreneurs or small businesses and stuff like that. So like, don't hear any of this feedback and think, oh, I fucked up or I suck or whatever. Even if you're researching this is kind of hard to intuit. Like obviously I think a great thing to do, like Sean did, is like go to competitors and see what they talk about and base what you're writing off of that. But if you're just trying to like get some writing reps in, this was great.
Yeah, I agree. And it's been fun to see Alec improve over the years that I've seen his copy. Like his stuff used to be not good, and this is actually okay, like more than okay. So he's definitely been not only improving, but like I see the growth. There's small stuff like this, small stuff here and there, but like the big issue is that the appeals are wrong. And understanding the audience and who is the actual person making the decision, so understanding not only what they desire, but also what their pain points are. So that's you showed an example of that.
And I'll say too, I think this is we see this a lot where like people will pitch businesses that they don't understand. And so just like different types of businesses run differently. And so if someone were writing a sales page for like a Nike product, for example, in almost any case, it's going to be wrong because Nike doesn't do sales pages for their shoes like that. And so it's not even wrong per se. But you can't understand that unless you're intimately familiar with the way in which different businesses operate. And so at that point, we're not even talking about copy. We're talking about like industry specific business marketing strategy, which is beyond the scope of, I think, what we should reasonably expect most people, especially beginners, to really understand or have a grasp of when they're writing spec pieces.
I agree. Alrighty. Last one, and it's Paula. Paula, you stuck it out for a long time.
Yeah, Paula's not here because she wants to be here. She's here because she's been waiting for us to critique her copy.
Paula has just been like, all right, let's Hades 2. All right, like I care. Come on, let's make this happen. Fun fact about Paula. Paula is another former boot camper incubator, and she is an accountant and has, I believe, an accounting firm of her own, or works in an accounting firm. And And she took what she learned from us in the inner circles and our back end and basically used it to generate more leads for her accounting business. So I think she's a very stellar example of how like copywriting and marketing knowledge is supremely transferable, and that like if you are a business owner, learning copy is valuable. If you want to go into other professional services, copywriting is extremely useful. Even if your goal is not to be a copywriter, learning copy is extremely valuable. So there you go. And hopefully we're going to help you make it a big biz, a less wee biz. So this is it. Final Whetstone, Paul's landing page. Context. This is landing page copy I'm considering for a new service offering. Ooh. It's geared towards helping solo and business owners who have little to no bookkeeping support get ready for tax season. Rod, I literally, over the past 2 days, have spent close to 10 hours trying to make sense of my books for like all my personal accounts, let alone all my LLCs and nested LLCs. I swear, hand to Christ, bought 5 different Intuit QuickBooks subscriptions just so I could manage it all.
Yeah.
Then I spent hours wrestling with ChatGPT, being like, here's all my statements. Put these into a TSV table so I can copy paste it into Google Sheets. And I was having Gemini analyze stuff and like book it according to different accounts. It's been a mess, is what I'm trying to say. It's been a fucking mess. And so this speaks to me, but I want to do it for my own personal accounting, not just necessarily for my own business. I and my uncle do the books and the accounting for Copy That. So yeah. Anyway, Rod, you're just like, please.
I'm just like, everyone needs, anyone who has does any kind of business, any sort of complicated tax stuff is just like, oh no, I'm not ready for tax season.
Yeah, which it begins in 3 days, 2 days, basically. Think your books are ready for tax season? Let's double check without the stress. Not bad. Good start.
Yeah.
I think it could be better.
Is this so this is a headline for the landing page?
Yes. Yeah. So here's my thinking. Business owners either they fall into 2 camps. And Paula, because you work with people like this frequently, I want you to confirm, corroborate, or deny. But from my experience, small business owners, when they're doing their books, they either do it begrudgingly and in haste with maybe a disorganized chart of accounts, things like that. Very little attention paid to how their business is actually structured on the accounting side. And so when they book things wrong because they're rushing. Case in point, there was a series of guaranteed payments to members. Some went to Alex and some went to Rod, but they were all booked under the same account. No bueno, especially if we're going to separate that out for tax purposes. So I had to go back into our chart of accounts. I had to create 2 new sub-accounts underneath guaranteed member payments to members. By the way, Rod, this is half of the shit that I do for Copy That. Yeah. And then book income to Alex and book income to Rod under the correct charts of accounts. It's a pain in the ass. Total pain in the ass. Even with software that automates most of it for you. So the problem isn't double checking, really. All the sorting out happens in January and February. All the booking, the last minute booking, all the, oh wait, no, that belongs here. So I don't think double check without the stress is the right approach. Now, Paula, I think this is a service that you can launch within this week and sell it. I do think that what you're selling is good and a good idea. This question is provocative, but none of this is landing for me the way that I want it to land as somebody with this specific pain point. Like, I almost like think about like the Rod, like almost like a sports angle, like, get your books ready for game day or something like that. April 15th, tax day is game day. Get your books.
Yeah, it's like you get ready now so you're ready, or so you don't have to deal with the stress later. There's another angle tone you can come at it with, where it's like, look, every year we all know the clusterfuck that's about to happen to us.
Yeah.
Let's do without, and obviously like kind of tone down a little bit, but like the sort of like just like head nod acknowledging, yeah, no one's ever ready, but let's be a little bit more ready.
Yeah. That's where she's saying without the stress. That's where that comes in. But I just don't think that's landing. And too busy for tax season. Like, I mean, yes, the answer to that is obviously yes. I would rather literally do anything else I'd rather go move to Afghanistan than do my taxes. And so, and that's because I hear it's lovely and it's beautiful and full of beautiful people. So this just it's not working for me because I think emotionally it's not hitting the correct emotions that a business owner feels. Let me noodle around as I read past into the subhead. If you're DIYing your business's finance, your business finances, and kind of sort of think you're all set, but still have a nagging doubt, you'll love Numbers and Notes. It's a no-pressure 7-point bookkeeping check-in that gives you clear, judgment-free next steps to know your numbers are ready for your tax pro. Now, the writing here is competent, but it's not good for a subhead. Subhead, you have, like, just design-wise, very little real estate to work with. So your copy has to be really compressed and really tight. So you have to, stuff like this is fun. It shows that you have personality. It's for body copy. That's where that's where I reveal my nipples. It's in the body copy. It's you got to let your freak flag fly in the body copy. In the subhead, at the lead, you are speaking to specific pain points and specific desires. Paula, you know them very, very well. I know them very, very well. But you have so little page space in a headline complex to communicate that you see those pain points and you can help with those pain points. And so I would go real, like, super direct initially. Like, let's get your books, in something order, or in quick, like something, let's get your books in order without the last minute stress. That's your starting point. And then you can start trying to evoke and evolve and find new ways to dimensionalize that. And then in your subhead, very simple, like, for anyone who's trying to make sense of their accounting and their, and their accounting books, you need this checklist. It's 7 points. It gives you clear next steps of what to do right before you take it to your tax pro. Let's get you tax pro ready. Let's get you this. Let's get you tax season ready. Something like that. Yes, exactly. Steve, you know what's up. And so, Paula, my recommendation to you, because you're going to be dealing with people that are going to be stressed, tired, and not wanting to deal with this shit, is go super direct and super straightforward, and then iterate and then modify in such a way that you don't detract from speaking very directly to people's pain points. Messy books, let's fix them, is a headline I use for a different landing page. And Paula, I imagine that page probably does pretty well because that's, yes, exactly. And so you have the right ideas. And so what you really need to do is really think about, like, okay, what does this check-in do? What does numbers and notes do? Does, if, headline, make your accountant love you in 2026.
Yeah.
Something like that. And what does that mean? It's like, make my accountant love me. Subhead, stop doubting whether your accounts are booked correctly. Here, there's a simple 7-point checklist that you need to follow that will make it so that, your accountant and the IRS love you this tax season.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. And throwing that in, make your accountant, parentheses, and the IRS love you this tax season. I did that purposefully. You want to speak to those pain points, those outcomes, those desires. But really drill in. What is the main... It's like what I was showing you with Moodle. There's all sorts of things and things that you can talk about and benefits and features you can spell out in something that's accounting related. So you want to really drill in to what people really, really want. So what is numbers and notes? It is a quick but thorough review of 7 key indicators of bookkeeping health. I think you need to start a little bit sooner, a little bit differently. Start with some social proof, like have like that little banner of like, have the name of your business proudly serving X number of clients or in business for X number of years, 40 years of experience or something like that. Or if you have partners at your accounting firm, you do what we do at Copy That, which is we say combined we have 40, soon to be 50 plus years of experience in this field. Instant credibility. And it feels big. Most people don't realize that I'm half of that number. God, I'm old. And so you have that little social proof banner. And then I don't know if you want to jump right into what is notes and numbers. I think you want to speak to a little bit of that pain point. Solo shop, speak to use, yes. And again, I was just throwing out different examples of different types of social proof you can throw in. All right. So there's that. I think that you need a section before this to make it work. I showed you the example of that pregnancy fitness sales page and how it had that sort of lead, but the lead itself was like maybe 40 words tops and like maybe 6 or 7 lines, and it still worked really, really well. That's the sort of thing that you want. Speak directly. If you're touching on the pain points here that people feel, having a section after the social proof section and before this is where you really spell out, like, calling all, solopreneurs, small business owners, like shop owners, shopkeepers, online sellers. Tax season is coming, and this year it's going to be brutal. You don't have to worry about your books this year if you get them set up correctly. That's, so after my years of experience of working with businesses just like yours, I've found the 7 major things that you need to do in order to get your business tax season ready without the muss, without the fuss, without the drama. Something like that. And then one of the things that I think is going a little bit maybe awry here is you have that section, you go into here, maybe a little too soon, doesn't really matter. Quick but thorough review of 7 key indicators of bookkeeping health. Revenue. Are you tracking what's coming in consistently? this is where we get into the, the parts of copy and the parts of persuasion that's a little bit harder to describe, a little bit harder to sort of wrap your head around. This is where it might be a little bit better to go indirect. Because if a person looks at this and goes, revenue, are you tracking what's coming in consistently? Yes. You lost a sale. Expenses, can you tell where your money goes? I mean, sure, why not? Assets, are your big purchases and accounts recorded correctly? Maybe? Well, I don't know. What does that mean? You see where I'm going with this. This is all using accounting jargon, the exact kind of language that people are either going to be really aware of or like, this is the kind of stuff that I hire an accountant for. So why do I need this? You see where I'm going with that. So there's a reason why bullets and fascinations, like why we come up with like, the simple like the dinner table method for testing your copy or something like that. Even though once I explain the concept, it feels very simple and straightforward. When you see something and you're just like, I wonder what that is. That's the feeling that you want people to have. Huh? What is that? I don't know. I need to know what that's all about. So you want to think about things a little bit more laterally. And I think that that's going to help this. And you can do, there's a number of different ways that you can do it. Paula, I'm going to let you sort of ideate on that. But how would I write this? What is numbers and notes? It's a quick but thorough review of the 7 key indicators of bookkeeping health. 1, inflows. Are like we need to make sure, and then like rather than be like asking these yes/no questions that people can sort of like opt themselves out of, I would frame it like inflows. We, as in you and I, the little subtle persuasion there, need to make sure that we are booking all your income correctly, so that insert problem here doesn't happen. And just go on like that. Outflows, are you like, and then from there, instead of doing this, like, are you going to need to cut or file 1099s this year? Or can you skip it? Talk about things like that. Very specific pain points that relate to outflows, expenses, the things that you're paying for. Like, specific forms that people may never have heard of, but might need to hear of, depending upon what their expenses actually are and how much they pay. These are the things that immediately come to mind if I were to try to sell this particular product. This is the last piece of copy, and it's for Paula.
Oh.
And she made a little like sort of accounting quick checklist. And I'm sort of explaining like going a little bit more indirect here might be valuable.
Okay. I see it.
So
I came in too late to give feedback, but I'm here.
hey, I think Rod's brain has officially melted. I think he needs dinner.
Yeah. I'm fading, but I can make it through this.
So wait, what exactly is this? It's a bookkeeping software?
No, it's a 7-point bookkeeping check-in. It's a little checklist.
Oh, okay.
That helps people sort of navigate these things. Chart of accounts. Is your system helping or hurting your business? With your chart of accounts, what is the chart of accounts? It is literally the lifeblood of your business. It tells you exactly, strategically, where you have the most money bleeding out and where you have the most money pouring in. So the chart of accounts is not simply a system for helping or hurting a business. It's your battle plan for 2026. Things like that.
Yeah, I like it. I do like the indirect. It turns.
It is a diagnostic review. Yeah.
Yeah. It turns each one of those things into a benefit in a way.
This is what I want you to lean into, Paula. Like, it tells you, yes, I want to know a little bit more about like what it is and say that in the subhead. I gave you some good copy before, but you can weave in this fact too. Like, get a real diagnostic from an accountant with this many years of experience working with businesses like yours.
Yeah, I think that's more clear. The 7-point system.
I'll make sure everything's explained in plain English. This isn't just a scorecard; it's a simple, personalized snapshot of what's working and what each part means for your business. I think that you can go stronger with this. This feels like tepid in the way that like a lot of like AI copy is kind of tepid. I think that, Paula, that you can go a lot stronger than this and have it land a lot more, like have a little bit of a thud factor. And like think about like what I just said about chart of accounts. Like this is the source of like the wealth in your business. This is your strategy for 2026. This tells you what you need to, double down on. This tells you what you need to cut out of your business's life, like Whetstone streams. This is the byproduct of like accounting analysis. So I'm gonna take a bite. Somebody else talk.
You'll get a color-coded scorecard, red, yellow, blue. A summary of what's working and what needs fixing. A zero judgment, stress-free path to your next small step. Okay, a color-coded scorecard. I mean, what is that really? It's not really saying much, but I like that you have an organizational aspect to this. Maybe there's another way to be more clear about that. A summary of what's working and what needs fixing. Again, I think these bullet points are suffering from being too vague. It needs to be a little. Well, I mean, I guess a summary of what's working, but what of what's working with what? With your business, with your finances.
Well, finances.
Yeah,
it's accounting.
It is. Yeah.
I almost feel like these should be bullets under another explanation, as in like what you'll get, a clear, actionable picture of your business's health to take you into tax season. And then under that, and which will include, a score, like a, overall business scorecard, blah, 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 just to kind of let you know where you're at health-wise. A summary of what's working, or like action points for what's working and what needs to be fixed. Zero judgment, blah, 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 blah. Just like kind of like talk those up into something that's a little bit bigger picture, because on their own, they feel, one, a little bit disparate, but two, I guess, lower impact, because what you want is for someone to come out of that feeling the sort of promise at the top of, I guess we landed on like, being your accountant's favorite client or whatever that was.
I think too.
So like, how do we,
when I first started reading this, it felt more like a info product rather than a coach or teacher or financial helper diagnostic. And so I think that's why I got confused with a summary of what's working and what needs fixing. Because then I realized, oh, okay, when you book, it didn't start. And this could be because I've been on the end of day tireds, but those two didn't fully connect for me.
No.
And in that case, then you could really talk up the color-coded card, like an easy to read breakdown of our meeting. This is terrible, but for your next steps, X, Y, Z.
Show a picture of it.
Yeah, that too.
No. If you're going to do a color-coded card, like show clearly, like this is what this is going to look like. And like the color-coded card should not have good marks on it. The color-coded card should show in the copy, like on the page, like, oh, there are clearly problems. You're trying to incept a little bit, like, oh God, I might be doing this completely wrong. You don't want to show like the positive outcome on this page. You want to show the negative one, because then you want to transition towards the end with the CTA, with this section. You want to show the positive outcomes of what happens when you get your business right and your books right. And I feel like that's missing from this. Like, what is the outcome? What is the benefit of getting this? You you're being very literal and descriptive of like, yes, what you get is this. No, I mean, like, what benefit does my business get? How much time do I save? Like, here's a good use of ChatGPT. I'm about to show you a great use of ChatGPT. ChatGPT, hold on. On average, how many hours per year do small business owners spend doing their own books? Save between 60 and 240 hours this tax season. There you go. Save up to 10 days of work by letting me take a look at your books and telling you what to fix. There you go. So that, I think, is going to be worth talking about, because that's a tangible outcome that you can, promise to people and then also expand upon. And you also, please. Another thing too is also when you book, make these, rather than like what happens after you book, tell people, how does it work? Step 1, let me look at your books. Step 2, give me 5 days to make sure everything, blah, 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 blah. And like, make sure that these are super tight. Step 3, and then, get your books into ship shape or whatever. Or fix the problems that I identify, and, have your accountant write you a Christmas card or something like that, or a thank you card for being the best client ever or something like that.
Leave our meeting understanding more about your books and actionable plan. I mean, this has got to be more concise.
Yeah, and nobody wants to leave a meeting understanding more about their books. They want to leave a meeting knowing how to instantly fix their books.
There you go. Yeah, that's much better.
I need to run downstairs real quick to get my groceries, so I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to wrap it up, and there you go. So, Paula, before I, sign off and Rod gets his groceries and then he's going to cook, I think that this could be a good page, but like you need to, in some places go a little bit more indirect. In other places go, a little bit more concise. I see some problems with concision here where like in this section, just graphically, design wise, like this subhead ain't going to fit. Being more clear about what this is, having something that brings people in and speaks to their problems. And then also like showing those outcomes, showing clearly why somebody wants this. Not just for this, but why somebody would truly benefit from getting this. And I think that is going to serve a good marketing function for you, Paula, which specifically what you want people to do is for people to get that diagnostic and being like, would you mind fixing it? And then paying you more. But yeah, I think that once you hit those deadlines, think about how to make it sharper, use the advice that we gave you, and then I think it's going to be super strong. So again, it's a good service that I know that you're going to be able to execute well. I would pay for it if I wouldn't piss off my uncle from not using him. He's a very cranky man. Kaylee, would you agree?
He's a cranky man, but he's a lovable cranky.
He's a lovable cranky man. Paula, thank you.
He's the guy from Up.
He's the dude from Up.
He's the grandpa from Up.
The badass with a heart of gold.
Yeah.
So, Kaylee, that was officially the last Whetstone stream.
Aww.
How do you feel?
I had fun.
I love streaming with you, and I appreciate you joining me on these streams.
I love streaming with you too. It is a delight. And Sean is the friggin' best.
I don't know about that. I'm definitely, on a scale from 1 to awesome, I am totally okay.
So where do we go from here?
So I was actually I'm gonna share this. So I was actually gonna review an email. I haven't had a chance to read it yet, but Alex sent this email this morning. So, okay, it was this. People who don't own this. So this was clearly basically to the whole list. God damn. I said, God damn. So probably close to 7,000 to 9,000 people got this. New for 2026, the Inner Circle. This is your only invite. Ooh, spicy. I intend on saying this once because frankly, this isn't something you were meant to know about. For years, people have asked us for a private mentorship. And for years, we said no. Well, that changes in 2026. We actually announced this change a couple of weeks ago to people already on a waitlist for new offer news. We aren't going to share the announcement with our wider email list at all. But I'm making an exception to our usual rule because I know there are a lot of people who have been waiting a long time for this, but haven't seen previous emails about joining the waitlist. Yes, this is the biggest thing we've ever announced, but I'm going to stay professional in this email and simply stick to the plain facts. So here's the news. The Inner Circle, private mentorship, host in your corner to guide your career, give you reassurance, and tell you what you think we should be doing. Also, of course, reviewing your copy. The details in the application are both here. This is by far the most intense, intimate, impactful offer that we've ever put together. Now, I want to test this link. I can't on Kajabi because Kajabi is stupid. But I'm going to see. Hold on. There we go. Well, I mean, I got the email that I sent. Oh, copy that Inner Circle. So literally 2 emails, 3 hours apart. We really need to coordinate better. So Inner Circle application form. Details in the application are here. So the links are correctly going to the application. Now, one of the things that I noticed is that a number of sales for the Black Friday bundle came in today. Oh, you know what it was? It was the payment plan. It was the 2-part payment plan I set up for people. That's what it was. But these emails are going correctly. So when you click on one of these links in the email that many people should have gotten on the list, you get taken to this, and it's an application to join. Has details of what is actually going to happen in the Inner Circle. Many of you watching this, if you're on our email list, should have gotten this email. I want to take a bite. But yeah, I'm going to choke myself. Trying to talk and eat at the same time. So basically, this allows people, everybody on our list, effectively, if you're engaged, to apply to join the Inner Circle. That's where these long streams, we're not going to do streams as this long. Part of the reason why we're ending them is because we get so much copy and we only have so much time to review it all. So yeah, we have been inviting people to the waitlist, and there's a link down in the description below if you want that. Now, here's the thing. The reason why we're doing it as an application is because if you are new, if you are still struggling to get your first client, if you're still working on learning, we don't want your money. We want you to get better using the free stuff that we made. We have so much proof that actually works. But anyway, here's what Alex also wrote in his email. It has been built from the lessons we learned conducting our $2,000 boot camps and other copy that subscribers. The same boot camps that led to stories like this from those who attended. The lessons I learned took me from making $0 a month to being able to finance my dream watch. That was Aaron, who now works for Copy That, actually, as a matter of fact. But heed this warning. This is not for everyone. This isn't cheap. You should only apply if you can comfortably afford it. We won't accept anyone that isn't capable of writing a decent level of English or isn't committed to learning everything they can about copywriting and marketing. Not a substitute for free material or for English lessons. This is for people who feel comfortable with the very basics of copywriting and now want to learn everything they can about copy marketing and how to build their career. Anyway, so this went out to the list. It's a very Alex email. This is so totally his style of writing, just dead ass, just straight on, straight to the point. I think we might have one more email send to the waitlist before we go live. I think on January, I want to say January 6th or 7th. And that is going to be the first call that we have with Inner Circle members. So what will be the first video or live stream of 2026? This is secret. You're not allowed to see this. This is our calendar that I'm building. The very first one is coming out next Thursday. This will be a video called Copy That Is Dead. I'm not going to reveal any more details beyond that. But as you can see, our roster for the month of January is pretty much already full, including this, the Copywriting Mega Course 2026 update. So there's a lot that's in the pipeline right now. But you're not supposed to see that. That's internal. So for those of us who are not ready for Inner Circledom, will there be always ways to apply it down the road? Yes, of course. We're going to reopen this like every single month, like a week or so, or maybe even just a few days or so before the next like meeting. The main reason why we're doing it in these tranches of like 3 months is because like we tested 1 month and that was just not enough to really move the needle for people. By the way, you're not on camera.
Oh, I'm hiding.
And we tried like 8 weeks and 12 weeks, and like that felt about right for like a guided course. But what I really want is like a combo of like these Whetstone streams and like how I do like the question and answer, plus also like personal guidance towards careers. And that's going to be what it is. And like, it's going to be a sort of revolving cast of like the owners of Copy That, coaches that we bring in, guests, things like that. So will there be ways to apply it down the road? Yes, of course. We're gonna keep this going. This is going to be sort of like we're fixing in place our funnel now. The Inner Circle is at the very, very top. The next thing is going to be pretty much the very, very bottom. The YouTube mega course, the paid version, and then the 90-day incubator, and that launches in February. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. That is what's next. Where do we go from here? If you are a member of Patreon, I have given you all a free month. Made it so that for the next month, you don't have to pay anything. If you join now, you do have to pay to sign up. But if you are already on there and your subscription renewal was coming up, you don't have to pay that. It gives you enough time to make a decision. Do you want access to these master classes? What do you want access to? Do you want to cancel? Stuff like that. Oh, goodbye, Rod. Anyway, do we get every other thing, eMarketer and stuff, along with the Inner Circle? Yes, that is correct. Though the best deal to do that was our Black Friday bundle that released a few weeks ago. It is never going to be that cheap again. But yes, Inner Circle people get all of our major courses. And in fact, we're going to be providing people with like guidance on like what to consume and in what order. Though that's not what the main purpose is going to be. Yeah. Any other questions about like Whetstones? Because this is it. This is literally your last chance to ask us questions in this format. Listen, ask away. You get us for another few minutes, basically enough time for me to say goodbye to Rod and tell him how much I love him.
Anything? Anybody?
Now 22 people are just watching because they have us on in the background.
How long will they stay on if it's just
how long? If I'm just like on stream
food?
eating, I mean, really, they're just on so they can look at you.
Oh. That's right, because women are the seductive ones.
If that's true, then I'm the big draw here.
It's true.
Amazing. Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, not as cheap as we released it for 2025. So one of the things that we're going to do, like especially with the most recent Black Friday bundle, we released a new product, which was like recordings of our Inner Circle or incubator, like private things. And I don't think I ever want to sell that for less than $500 again. So that might actually end up being like an order form bump or an upsell. But I don't know if we're going to release it in the Black Friday bundle again. Paula, you're doing great. You're doing. I'm really glad. So I'm really impressed. Hey, listen, the more bald you are, the more head you get. I can attest.
Riz. What was the stupid baby Gronk?
Oh, baby Gronk.
Baby Gronk, that's what it was. Actually, just
Nice. I'm glad that stuff is working out for you, man. I think that this year we want to try to really knuckle down and update that book and, write promos. We'll do we'll always have the icky guy. It's true. We'll do other streams like masterclass streams and stuff like that, like the occasional hangout stream. But the regular Whetstone streams are now coming to an end. Black Friday month was it? No, it was like 5 times bigger. There was like 5 times more stuff.
So if you're in the Discord, the CT Discord, we are still there.
Yes, we are. I think one thing I'm talking to Aaron and to Adam about is doing more Discord streams, and I am going to try to pop into those every now and again. They're fun. Yeah, go figure. When is the video about YouTube businesses coming up? As soon as I can write it. We have other stuff that's more pressing and more urgent. But man, I've been wanting to. I have like 2 interviews with 2 pros. I didn't do that. Do you want to do a little mini segment for that video on thumbnails? Thumbnail copy?
Yeah.
You should.
Yeah, I'll be down. This is my yes dance.
I appreciate you, Kevin. Thank you very much.
See, I'm the one that has the riz.
The prices are already out. It's $1,500 per quarter, or every 3 months, or $5,000 for the year. Hey, Paula says that we look tired.
I feel refreshed. I ran outside, did some stairs. Let's go for another 5 hours.
There you go.
I'm sure
So why did the masterclass voting on Discord we did last year stop? Part of that was we were just too busy to do live stream recordings of new masterclasses. Secondly, we wanted to stop that because people kept pirating our shit. So the solution that I came up with was like, okay, replace the Platinum Collection on Kajabi with the membership area on YouTube, have playlists and courses related to that, and then as an added bonus, do live stream masterclass recordings to that list, to the people that would pay for it, so that you get, more qualified people, fewer people that are just trying to freeload off of our paid stuff. So I think we're going to bring back voting for those. The other thing that I want to do too is also like for our new paid stuff that's coming up, like Rod, you and I need to have a conversation about it. Some of the masterclasses, the segments of the course, since we're going to do more sequential stuff, like this is what you do on day 1, this is what you do on day 2. Like in that paradigm, a 3-hour masterclass on value emails doesn't make sense. That makes more sense for like the sort of grab bag products, like a YouTube membership or what have you, or the Platinum Collection. But for like 90 days, like learn how to get your first copywriting client kind of stuff. No, like day 42, now it's time to revise your 38 bullets, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I like that idea.
Whetstone design critique.
Yeah.
I've literally been encouraging her to do that.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that I have been encouraging her to do is actually live stream and then cut down for YouTube. Her actually making some of Copy That's thumbnails and like showing the logic and the like what goes into them. So.
It's a lot more than you'd realize, but it's fun. I love it.
Will there be anything like the Black Friday bundle in the future? Yes, next Black Friday. If you want everything that's in the Black Friday bundle, just join the inner circle. If you're qualified enough. But every year that we've done a Black Friday bundle, we've added more to it and thus have also increased the price of it. So yeah, that's the joke. Cody, hello.
What's up, Cody?
Aww. They are asleep.
They are asleep. Cody is amazing. She also was I think a member for a very, very long time of the Patreon and joined us for Whetstone streams very frequently. She's now actually building her own personal brand, like built in attracting people to her own copywriting services. I hired her to rewrite the Pulse Certifications homepage.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. An Easter bundle. An Easter bundle. Obviously, we would call it a basket, first off.
Easter egg.
Thank you. The Easter basket. I feel like we need like a copy that holiday. Copy that day.
Copy that day.
Do we know what date we started? I know it was in the summer. It was like June-ish.
Well, for me, it was December 10th, I think.
Of
December 10th, 2020.
Yeah.
But the first stream, that I don't know. I was about to make a terrible joke. We should look at the day that we signed the papers when Luke finally exited.
That was also May, June timing.
It's true.
Annual Super Bowl stream. We did Super Bowl stream. It was like after the fact though. I think streaming during the Super Bowl would be annoying because we'd have to like find a broadcast and we'd immediately get DMCA'd if we're trying to like actually stream it. But last year's one, I like made like a whole PowerPoint and like we like categorized them and we like did like some breakdowns.
Rod went all out for that shit.
I just want to say the Super Bowl streams were my idea. I was the one that was like, you should do these. So
yeah,
I got.
I will say it's always like a little bit tricky just because like for NDA good idea reasons, like there's certain ads like I can't talk about. And so like usually it's like very selective. And people are always like, oh, what about the Nike ad? And I'm like, okay, they had one and I can't tell you anything about it. But like I think it's good fun and it's a good way to like think about like at the highest level, what are brands doing? Like what are brands that are unusual? Why are they popping up? Like what's stuff that we can like hack and steal from? So yeah, we should do that again this year.
I'm done. So for context, the Super Bowl stream is consistently our worst performing stream.
Amazing.
Almost every single year that we've been doing this, twice now, it's always an underperformer. Nobody fucking watches them. And it seems like, based on the stats, like returning viewers, like the people who regularly consume our content, they don't care and they are not interested.
Well,
I mean, it makes sense. It's very different than what most people are doing. And so it's not really relevant, even if it is very fun.
It's fun for us. Apparently, it is not fun for literally everybody else, which is why we should keep doing it.
You know what? I'll change
We have to make it a thing.
I wonder if changing it because I've hated the thumbnails. I wonder if changing it.
Maybe there's like turn it into a drinking game, turn it into something. Yeah, I mean, like we could do like we could legitimately do like a Super Bowl watch party stream. I mean, it wouldn't work for Alex because it's probably too late for him. But like you and the three of us could get on a stream, do a shot every time some terrible like trope happens in the ad. Oh, thank you, Cody.
Cody sells us better than we sell ourselves. I'm gonna miss these streams too. But I like that. I feel like a bingo card would be good. Every time Alex makes fun of brand copy and dismisses it out of hand, take a shot.
Yeah, that would be funny.
Every time.
I mean, maybe we could like release bingo. We could like release bingo cards. It could be like an entire Discord thing. It could be a Patreon, it could be like a members kind of thing, and just like everyone could be watching, and we could do a live stream of us watching, and people could be in the chat with their own versions of their bingo cards. It could be interesting.
Here's the thing. That's fun, but 95% of our audience is like into the hustle bro bullshit thing. It would be like, where's the value, bro? Where's the value?
Community, friendship, connection, having fun.
Yeah.
Back in my day, we had fun.
Back in my day, we had fun. We weren't 14 years old and literally trying to start a business.
I will say, I got to hang out with I have a younger cousin who is 22, and I got to hang out with him for the first time in a long time over Christmas. He lived in Dubai and he just moved back like 6 months ago, and even he was on that. Oh yeah, side hustle this, and I'm very serious and I don't have fun that. And I'm like, what is happening? You're 22. Be reckless. Make stupid decisions. Why are you trying to hustle? Why are you trying to start a food truck right now? That's later.
No.
You know what? Good for him though.
No, I both respect it, and I also,
yeah, he's very like locked in, and he has great focus, and I think like a lot of people like that will serve him so well. But also, you can't be so focused and so locked in at this age because you need experience. You need that breath. You have no idea what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah. The problem, I was talking about this on Discord relatively recently, and Charlie Morgan is a good example of this, of people who they lock in early, they find success early, but then they hit 22 and they're like, why? I'm literally living in a fucking sandcastle in Dubai, and I can have literally anything I want in the world, and it all feels hollow and horrible.
Huh. Shocker.
Yeah. And so one of the, I think, advantages that I had in my life was that I could not have possibly locked in early. I had no opportunities to lock in from 14 to 30. But what I did get a chance to do is get a robust education, lived in multiple countries and multiple states and multiple cities, got to have a wide variety of experiences, a lot of different jobs, a lot of different career experiences. I had a teaching career that I ended to start doing sales copy. And so I had a huge breadth of experience. And guess what? All of that, the cultural capital, the experiential capital, the wisdom, the experience of all these different people, places, things, businesses. I, broke into sales copy at the age of Christ on crutches, fucking 30, and then immediately outpaced almost all of my peers.
Yeah. It's never too late. Or
never too late.
Maybe no, it's not that. You're always on time. Whatever your life is, you're on time.
Yeah.
Person listening to this right now.
Is it too late if you are if you're 40 years old? No, absolutely not. At Agora Financial, we had boot camps where we bring in new copywriters. One of the people who became very successful from that was 18. The other person who was very successful who came in from that was 53. Mohan, another Indian copywriter who excelled in this career. So, and yeah, you got to find your reward and seek that out. And they don't teach that. But also, you aren't going to learn that from a business either. So,
yeah, that's been a big thing for me this year where it's it's all a means. In the end is not the money. The means is not the success. The means is not the professional validation. Those are part of a much larger journey of what fulfillment and satisfaction look like in your life. And if you get so locked into chasing these things, you will miss out on a much bigger picture. I think that's the thing that's particularly hard when you're early on because all you see is just that smaller circle.
Yeah. And also all the media you consume compares you to other people that are doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. To the highlights of them doing it, not even to the real portions.
Right. Not the pain, the agony, the stress. Listen,
crippling isolation and loneliness.
Yeah, the crippling isolation and loneliness that you don't really sort of realize until you become successful and you're like, oh, I can take a breath. Why am I alone in this fucking Dubai piece of shit thing that's going to be sand in the next 15 years? Oh man. Again, like I said, I respect people who are young and want to hustle. but life is for living. Why would you want to wait until you're old or older before you live it?
Because you're young and stupid.
Yeah.
Social anxiety, and it's easier to try and understand the psychology of people insulted them than to actually have a relationship with them.
Okay, that's a little too close to
Whoa.
home, Haley.
Whoa.
That's a little too close to home.
That you just got us demonetized for that.
Oh,
That was
no.
explicit.
We showed nipples. We talked about vaginal discharge. We talked
Diabetic
about
squirt.
oh my god. We literally talked about sweet squirt from a diabetic woman.
I almost
But it was
pinned
that.
post.
That's
I
going
was
to get us
this
reported.
close.
Sorry, what?
So I was this close to pinning that post in the Discord.
You know,
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
I'll write a value email about it. And I'll just send it to the full list. No, you know what? You know what?
Unsubscribe.
Here's the thing. Here's what that's perfect for. For anybody that's like not engaged with any of our emails for 180 days, literally send them that and just be like, listen, you're not engaging with our stuff because you don't like our stuff. Well, here's another reason not to like us. Guess what? You have a choice right now. You're either going to buy into what we're all about, or you can hit this unsubscribe button right now. And then that way we don't have to pay to send you more emails.
Have you ever seen there's a video, there's like a meme video, I'm sure it's on YouTube. Back in the day, Mountain Dew did like a vote for the next Mountain Dew flavor name competition. And this is like back probably in the mid-aughts before companies got smart and everyone was just freaking everything. And so 4chan hacked this and they voted for some wild names in the top 10. Let me find this. Mountain Dew flavor. And there's one name in particular that I don't want to spoil it. I found it. I'm going to link this to you, Sean.
Please. All right. All right. Let's rewind. Let's share. All right.
Oh my god. All right. People got the choice to vote for for the next name of the Mountain Dew. Look at the top 10. Oh my god. I can't read it. Oh my. Number 1, Hitler did nothing wrong. 2, gushing granny. 3, Fapple. It's Fapple. 4, gushing granny. Granny squirt. Gushing granny. Fabulous apple. Gushing granny. Oh my god.
Oh, Bodie Big Boat Face reference coming right up. Oh my god. Oh, I'm crying.
Yeah, so
I couldn't even understand him. What was number 3?
I
I know number 2 and number 4 were gushing granny.
think number 3 was Granny Squirt.
Oh, man.
Fapple. No, number 3 was Fapple.
Oh, Fapple, sorry.
Oh my god. Oh, please. I hope somebody wrote down the full list. Oh, just all the comments are just like, I can't breathe. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, my god. Oh.
Oh my god.
All right. Gushing green granny. It's Fapple. God, I wish I could actually.
Okay. I found a screenshot of the top 10.
All right.
Copy image. Actually, no, I can just copy image.
What the heck did I miss?
Oh, you missed everything, bro. Okay, so. Oh my God. So this is the campaign that Mountain Dew did. Here's what we got. Hitler did nothing wrong is the name of the new Mountain Dew flavor. Gushing Granny. Apple. Diabetes. Gushing Granny. Granny Squirt. Gushing Grannies. Gushing Granny. Fabulous Apple. Gushing Green Granny.
Oh, my lot of gushing granny.
It weirdly, again, like I said in Discord, contextually appropriate for this stream. Oh my God.
Apple.
And this is why companies don't do the bit your
All
own
of them are
meme
like
contest
fat
anymore.
related, gushing granny related, and then the number one is just Hitler did nothing wrong.
Oh my God. Rod, do you think I would ever assumed or believed that I would one day be sitting on a 7-hour stream with my wife and she would just say, Fapple?
No. But how
Oh my
glorious
God.
a day. You deserve this.
Thank you. If this is the kind of energy you like, join. Oh my God. Anyway, join the inner circle if you want more chaotic energy like this. Oh God. I do feel that we should do something big for this, like the Super Bowl stream. You know, the stream nobody wanted. It's back again.
You never watch, but we're still here.
But we never watched, and boy, do we not care. The Super Bowl stream. I like it. Rod, what are you up to this week?
So I'm off this week. I was off last week. I'm off this week. Tomorrow I have a friend's birthday party, so that's gonna be the New Year's plan. Gonna go with my girlfriend. Thursday/Friday, I should do the work that I neglected to do in my last week of work, so that coming into Monday, I am prepared. And then I might trip acid over the weekend. We'll see.
Nice.
We shall see. Yeah. What about you guys? You have fun New Year's plans with the fam?
Oh, just tripping acid and parenting.
A great combination.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very smart choice.
Mm-hmm. Responsible. No, I do have work tomorrow. We do have one-on-one coaching client. Copy that has. So I'm meeting with her tomorrow. And then I have just a ton of I'm trying to get together everything that I need to do before 2026 and send, how do I say, memos to all my business partners and all my different businesses. I want to get ready for accounting because last year, Rod, we paid close to, I want to say $2,700 in tax penalties last year.
Yeah.
So I want to take care of that and get us off on the right foot. So I did a lot of bookkeeping today. None of which is useful. AI is useless for this purpose. What else? And also I have newsletters to write, so I'm probably gonna work on those. I also try to help Alex support the Inner Circle campaign. Oh no.
What was your copy?
No, I think we did look at his copy. If we skipped his copy, that would be terrible. I don't want that. Really? I didn't put a green check mark. That means I didn't read it. Shit. We did skip it. We can't.
We can do one more.
Oh my God. It's like a fucking encore at a concert where you're just I just want to go home. It's 11 o'clock. I just want to go home.
Here we go.
Oh boy. We thought we were out and we're right back at it.
We're doing it. We're doing it.
So, oh my God. So, okay. one more. I love Paulo, man. So Alex has reviewed this and gave feedback. I reviewed this and I like excoriated it, mainly like the idea from a business perspective. But then I gave it the benefit of the doubt and was like, okay, but if you're going to sell this, do these things. And then I reviewed the copy again, especially the offer section, and gave feedback on that. Now this is the final designed version. Now, fun fact, Copy That's chief designer is here. So, Lauro, I apologize if I didn't pronounce your name correctly. You literally have officially gotten a review from every, except for Lindsey, every member of Copy That, like active and working. So that's fun. So I like the little doodad.
Will you show it on screen?
Oh my God, I'm an idiot. Shit. All right.
This is. I feel like I gotta remember all the streams that I was on and just click the parts.
Okay.
All right. For experts and founders posting 20 plus minutes of video weekly, ignite your growth with 30 plus short form assets per month for Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, X, and YouTube Shorts. 100% done for you. No AI slop.
Balance that though.
Huh?
Balance your lines. Put the no AI slop on its own line. Don't have this overflow.
Agreed. If ever there's a point where there's one word on its own on its own line, you don't want that. It's called an orphan. You always want to make sure that you have no orphans.
No orphans.
Nobody loves orphans. There are exceptions to that. So, all right. I've tested this up the wazoo. This is one of the few areas of design where Kaylee probably knows this concept of already. Rod, I don't know if you do, but again, we've tested this out the frickin' wazoo. If you have a headline complex that's designed kind of like this, and you kind of have this already, but you need to fix it a little bit. Mm-hmm. Downward pointing wedge. You want your biggest headline, in terms of hierarchy, we're not counting the IRA copy. You want your biggest headline to be this big. Then you want your deck copy to be this big, the next bit to be this big, and then the final thing to be this big. You want to almost feel subtly, not overtly, like a downward pointing arrow, because that's going to draw the reader, one, towards what's most important, and two, it's also going to subtly cue the reader. Again, I've seen the heat maps where we've done this versus not. People, when they see a downward pointing arrow, even if it's like blocky, they read more. So mobile looks better. All right. Inspect element, switch. I don't know if I agree with that.
I don't know.
I don't agree with that. Yeah.
30 plus on its own line is like, because, okay, that negative space between the 30 plus immediately draws your eyes straight to the 30 plus. And what is 30 plus communicating? Not much.
Nothing.
So.
Look at this. This is a story in 2 acts. It's rough for desktop. Sorry, mobile looks better. Wait, no, it doesn't.
I love it.
We're back to desktop. Quick, get rid of the mobile.
The good news is that's not like the hardest thing in the world to change. So you can,
Yeah, easy to fix.
Well, but do change it.
All right. Anyway, headline complex design. You never go wrong with the downward pointing wedge because it intrinsically accomplishes something that she is harping on, and when she releases her own graphic design course, will be using as her unique mechanism for direct response design. Hierarchy, visual hierarchy. You need to get your hierarchy right. Right now, you're doing a pretty good job, but it could be better. And so futz around with the design to make it like that. All right. Start scaling. Okay. Love that. This feels like it was designed in Figma. Or maybe Elementor. What do you think?
Well, Figma is just a prototyper. Maybe Elementor. Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you design this on? What are you hosting?
Well, before I want to see if I can find out before he answers. Hold on. Script. Oh fuck! It's in another language. God damn it!
Gemini.
God damn it! Yeah. All right. So it's custom.
All right.
Damn it!
What are you hosting it on? WordPress?
I wonder if I can find out before. Source. Let's see. Deployed in Cloudflare. God damn it! All right.
Wrote HTML and Gemini, deployed in. Okay.
Yeah. Still messing around with it. Yeah. Yeah. You might, how should I say, get a little bit more traction and find it a little bit easier to work with if you have a designer or
web designer. Yeah.
And also copy that agency could help you, but we're expensive. Honestly, like just like a Wix or a Squarespace, like getting that custom code in there, like I think is probably going to work best for you. But or even WordPress probably.
WordPress is really finicky.
Yeah.
Yeah. Squarespace is also finicky but easier.
Yeah.
Wix and Squarespace are very user friendly. If you understand coding, Webflow is amazing. Yeah, and Figma is, you can prototype on Figma and then give it to a web developer and be like, make it look like this.
Yeah. Make this text a little bit bigger. It's probably fine on mobile, but you know, I'm blind. Here's the deal. You know, you could be getting thousands of extra views and leads by showing more places, but you don't have time to edit caption on 5 different platforms. You're tired of feeding your content AI. One thing I see that you're doing. Same, buddy. One thing that you're doing that's different from your drafts is that it feels less bulleted. Like I think you actually focus down into like the bullets that matter the most, which is cool. You did a good thing, and it looks way better on the design. Maybe you're trying to feed this. Came out soulless, generic, not you. Maybe hired. Ironic that this page was built entirely with AI.
Here's what I will say.
Yo.
Design-wise, it's almost clean, but there's just a few things like size-wise, having that last body of text feel. Having that last body of text is big, and immediately the eye wants to go to the end and not read what's coming next. And so that's just something to think about. Perhaps make that a little smaller. So
this,
yeah, it just doesn't feel like it makes sense to be big there, in my opinion.
Yeah, emphasis, but maybe a different font size.
Yeah, like maybe a little smaller. And your graphic on the right needs to be bigger because it's too small. Yeah. But I do like the art style. That it's fun. I like it.
No, it's funny. Like, you know, it's selling against the AI alternative while using AI.
Yeah.
Which I'm an appreciator of irony. It's not something through miracle tech, just a damn good system for creators who give a shit. Known for depth and nuance, want short form content that feels just as sharp. Want content that sounds like them, not ChatGPT, and don't have time for handhold contractors.
What I love design-wise about this is the font choices and the color of everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't take it from me. I'm just a silly alchemist. Here's what the data says.
It's also awkwardly designed. I would remove the guy in this instance and just have that chart and maybe have fun little, I don't know. This isn't.
I wouldn't mind the guy if he were bigger.
Yeah, or above the chart, or maybe if you were bigger, play around with it. This isn't landing.
Yeah, play around the placement, because I think these need to be emphasized more, because it took me a second to understand what this is doing, but this is actually very intelligent. And I don't know if this is one of those situations where, like, how should I say, maybe I came up with an idea and like a past Whetstone stream and like forgot that I came up with the idea. Maybe it was your idea. Either way, it's a good idea. Here's what the data says. This gets the social proof of Hootsuite, HubSpot, later industry reports, HubSpot marketing, that proves that they should do it. Now, this headline, don't take it from me. I'm just a silly alchemist. Here's what the data says about posting short form videos on multiple platforms.
Mhm.
Yeah.
This, without that, is a little too vague. There you go. And this, again, the design is
When you're thinking about
more space.
when you're thinking about design, you want to think about where the eye is going. And right now, because there's so much negative space around that little guy, I'm not reading the copy. And you want to make sure that the eye is reading the copy. That's the most important thing, is that you're getting the reader to go through the words, because that's ultimately what's selling them.
Yeah.
And so you don't want to distract from them. You want to highlight them. So that's what I would say.
Yeah. So, okay, this is nerdy. Where is Alex? I don't know. Ping him on Discord and ask him. He's probably asleep and drunk right now. Because right now, for him, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. So that's where he is. Yeah, he better be asleep. One thing here, there's spaces, and then there's what's called non-breaking spaces. What is a non-breaking space? It's like a space, but your computer and other design formats, etc., recognize that even though there should be visually a space there, it will not break the next word onto the next line. So. Oh, yeah.
Get Squarespace. If you don't know how to code, then I would just say get Squarespace, something that's user-friendly. WordPress is a pain. I do not recommend. Like, there's a lot of plugins with WordPress that make it seamless, but it's finicky. It's hard to explain unless you actually use it.
Yeah. For me, I think it's all bad.
Yeah.
You know, it's all terrible. So it's all a Faustian bargain. So like, no matter what, you're going to have to make sacrifices somewhere. Unfortunately. Oh, I love you guys too.
100% say from experience, Squarespace is easier.
This is just a mock-up. This is just like a final like review thing before we take it live, and sort of like the final before we sort of like bring it to the final stretch. We need to bring this to a place where, like, how should I say, we can like post it on Squarespace or post it on like something like that. You know, Figma, you know, wireframing in Figma is pretty good.
Figma's amazing. If you have it, if you know what you want it to look like, you can make it in Figma and then pass that over to a web developer. If you're hell bent on making it custom, just understand that you need someone reliable, because otherwise you'll run into the problem of when you want to test landing pages, for instance, it'll be a big giant whooping pain in the ass. Yeah, because then every landing page has to be completely custom. So you just need to know that whoever you're leaning on for web stuff is going to show up.
Yeah. Listen, every copywriter I know that also like does like design mockups either uses Canva or Figma. They are the only games in town when it comes to like easy wireframing.
Canva's easier to learn. Figma's pretty easy too. It's got a little bit of a learning curve more than Canva, but with Figma you get way. I like the control that you have in Figma more than you have in Canva. Though you can do a lot with Canva.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think God, this is going to be so cliche, and I hate that I'm saying this and suggesting this, but there's one word that's missing from this that I think that you need, and that word is impact. Impact is a huge cliche when it comes to social media marketing. And I think that you have to use it. So you can use it either here or here, but you know, rather than we analyze the data, which hooks had the most impact, you know, or like transmutation, you get the first batch shorts, reels, threads, all publish ready, high impact, nothing generic, something like that. I think that you need something like that slips in that emotion, that feeling, that outcome. Let's see, choose your elixir. Okay. 15 vertical assets, 30 vertical assets. Nice little dummy offer over here. Massive omni-channel domination. I love it. Listen, I've expressed before that I have reservations about the service, and I would not be a user of this, but as far as the way that you've written this, and as far as like understanding what people want and their pain points, and reaching them and talking to them, I think you did a really good job. So in terms of like, will this actually help their business? Probably not. In terms of, can you sell this and make money with it? Yeah, absolutely you can. So run with that. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
That, okay, I would say 30 vertical assets a month. Cross-platform. Okay. That just feels it's cheap. $900 for 30 assets. That's really, really cheap. So,
well, no, it's the best value.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm questioning how is this not done with AI? Because but okay.
Well, don't you know like what AI actually stands for? No, it stands for Always Indians.
Oh.
Like it's a joke, but also like there was legitimately an AI company, and like they found out that all their AI services was just hundreds of people working in India round the clock to do all that stuff for people. Same thing with like the robot that's like, it was the $20,000 robot that will come and like fold your shirts and shit like that, and like it's the robot is training, but it's training because like once the robot stops working as it's like doing your dishes, because no robot can do that right now, literally somebody from India or Pakistan will just phone in to your robot sensors and see your house and like do your dishes and clean your underwear for you.
I think something that might make this stronger is an actual example of the content that you're offering people. Like if you had an actual reel that you made or one of the written assets, just to show people what they're getting.
Yeah, I agree. I think that that's actually a very good idea, Laura. Like I think that would be like, you know, like take a look at some of our work for our clients or past clients would be good here. If you don't have any past clients, you know, take a look at some of what we do and show a sample. Oops. Oh, Rod and I are trying to highlight this at the same time. Yes, we do. We have a whole video about that. Amazing. Cool. Included in every single plan. This.
I like the wizard theme. It feels very
alchemical.
And fun.
She's reading the alchemy right now. So. Or, hey, a little Russell Brunson, or what is this? Zig Ziglar, two choice clothes. Mine your archives, yeah. No, again, like we've workshopped this copy to the point where it is ready to see the world. We, you know, Kaylee gave some great design advice. Rod gave some great design advice, but like in terms of like the actual strength of the copy, what it needs, it's doing exactly what a piece of copy selling this needs to do. You did a good job. Like you've refined this, you've really drilled it in, and I'm looking forward to seeing your results, man. Please report back. But seriously. thank you for letting us be a part of this project, like through every single step. And one thing that I really appreciate about you is that even though I shat on the idea from a business perspective, you kept at it because you understood the difference between, hey, I don't like the idea because I know about this particular service and I know of its efficacy. And you were just like, yeah, but other people don't. And you ran with it and you wrote very good copy for that person. Yeah. And so I really respect that. One of the things that I respect the most in people are people who are like, I'm going to tell them no. And then we'd be like, hey, fuck you, Sean. And then make it work anyway.
It's a good question. Could unique and quirky language and branding like select this elixir actually disconnect the prospect from the core desire we're trying to hook them with? It can, but when you do a good job like this of being really clear about what the offer is and what you're going to deliver, you can get away with using that cute language because there's never any questions about what it is you're going to deliver. It's just more like a sprinkling on top of extra flavor.
It's thematic. And I think it also, this playfulness works for what it's selling, which is igniting your growth with 30 short form assets.
Yeah.
Like reels, content. And so that platform, those platforms are playful and fun and less serious. And so this works for that. It feels creative, and that's what you're trying to sell.
Yeah.
So
I agree. And again, like, because you're talking so much about like voice and brand and capturing voice, you need to have a voice.
And also it works in this too because it sticks to the same theme, right? If you were peppering in, if you started this page with a wizard and then you peppered in and hit the ball out of the court, it all, that wouldn't make sense. Where this is all themed with the ignite and words. It's 8, but you get the point. It's not 8. It's even later.
It's 10:30.
It's 10:30.
It's almost 8 for Rod. He needs to go eat.
Okay, and just context on how ridiculous this is. I got on a plane at 9 o'clock this morning and sat for 5 hours. I have now been sitting in this chair for 6.5 hours. So I could have flown back to Michigan from Portland and then been on my way back.
So what you're saying is we should probably cancel these streams because of how much time they consume.
I'm not saying that. I think we are that much closer to 12 hours. It's another 4.5. Last time I said that was 5.5.
Oh my God. Rod, thank you for joining me for this. It is always a pleasure to hang out with you, to talk copy with you. We're going to be doing more of that with the Inner Circle. I really do want you in the Inner Circle more frequently. I know that you weren't really like around for like the incubator stretch, but I do want you like at the vanguard of the Inner Circle stuff.
Yeah. I'm trying to make more times for things that are not my day job this year. So I would be happy to do that. And it's something that I actually have a lot of fun doing. And it's great to give people different perspectives on stuff. So yeah.
No, it's one reason why I start so many side businesses is because it literally affords me the opportunity to just do fun shit. Just do wild and fun, silly shit. So rather than just have hobbies, I just start a business around it, and it gives me an excuse to do the hobby.
Yep, I love that. I need more of that. Also, like we just did a business thing talking about Granny Squirt. What else could you do that?
Fapple.
We literally had a whole Fapple segment of this particular stream. Oh my God. All right. I'm going to go sleep. You need to go eat. And you also need to sleep. And everybody, Thank you so much for joining for this very, very long stream. It was a very good end to a very long series. And there's a lot coming for 2026. Expect a video probably next week, and then I will catch you all soon.
Yeah. Bye.
Goodbye, everybody. Everybody, goodbye.